How's it going, everyone, and welcome back to Mets Weekly. We are about less than 24 hours away from opening day, where the Mets will be taking on the Brewers at Citi Field this Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Spring training is now over, and at this current point, Mets fans don't really have anything Mets baseball related to watch, so I decided to solve that problem. Over the past month on this channel, we have been posting videos every single day about a specific Mets player from the 40-man roster. This series of videos is called 30 Projections in 30 Days, where Frank, Andrew, and I discuss our 2024 outlook on said player, and I give my projections based on predictive data, results, among other factors. Now that the series is finished, I decided to combine all 30 episodes into one video and also release an audio version for all of our listening platforms. So in case you missed an episode, it will all be here in one place. It's more than 4.5 hours of content right here for you. Now, before we run this one back, I do want to give you guys 2 reminders/disclaimers. All these videos were recorded before the beginning of spring training. That means that JD Martinez does not have his own episode since he just signed with the team this week. But don't worry, tons of JDM content will be coming later this week. I also made some adjustments to any audio issues that we had throughout the series as best as I could, because I knew that there were a few comments and complaints about how stuff sounded overall and how balanced everything looked. And finally, of course, make sure to subscribe if you have not already. Turn on post notifications to not miss the premiere of the Mets Weekly podcast every single week on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on this very YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitter, TikTok, all of our individual links that are in the description below. I also want to thank everyone for all the support we received all month long on this series. It was quite the grind to do this day by day, but at the end of the day, I personally think it was worth it. Here's to a brand new baseball season beginning this week, so sit back, relax, embrace the marathon. Here are all 30 episodes of 30 projections in 30 days for the 2024 New York Mets. Enjoy. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today's video is about one of my favorite pitchers going into this year, Sean Reid-Foley. Making his long-awaited return from Tommy John surgery, SRF pitched to a combined 24 innings in AAA and the majors last season. In a very small sample, Reid-Foley posted a 3.52 earned run average, a 1.43 fielding independent pitching, striking out 47.1% of batters in just 7.2 innings pitched. Coming over from Toronto in the Steven Matz trade, SRF has showed signs of dominant strikeout stuff that could be useful in high leverage situations. A mid-90s rising fastball that tops 98, a low spin gyro slider, and a fading action changeup in the high 80s. With average command of the strike zone, Reid-Foley has had troll issues, walking nearly 6 batters per 9 innings for his career. But as a solid contact manager, the upside is definitely there to break out as a viable option for the Mets bullpen going forward. Reid-Foley will be entering a 28-year-old season with team control through 2027.
There's a guy that, like you said, he was off to a good start, in spring and what have you, and then he goes down with the Tommy John. So with him, he's really in a tough spot here because in the past, we've seen him kind of serve as a long reliever with the Mets, going multiple innings. He's going to be battling it out for the bullpen with the new additions that the Mets have made. So you might not see him on opening day. He would need to have a pretty great spring training in order to make the team. So he's someone that he is interesting. Like I said, he has the team control. He has some stuff that you like about him. It's just a matter of, will he be able to be any better at not walking the ballpark? Because that makes it tough. I mean, you can't really bring him in with men on base if he's just going to let them keep moving and just score without even having the ball be put in play. So he have to be used in a very certain way if he's going to make this team walking that high amount of batter.
I think he's a prime example of the first big boy jolt that your elbow gets after Tommy John surgery. Like, that's how he has looked since coming back and pitching healthy. I think that Sean Reid-Foley, as of right now, is in that boat of the Max Kranicks. He is in that boat of the Kyle Crick, the Andre Scrub, those types of spring training invites that could maybe grab a bullpen spot if somebody gets hurt. Somebody waiting in the wings in AAA, because I think that he does have a lot of good stuff. He just kind of has to apply it. We need to see some consistency from it, but the upside is definitely there at 28 years old. Now, as for his projection, I want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and result. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are from the 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a good look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into the 2024 season. 35 innings pitched, striking out 24.2% of batters, walking 14.1%, a 4.11 earned run average, a 4.68 fielding independent pitching, and even 1 home run per 9, and a wins above replacement of 0.1.
If he gives me a 4-year reign of 35 innings, again, the bullpen, that last spot in the bullpen is going to be a revolving door. So again, him, Grant, if you see Bryce again, that optional reliever spot is great. So you got plenty of guys now. And, he'll probably get that first shot. And you got Kranick and Crick as well. If he gets back to his pre-2021 form, could be valuable. But again, you've seen a few years and coming off an injury.
You mean when he pitched 6 innings for that 135 ERA in 2020?
Those were those good ERAs in those 6 innings. But again, he's just an extra arm on that 40-man. You'll see a bunch of them.
They seem pretty spot on. We're not expecting anything amazing out of him. He's a guy that, like we said, I think when a reliever goes down or something like that, he could get called up. You will see him a little bit. So I think even the innings mark might be kind of high, I want to say, honestly, considering that he's probably not making the opening day roster. So other than that, everything else seems about right for Sean Reid-Foley. But again, I do just kind of wonder how much longer he could really stay on the 40-man. Because if he has that team control, so what's it, 2027 you said? I have a hard time with how he's performed, seeing him survive the 40-man roster for that many years. You know what I mean? And will he get claimed? Maybe, but I don't know. I think this is his big shot to try to stay on the 40, because if it doesn't happen this year, I just don't see it.
I don't know. I think he's going to contribute a little bit more than you guys think he's going to, personally. I think that he is, this is the pitcher to watch, personally, one that I really think that can be a big contributor in a kind of unknown way to a lot of Mets fans. Coming off of the injury, again, like I said, that second jolt to your arm, the first Tommy John surgery, where the second one, it's not as good. I think that that's the current process that you're in with Sean Reid-Foley, where he's on the verge of maybe you can see a breakout season from this guy. If he were to give you, some innings in AAA or in the majors, he'll always be there. He'll be one of the first guys up that'll be called up for the bullpen. And I think that he will contribute a lot more than a lot of people think he's going to. Definitely a sleeper pick for 2024. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we are talking about DJ Stewart. Now, after the Mets trade deadline sale, Stewart was called up from AAA Syracuse as a roster fill-in for the rest of the season. Well, in that 2-month stretch, Stewart was a lot more than that, slashing .244, .333, .506 with 11 home runs and a .130 weighted runs created plus in 100 and 85 plate appearances. That stretch earned him a $1.4 million re-signing earlier this offseason. As a former first-round pick by Baltimore back in 2015, the offensive upside was always there for Stewart, but unlocking it to the next level of production has never happened before. Taking his sample with a grain of salt, Stewart's batted ball data was very promising, landing in the top 10% in barrel rate and the top 20% in hard hit rate, basically providing the value that a man who shall not be named was supposed to provide while also adding positional value. Defensively, Stewart is not great, but serviceable in left field with a solid arm. As of right now, entering a 30-year-old season, Stewart is expected to be one of the Mets' internal DH options for 2024, as the Mets hold team control through 2027.
He has an amazing August, and we're like, oh my gosh, Mets found their DH, goodbye, man who should not be named. And in September, he goes right back to being just awful. Full time, he'll do more than what the Mets DHs got last year, but that isn't saying much. But I like him more in the role of like pinch hitter, occasional starts. If there's a matchup to use him, then you can, but I'm not expecting much. I got to be honest. I think we're getting much more of the guy that was in Baltimore compared to the guy we saw in August, which, again, he was so great in August. Those numbers are not even close to realistic, but I don't even think we see anywhere close to that guy that we saw for that month stretch.
He was a fun story in meaningless baseball in August, and it was nice to see, again, former first-round pick, nice story. Gave a good hot streak, which is fine, but over a 162, he's not that. So, again, he's depth. He can be versatile. He can play. If you need him in the corner, he can be the DH. Again, he's protection if Mark Vientos keeps swinging like Helen Keller at the plate. He can give you better ABs if need be at that DH position. But again, there's nothing more. Do I think he's a long-term building block? Of course not. But he's a fun guy. He's a nice depth piece to have. And again, hits for power, which for most people on this team, they don't do.
DJ Stewart, I think we did see a lot of adjustments as to compared to what he was doing, where he was rolling over a lot to the left side, which was something that was one of the main concerns when he was in Baltimore. And I think that, he kind of was able to go through the ball and not on top of the ball. And that's something that I think that really helped him kind of pull it, because he has a really good pull side and, a decent amount of bat speed that can give him a lot of power. Now, 11 home runs, of course, and a crazy stretch in August. Obviously, you're going to have to see more, but I think that you will get plus production from him if he were to be on the major league roster. You're obviously not going to get the 130 bat that you just saw last year, but obviously it's a small sample size. But I think that overall, if you're looking at batted ball data from what he did in AAA Syracuse and what he did in the MLB, it matched up pretty well. And I think that, if you have him in pinches, in sorts, I think that he can play a decent role on this team at his best. And that's how kind of I'm looking at it. And we'll see how that kind of unravels throughout spring, of course, with Mark Vientos having a huge spotlight on him, and Ji-Man Choi, Luke Voit also getting some playing time too. So we'll see what happens with that DH spot. But I think that DJ Stewart definitely has a place on this team, but obviously it is not going to be a monstrous August as we saw last year. So as for these projections, I just want to remind everybody the projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with their 75th percentile outcome, in my opinion. But although a majority of player projections are from the 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to have kind of a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into the 2024 season. As for DJ Stewart, I have 303 plate appearances, slashing .222, .307, .404 with 13 home runs, 42 runs batted in, a 98 weighted runs created plus, and a 0.2 wins above replacement.
Potentially, he's in a part-time role with Mark Vientos. 303 ABs, again, 98 WRC plus. About a league average bat. That's kind of what he is. That batting average is about 222. Kind of what he is. So, I mean, it's a fair projection. Solid bat off your bench on a capable team.
I probably can revise these a little bit, not to mention, but of course, this projection was made before they signed Luke Voit, before they signed Ji-Man Choi, so we don't know how they fit into the equation. But, that's how kind of I'm looking at it, and it just hasn't changed. So.
Yeah, I think the plate appearances might be a little high because last year he was getting reps literally as a starting DH, and if not starting DH, he was in the outfield quite a bit with the Starling Marte injury. So it's like if there's a little more health this year, he shouldn't be getting that many plate appearances, but if he does, and he has not one crazy stretch, but one slightly hot stretch, you might be able to see a little bit of more home runs with that amount of plate appearances. Overall, it seems pretty on the mark, slightly below average, some power. So, it's nothing too far away from what I would have thought.
Kind of it more puts like Luke Voigt and Ji-Man Choi out of the equation, but also you have to think about it of the injury concern you have in the outfield with all three guys that are going to be starting. Of course, you could see DJ Stewart in the corner at one point. Of course, you do have more flexibility with Tyrone Taylor. Maybe you hope some prospects pan out from AAA, but there is a possibility where you have some injury concerns from Bader or Marte, maybe even Nimmo, and Stewart could get a decent amount of innings in the outfield. There is a strong possibility that could happen, and that's what I've also put into account in this projection with plate appearances, where I think he is going to get a decent amount of opportunities given what he's shown last year. It is going to be pretty interesting to see how this does get dealt out with the amount of leash that they do give to Mark Vientos and maybe the amount of leash they give to DJ Stewart. I think that DJ Stewart has a role here. At his very, very best, he definitely could contribute to the team's offense in a plus way. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets' 40-man roster. Today, we are talking about one of the additions this offseason, Joey Wendle. As one of the first additions this offseason, Joey Wendle had an abysmal 2023 season, slashing .212, .248, .306 with 2 homers and a 47 weighted runs created plus in 318 plate appearances. Replacing the likes of Luis Guillorme, Wendle is not an offensive-minded player by any means in terms of pitch selection or recognition, bat speed, or any sort of power. Year in and year out, landing him in the bottom 10% in average exit velocity, max exit velocity, hard hit rate, and barrel rate. Wendle provides value with his defensive versatility as a plus at all 4 infield positions, plus speed and base running. After signing a 1-year, $2 million deal this offseason, Wendle is now 34 years old and is expected to be on the Mets' opening day bench as an infield depth option.
Wendle is ultimately a Guillorme replacement. He's going to be a utility guy. Someone is hurt. Someone needs a day off in the infield. He's going to play there. The Mets don't really have other infielders on the active roster, it seems. A lot of these guys are going to be outfielders, DHs, what have you. So that's really what he's here to do. They're hoping that he could kind of be a little closer to the 2021 guy who was an all-star. But ultimately, Wendle, like I said, he's giving you a plus glove. He's giving you much better base run than Luis Guillorme was. I think that's not talked about enough. Guillorme was absolutely abysmal on the bases. Trust me, this is a big improvement in that. That's the only thing there's a big improvement from. But just a guy that kind of plays everywhere, tough out. He's going to work some counts. He's not 3 pitches and go sit down. He's going to work some ABs, put the ball in play. He's going to try to give you some kind of productive at-bats, even if the overall results aren't there. That's just kind of what he does.
No power, no actual good contact. Doesn't wear batting gloves. Looks weird. 35 years old. Trash. Never has hit for power. Going for Tampa Bay. Still can't hit for power. League only been league average hitter like once in his career. And he's dog shit.
Well, that was in record time. I mean, out of all of the offseason moves that they have made, this was the one that I just didn't get, still don't understand it. I feel like I wanted an upgrade from Luis Guillorme, and now you're kind of just in the same boat as Luis Guillorme. Awful batted ball data, no real power. The only thing that he does better than Luis Guillorme is speed, which maybe it does provide some value. Overall, I just don't think this is the good enough player. It just doesn't really move the needle at all. And that's probably something that you expect from a bench piece. And that's kind of just how I see Joey Wendle. Signing him to a 1-year, $2 million deal, it just seems like with Wendle, again, they're just giving a leash and they're giving the opportunities to Jet Williams, to Luis Angel Acuna, all of these infield options that are young. I hope that he does not get that much playing time, but he's a utility piece, versatility there, but overall as an offensive threat, he is no offensive threat at all. As for his projections, I just want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, the player's current 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are usually from the 50th, I personally wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into 2024. As for Joey Wendle, I have him at 286 plate appearances, slashing 228, 283, 350 with 2 homers, 24 runs batted in, a 78 weighted runs created plus, and a wins above replacement of 0.1.
If he hits 2 homers, I think I'll make a bet. If this dude hits 2 home runs with the New York Mets, I'll eat a salad all live on stream for Mets Weekly because I don't see this guy lifting a baseball more than like 2 feet. So, yeah, if he hits 2 homers, whoop-de-doo. The batting average, he's a below average hitter, so 78 WRC plus. He is what he is. He's Luis Guillorme without a beard or hair.
It's similar to what he's been the past couple of years. He's going to be 34, so I don't expect him all of a sudden becoming great at that age, so that seems about right.
I just don't think there's really much to say about him. He's going to be coming off the bench. He's going to be on the opening day roster, providing you versatility, and that's pretty much it. It definitely seems like the main focus as to bringing in Joey Wendle was the run prevention, which he does play multiple positions plus defensively. So as for Joey Wendle, I'm not really expecting much. To be honest, I do expect this guy to be off the team some point during the season. I'm not really expecting him to make that big of an impact. If he does, he'll shut us up completely. And like Andrew just said, 2 homers, he'll eat a salad. If he gives me 5 homers, I'll get a Joey Wendle jersey and I'll wear it on stream 3 times. That's literally how confident I am in Joey Wendle not contributing at all at the major league level for the Mets this season.
Yeah, I don't think I have a bet.
What if he hits more home runs than Jeff McNeil?
That would be pretty bad. That would be rough. Well, that's when Joey Wendle will just take his job.
That's when you send McNeil out of here, right?
Yeah.
Can we all agree that?
If he has more runs, Wendle just took his job.
That's an era of McNeil I do not want to see at all, whether I like him or not. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we're going to go to the starting rotation depth and talk about David Peterson. As a former first-round pick by the Mets back in 2016, David Peterson's major league career has been quite the roller coaster. Following the most consistent season of his career in 2022, Peterson began 2023 posting an abysmal 8.08 earned run average across 39 innings pitched, earning him a demotion to AAA Syracuse. After returning to the major league level in late June, Peterson finished the season with a 5.03 earned run average, a 3.34 fielding independent pitching, striking out 26% of batters across 111 innings pitched. As a big frame bulldog-style southpaw, Peterson has struggled to gain a solid form of consistency throughout 300-plus career innings at the big league level, mainly factoring into his pitch arsenal, which has been minimally refined over the last few years. A low 90s fastball sinker combo that tops 96, a gyro backdoor slider, side spinning changeup, and a dropping action curveball. With inconsistent command and below average control, Peterson has landed himself in the bottom 10% among left-handed pitchers in average exit velocity, hard hit percentage, and home run fly ball rate since his major league debut in 2020. Looking to bounce back again this year, his campaign will most likely have to wait a few months. After undergoing hip surgery over the offseason, Peterson is expected to miss about 3 to 4 months of the regular season as he comes into a 28-year-old season and will be making $2.2 million in 2024 with still team control through 2027.
Yes, I mean, as someone who's been a David Peterson fan, the injury is very
Yeah, I'm so
unfortunate. Since he's missing a few months in the season, it really his role, his projection, all depends on, in my opinion, how the team is doing. If the team is doing great and everything's rolling, your starting pitchers are doing good, he's not gonna be in the starting rotation. I mean, why would you put someone else in there if what you have is going well already? He might find himself in the minor leagues for the most part if the Mets are performing well. But if the Kodai Senga injury is for real, if the Mets are playing bad, Luis Severino's hurt again, they're trading away Jose Quintana, he's going to end up in the rotation. So I think that because he has the delayed start to the season, what his role is going to be is really going to depend on how the Mets are performing by the time he's ready to come back. For me, I still would like to at least see a full-time run of being in the bullpen as the long man, as like in this for this team in particular, he has to be like your third lefty and just kind of see how it goes. Because as a starting pitcher, as much as I try to root for him, it just hasn't been there. The consistency has not been there. The critique is you cannot be a good starting pitcher with the kind of walk percentage that he has. It makes it very, very difficult. You could only escape jams so many times. So I think that, overall his stuff, everything about him, he profiles more into a reliever, in my opinion. This is not a guy who you see, even if he is having a good start, he's not going 7 innings. He's not going, maybe even 6 innings. So I feel like the best you might get out of him might be out of the bullpen in more of that long relief role. If the Mets end up actually having a 6-man rotation, or maybe they start with a 5-man rotation and then go to 6, depending on Senga and all those things, then maybe you'll see him make a couple of starts here and then. But I think because of the injury, his season, his projection, it's really going to depend on his role. And I think that, there's a lot of different scenarios where his roles can be different. He might be in the minors for a majority of the season. He might be in the bullpen. He might make a couple starts on the big level. Like, there's so many different ways it could go for him. It's hard just to make one projection, say this is what's going to happen with him, because I feel like there's a lot of factors going on with David Peterson.
Like, I think the best way that you can see him is at that last starting pitching piece in the rotation. I just don't really see him going to the bullpen at the current trajectory that, his current arsenal has taken the dip, especially with his slider regressing so much last year. Again, he can always make those adjustments. It can bounce back again, but the problem with David Peterson is that overall his arsenal is just not flashy enough to be a reliever. He's just not going to get you as much consistency as compared to the rotation or the bullpen. Obviously, it'll bring down the workload. He's been able to get a decent amount of strikeouts throughout but I just don't really see him profiling well as a reliever at this point. I think that opportunity to do that was 2 years ago. And right now, you kind of just have to see him string along a little bit more into the starting rotation, because I just think it profiles a little bit more where, he's facing a bunch of batters and, the ball's getting put in play, if he can induce ground balls or not. Hopefully this hip surgery unlocks a different level of him. But as of right now, we just don't know what the deal is with David Peterson. I understand that he's 28 years old, but he's still young. He's still close to that starting pitcher prime or whatever. But, at this point, we've seen enough of David Peterson to know what he is.
Coming off the surgery, we'll see how much game time it takes him, one, to get wrapped back up, because he's obviously starting behind the 8 ball, recovering from the surgery, and probably going to need an extra month or 2 just to get back primed, ready to go, and have his kind of extended spring training. So, again, he's one of these guys that hopefully, I think I might make a video before the season that is kind of a make or break and last shot season on this roster, because I'm tired of every single season David Peterson, Tylor Megill, there's your depth. It's been it feels like 9 years. Every year. Who's the depth? Oh, it's Megill and Peterson. And David Stearns, this is his forte, is pitching. So this is the year. We'll see how much he actually does get on the mound. Stearns can find better than both of them. And this is your last shot. I get former first-round pick, all the pedigree. Half the fan base loves him. Half the fan base hates him. He showed he has some starts where he looks okay. He's a quality middle rotation option. And then there's just some where he's getting bombed out of the first inning. So with David Peterson, this is it for me. I've had enough, just like a few guys, where you've had multiple opportunities to, one, especially with injuries in the past, to grab and hold a rotation spot, and you're barely hanging on to it. and I know David Stearns, his forte is pitching. He will find better and draft, sign who can be better than David Peterson. So this is his last shot.
All right, so let's get into my projections for David Peterson this year. Now, as a reminder, projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to find a median between sustainability and upside. Now, it also gives you an easy way to identify who I am high on and who I'm low on going into the season. So as for David Peterson, I currently have him at 88.2 innings pitched, striking out 26.1% of batters and walking 13.7% of batters, a 4.26 earned run average, a 4.73 fielding independent pitching, a 1.3 home runs per 9, and a 0.7 wins above replacement. I do want to specify with this projection, I am going based off of, because of like best case scenario for David Peterson himself. I'm going off of he comes back from injury and he gets slotted into the rotation. That's the sample I think he's going to give. Do I think he's going to be immediately into the rotation? No, but in the best case scenario for him at this current moment, about 88 innings to 90 innings.
Especially, again, like I've said, he's missing probably the first 2 months of the season. To still probably get 88 innings out of him, sure. A 4.2 ERA would be the best. Second, well, I'll throw away 10 and I guess third best mark of his career. I mean, like I said, like this is what he is. He's a kind of back end guy who can flirt occasionally with that kind of 3 at best. So again, a 4.2 ERA for a 4.5 type starter, that's solid. Again, do I doubt the innings? Would I probably take the under and say he doesn't even hit 88 innings? I'm hitting that before that. But again, the projections, again, 28 years old. If that's the best you're getting, and I think that's kind of comparable to what I would think Peterson is, it's fine. But again, like I said, I know Stearns can find better. So it's like, this is the best you're getting. Is that really that valuable to keep for a former first-round pick?
I don't think he's getting that many innings either. Not only with the injury, but again, I think even with the performance and the kind of team that they've added by adding more arms, I don't see him hitting that amount of innings. And I think the ERA, it's about right, honestly. Like, it's around where he's been his entire career so far. It's nothing like totally out of the ordinary. I think for him, it's not enough if he wants to actually get paid like a true starting pitcher by another team to be in their starting rotation. So again, I still don't just see him hitting that amount of innings, but I think everything else. Also, I think that like if you're combining his minor league innings and major league innings, like that's closer. But I think if we're talking about strictly major league innings, I don't think so. Like I don't see him spending, even when he's back, his entirety in like with the Mets, because I could also see him getting starts in the minor leagues as he's rehabbing before they would even call him up. So even when he is healthy, I still could see him making his starts in the minors to kind of get his legs under him in game action before he even would get called up. Depending on how it's going for the season, the Mets, like, oh my gosh, we need another pitcher. We have to call him up now. Whereas if everything's okay, we kind of ease him back in. He'll be making plenty of starts in the minors before he's fully ready to go. Kind of like they did with Quintana this year as he was recovering.
Yeah, a lot of projection systems actually have him higher of what I have, actually, believe it or not. Steamer has him about 88 innings around where I have it. Zips has him at 126, which is very, very weird. I don't know. I think that they have him having about, 7 complete games, maybe? I don't know.
Everyone else on the Mets just not going to pitch when he comes back? Like,
I guess not.
Is this going to be the old days? We're doing 3 days rest? I mean, what's going on here? Unless were they factoring before the injury, maybe? Is that possible or no? Or do they update as time goes on?
It's possible that they did, but I'm pretty sure Fangraphs had it earlier. So it's kind of weird to see that. But as for David Peterson, I think I've already expressed, how I feel about him. I'm done explaining.
You might mention it once or twice.
Andrew did bring this up. David Peterson, former first-round pick. I'm going to ask you this, Frank. What do you think is this his last chance? Is this his last chance to be part of this team going forward?
I really think so, because the way I look at it is that, we've talked all offseason long, it's a rebuild year, it's a retool year. How competitive are the Mets really? If the Mets play decent this year, I want to see them actually acquire starting pitchers. And like Andrew said, Stearns is capable of finding much better than David Peterson. He's done it his entire career as an executive. So I want the Mets to actually bring in more arms. Like, I wanted them to get Brandon Woodruff. Like, I wanted them to just get more pieces. And especially this next season where, like we've talked about, Quintana, free agent, Houser, free agent, Severino, like everybody, Manaea, like they're all going to be free agents besides Senga. So I want to see them add other arms. And I just don't see how David Peterson is going to be better than those arms that the Mets are going to be bringing in. So I think for him, this is his last chance. He wants to be part of a team, but I think also this is his last chance if he wants to get like a decent contract of what a normal starting pitcher would get, a guy who's actually in a rotation. This is his last chance to really getting like a decent contract.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we are talking about the soft-tossing southpaw Jose Quintana. After signing a 2-year, $26 million contract with the Mets last offseason, Quintana's spring training was cut short last year as the veteran southpaw was in need of rib surgery, which sidelined him for the first 3 months of the 2023 season. Following his late July return, Quintana continued right where he left off with a stellar 3.57 earned run average, a 3.52 fielding independent pitching, striking out 18.8% of batters in 75.2 innings pitched. Quintana is a soft-tossing lefty who thrives on near-point command and control, making extra base hits and specifically home runs a very rare occasion. Low 90 sinker and a backspinning four-seam mix, slow-dropping curveball, a gyro-style changeup, and a sweeping action slurve hybrid pitch. As a plus contact manager, Quintana will be looking to provide more strong consistency from the back end of the Mets rotation, as he will be entering a 35-year-old season, set to become a free agent after 2024.
He's a solid pitcher. Is he amazing? No, but again, he's one of these guys, if he were a good team, he'd be your a quality 4 guy that can give you 180 innings. And feel confident about him. But no, with this team, he's going to be, especially now with the Senga injury, put at the number 1 or number 2, barring if you bank on an injury-prone former Yankee we'll get to later. A solid pitcher. I got nothing to complain about. He was as advertised last year. Let's see if he can duplicate it in a walk year.
Like I said all year, it was a weird situation that happened to me. It is obviously not a common injury, setback, whatever you want to call it, that you see. So for him to bounce back and still be solid, I thought there was a chance that maybe he got dealt at the deadline with the fire sale that the Mets were having with a lot of their veteran players. I thought that maybe Quintana would have been part of that. He's a guy that did get moved at the deadline last season. So I thought he would have been another, pretty good trade candidate. But when he was on the mound, he was solid again. Like Aaron said, nothing crazy, but he was pretty good. He's a guy that like we say with a lot of these pitchers, he keeps you in games. You know what I mean? Gives you the amount of innings that you want out of your starting pitcher. Once he came back, he stayed back. It wasn't like he came back, got hurt again, and what have you, because the year before, and even in the years prior, he had been very durable. This is a guy that a lot of times was giving you 32 starts. So for him to be kind of that Iron Man when not having surgery in this one instance, he's been a guy that's more times than not giving you those 30 starts. So for him this year, if there's no, weird situations, he's a guy that I do expect to be out there every 5 days, maybe 6 days, depending if they do that 6-man rotation. But again, I don't have crazy expectations for him, but I do expect him, like Andrew said, he's going to have to be at worst, a number 3 pitcher on this team. So unfortunately, that's just the kind of case that they're in right now with this roster, because when they had acquired him, he did have that expectation as a number 4, but with Verlander gone, with Scherzer gone, with Senga currently injured, That moves him up 3 spots in the starting rotation. So, there has been a lot of change in the Mets from when he was first signed, being that it was a 2-year deal. But now he's even more valuable to this team because they don't have those other guys. So it's a big year for him. And he's one of those guys that, we've talked about with a lot of these guys where now if he does have another good year, well, he's a really big time prime trade candidate because obviously last year he would have had another year on his deal. But since this year is a walk year, he's definitely another guy that if the Mets do struggle, but he has another okay season, he'd be a pretty, obvious trade candidate.
Yeah, and that's something that I think is very valuable with Jose Quintana, where he's been able to make starts, he's been able to give you a decent amount of sample, and I think that the Mets are going to be relying on that a lot more than people think they're going to. Obviously, with the injury to Kodai Senga, and that brings up the obvious follow-up question of how many innings you think he would actually have to pitch.
160? I mean, he hasn't hit 200 innings since 2016. But he's hit a few back-to-back with the Cubs, 170 through 4, 171. Obviously, with the Cardinals and the Pirates, he had 165. So that's kind of has to be, for me, what he has to get to. Because, again, with the uncertainty of the guys that are on the roster who are filling out the rest of the rotation now, especially with the Kodai Senga injury, he's the only guy who has a consistent track record of what he is. And you need him to be at least that to keep this boat floating. So he's the only guy who has the track record and the ability to just be that rock in the rotation. Is he an ace? No. Is he a number 2? No. Is he a 3 on a good team? No. But for us, he's kind of the only reliable starter in this rotation right now.
Pretty much an established statement of, with Quintana, we know what we're going to get. At his very best, we know what you're going to get in his very worst. I really think that he has a very high floor as compared to everybody in this rotation, and that's kind of how I've expressed it with these projections. Now, for those of you who do not know, projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a small hint as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into the 2024 season. I have him giving you 152 innings pitched, striking out 18.8% of batters, walking 8.3%, giving you a 4.20 earned run average, a 3.98 fielding independent pitching, a 0.9 home runs per 9, and a 1.2 wins above replacement.
We're looking for a minimum of 160 innings. He doesn't hit that in that projection, so that is kind of an issue for me. That either means that there was an injury or that he had some bad starts because he wasn't going as deep into games as he's supposed to. The only other positive
factor, right, Andrew? The
only positive factor is that if they do have a 6-man rotation, obviously there'd be less innings for him to have. So that's the only good 150 innings, in my opinion, is because they have the 6-man rotation. The one thing that does definitely track is the home run ball staying down. That's something he's done really well these past couple of years, staying under a home run per 9, which is also amazing for a starting pitcher. He even had a streak for a while that was just continuous of not giving up a home run spanning over 2 seasons. So I like all that. To see the ERA go up makes sense. He's going into 35, so that's just how baseball goes. He's been in the league. Like I said, I mean, there's a guy with the White Sox, 23 years old. So, I mean, what's this now? This is going to be his 13th year in the league. So, that's a lot. He's not a young 35. You know what I mean? Like, he did have that span where he had those 4 or 5 straight years of 200 innings with the White Sox. So this is a guy that, for him to all of a sudden be on the decline in age 35, that doesn't surprise me ultimately. I mean, if his ERA is in the mid 4s and he's going to have to be top end if Severino doesn't bounce back and Manaea doesn't bounce back and Senga has some injuries, that's a rough year for the Mets. You know what I mean? So I hope it's better than that, but I could see the projection makes sense, unfortunately.
With his stuff that is kind of very hard to project because it's just very soft tossing, it's contact management. You never know how it's going to do because command is really hard to project because, it's not a fixable tool. So it's kind of very, very back and forth. I mean, I have him giving up 16 home runs this year, and there's a strong possibility where, with the, typical command that he has, you see that that could be an easy single digits this year. There's a strong possibility that could happen with how well he does
double
contact
his
manage.
Total from a couple of years ago when he was fully healthy. So
that's where I have it. But again, like he has had a real consistent range where he is preventing the home run ball at a elite rate compared to like anybody in this league.
It's the benchmark of he didn't hit 160, and again, like you said, the contact manager and the home runs are a little high. And like Frank said, that'd be like a lot for especially him. And even with the 6-man rotation, him being that, again, the ace or the co-ace or whoever you want to say, and him being the prominent guy at the top of the rotation, if that's your best starter, I would expect him to be on a different team by the trade deadline. If this is supposed to be the top of the rotation, God knows what the rest of the rotation will look like.
You have a real wide range with projections. Obviously, you have Zips putting him at an even 100. You have Steamer putting him at 171 innings. You have Fangraphs putting him at 160. I mean, there is a different wide range, obviously, because it's really hard to predict a pitcher like this whose like stuff is very hard to project. But he's been able to get those results. It's going to happen. But obviously, with Senga going down, we're going to be relying on a piece like Jose Quintana where we know what he is. We know what he is going to be year in and year out, start after start. And he's definitely going to be a very important piece to this rotation to kind of hold down the fort until the big guns, can actually be the big guns consistently in this rotation. And hopefully we do get that once again from Jose Quintana, who's been very consistent recently at the major league level. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we hide the models after 13 innings pitched because it's time to talk about Drew Smith, the one and only. Now, flashback to 2017, the Mets acquired Drew Smith from Tampa Bay in exchange for the Blue and Orange's long-tendered first baseman, Lucas Duda. Fast forward to present day, Smith will be entering his 6th year with the Mets this season. Regarding the ongoing upside and potential, the 30-year-old Drew Smith has yet to tap into it across 178.2 career innings. 2023 was another case in tail, posting a 4.15 earned run average of 4.55 fielding independent pitching, striking out 24.6% of batters in 56.1 innings pitched. The main factor that continues to elude Smith has been a very unhealthy amount of hard contact surrender, landing him in the bottom 10% among relievers in hard hit rate, barrel rate, and home run fly ball rate. Beyond the disappointing, the stuff definitely has not been an issue. A high rising four seam at 95 to 96, a hard cutting slider with RPMs over 2,700, a high profile spinning curveball, and the occasional changeup. The problem has always continued to be Smith's terrible command and inconsistent control of the strike zone, leading to countless high leverage blowups, laboring a career 8.53 earned run average in 45.2 high leverage innings. Set to become a free agent after the 2024 season, Smith will most likely be plugged into the Mets' opening day bullpen come late March. Now, Drew Smith is quite the celebrity on this channel, on this podcast. I think we want to keep this video as brief and as short as possible because I think we all know where we stand with Drew Smith.
Another year of me having to watch this freaking guy. Here's my projection. 13 innings, he'll be great. Model show up, he sucks. He'll blow at least 5 games due to home runs, especially in the West Coast. He loves to blow the West Coast game when we stay up to 12:30 in the morning after the Mets make a big comeback and he gives up a huge home run and they lose the game. That's it.
Yeah, last shot, but we all know this guy's just going to be Paul Sewell 2.0. He's going to go to Seattle, the Dodgers, the Rays, and then become an elite reliever. But you know what? Who cares? No. This guy sucks. Get him off my team. I've had enough. And now, like I had stated with a former Tubby Walrus, this is now the last time I will ever talk about this man. Now he shall go, not be named.
I am just going to say that enough is enough already, and I'm just going to give Stearns the benefit of the doubt because I'm a nice guy, that maybe he just forgot that he was here. At this point, he is going to be the worst reliever in that entire bullpen. We already know he will be. Hopefully, his role will 100% diminish. I do not want to see this guy pitching in any single high-leverage situation at all next year. If he is, then this team is in massive, massive trouble. Now, overall, I think that, Drew Smith, we all know that he's always had this elite reliever potential, but he has not shown it whatsoever. Factor in, the stuff plus scale right now, he is one of the highest. He is currently in one of the top 10 percentiles in stuff plus. I'm pretty sure currently his rating is like 121, 122. I mean, there still is upside there, but fool me once, fool me twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. When is it actually going to happen?
More like 20 times.
He has been here for too long. I think at this point, this is his 6th year. This is his contract year. He will be a free agent.
Longest tenured pitcher? Right?
Is he the...
He has to be.
Is he actually the longest tenured pitcher on this fucking team?
He has to be.
I mean, technically it's Jeremy Hefner, but, yeah, pretty much.
He's been since 2018.
Yeah, it's Drew Smith. It's not even close.
Is it actually Drew Smith? That is the worst.
It definitely is.
And hey, you want to really kill yourself? You know who's number 2? David Peterson.
That's true.
This is basically, in my opinion, just a filler video because it's Drew Smith, and you already know what our opinion is on us. If you would like to watch our podcast from episode 1 to episode 40, you'll pretty much understand our current state with Drew Smith.
If you've ever watched a single one of our videos, you'll know how we feel.
Christ. All right, so let's get into these projections, and I just want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's current 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also lets you know which players I am high on and which players I am low on going into this season. As for Drew Smith, 43 innings pitched, striking out 24% of batters, walking 9.5%, a 4.60 earned run average, a 4.37 fielding independent pitching, 1.5 home runs per 9, and an even 0 wins above replacement.
If I see that many from Drew Smith, I will vomit.
We're going to see this man 40, and God forbid, hopefully the last 43 times, I have to see this.
The last hurrah. Let's hope and pray.
Just no more Drew Smith, please.
That's it. Good night, everybody. We'll see you. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Let's go to the Churve Master himself, Joey Lucchesi. In the middle of 2023, Joey Lucchesi made his long-awaited return from Tommy John surgery with a solid campaign, posting a 2.89 earned run average, a 4.22 fielding independent pitching, striking out 16.4% of batters across 46.2 innings pitched. Lucchesi is a soft-tossing southpaw with a quick drop and drive motion that allows him to create deception between his low 90s cutting fastball and his signature Churve pitch, which is a hybrid pitch from high release combining a gyro style of a slider, the drop of a curveball, and the late break of a changeup. The unorthodox lefty is not a flashy pitcher by any means, but he's able to get results by commanding the strike zone at a plus rate. Lucchesi will be entering a 31-year-old season as a rotational depth option for 2024 to help the back end of the Mets rotation with team control through 2025.
Yeah, again, guy battling for that sixth spot. You saw some good results and good ERA in last year, which, again, for a swingman type, sixth starter, it's kind of what you expect. Again, he's not going to ever be a mid-rotation guy. Back-end depth, and he's going to have an opportunity with the Senga injury. He's kind of just a one-pitch guy. He uses his fastball and slider, but it's all about the curve. So, he profiles better as a reliever, but again, just the depth in the rotation, they're going to let him be that back-end guy, which is fine. And again, he's better than some guys, but he's the best left-handed pitcher we got, not named Jose Quintana.
I think he's a guy who really didn't get a fair shot last year. I think with the kind of season the Mets had, how good Lucchesi pitched, I thought he should have gotten more starts than he did. And I think what really stands out to me is like his first game back. This is a guy who was coming off injury. First game back against the Giants, he goes 7 innings, doesn't give up a run. And none of us expected that on his first start. Nowhere close to that. So for him to just come in first game, 7 innings, bam, especially in a time in the year where, really the whole year was a struggle for the Mets rotation. But at this point, the season wasn't over yet. And you see a guy come in right away, give you a nice start. And then all in all, he didn't have really a bad start. He had a couple starts that weren't great, but most of his starts were very solid. You look even in September, giving you 7 innings, not giving up any runs against the National League champion Arizona Diamondbacks, Tommy Pham and the boys, getting that done. I just felt that with how poorly the year went for the Mets, had pitchers out, trade guys away, things like that. I thought he should have got more starts than he did because when he was on the mound, he was pitching well. And like Andrew said, being left-handed, having that curve, he's a guy that he could start or relieve because of the stuff he has. But I think that now he's a guy that, I'd give him a fair crack at that 6th spot in the rotation. I think especially with the Senga injury for right now, there is another opening in that rotation. So if everyone has to move up one and Joey slides into number 6, I'm not totally mad at that. I think he's a guy that he could be your 6th starter, but if you're having to skip a time in the rotation, you need him to be in the bullpen, but still be on the active roster. I think he could serve both of those roles and do a fine job at it. So he's a guy that, I like the trade when the Mets made it because of all the service time that he has. He has so many years where he's just under team control that, it's not, you don't always get that. Just a left-hander who is solid and you have for a long time at a low cost. So he's a guy that has a lot of value. So he's someone that I really want to see get a fair chance this year, especially, with the expectations not being crazy for the Mets. And so I do want to just kind of see what he really is by him getting a bigger sample size so that they can kind of determine what his future is going to be.
I'm a little bit personally lower on Joey Lucchesi going into this compared to a lot of people. Obviously they have a good taste in their mouth of what they saw with Joey Lucchesi last year, obviously giving them some decent results and giving them a decent sample of getting some decent starts, maintaining a little bit of consistency when the rest of the rotation was not able to do that. I just don't really see this really holding up that well. Very tricky with this guy's wind-up. Maybe at one point he's just not going to have it, and then maybe at one point he will. Again, he's a back-end piece to this rotation, so I'm not expecting much, but I'm not really as high on Joey Lucchesi going into this, and I'm sure you'll see with these projections. The thing is that I just like strikeouts, and he doesn't really have the strikeout stuff, and that's kind of what I want to maintain some consistency out of the Mets rotation, and I think that he kind of just has the lower hand on that, but he definitely deserves a chance in spring training, and that's just, of course, again, I think that we've talked about what his role is going to be. When he came back from injury last year, he did get a decent amount of starts. You could say that he didn't get, the fair chance or whatever. He's a very replaceable arm, whether he did pitch well last year or not. You're going to get a decent sample from him, whether it is coming out of the bullpen or giving you some bulk innings or whatever, because he does deserve that because he did pitch well last year. Just don't really think he's that great of a pitcher, and that's just me. But at this point, Joey Lucchesi, a solid depth piece to this rotation, and that's all we can ask for him to be. Start in a pinch, spot starter, whatever. So as for my projections for Joey Lucchesi, I just want to let everybody know projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also helps everybody identify pretty easily who I'm high on and who I am low on. 52.1 innings pitched, striking out 19.3% of batters, walking 9.9%, a 4.82 earned run average, a 4.45 fielding independent pitching, an even 1 home run per 9, and a 0.5 wins above replacement.
That's pretty close to what he's been his entire career. So, I'm not going to say, one way or the other that's, like out of this world. Home run numbers, again, similar to where he's been. So it's nothing like totally out of the ordinary, like one way or the other. So, I'm good with it. Again, he's another guy where we're not exactly sure what his role is going to be, if he's going to even make the opening day roster. Like he might not because of the Senga injury, but I think this team fully healthy, it's like he is battling for a spot to even be on the team. So that's why you can't really have too high projections for him. We don't even know if he's going to be on the team.
Especially with the Mets injury history, and even Lucchesi hasn't been injured in the past, so I guess that is kind of a steady baseline to go off of. A 5 ERA is kind of a little disrespectful. Did you not see his ERA last year? It was very good. But again, he's a back-end guy who has the ability, like we said, maybe if they are healthy, and let's say some of the young prospects step up and have provided more, you could swing him into that bullpen. And maybe have a third lefty in the pen, or kind of the Trevor Williams third swing man on the back end of the bullpen. We're talking about mid-rotation guys, nobody exciting. Nobody to go home, crazy expectations for Joey Lucchesi. You'd hopefully see more of what you did last year. But again, what he really is just another kind of depth starter, potential slinger.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets' 40-man roster. Today, we are talking about a man who will have a huge spotlight on him all season, Mark Vientos. Since the universal DH was implemented, the Mets have really struggled to find a consistent piece at that position. This year, the DH conversation will direct a huge spotlight to graduated prospect Mark Vientos. Last year, throughout scattered playing time, Vientos showed some shades of his power upside, slashing .211, .253, .367 with 9 home runs and a 69 weighted runs created plus in 233 plate appearances. Although the results weren't completely there overall, Vientos' batted ball data continued to deem very promising going forward, landing in the top 10% in average exit velocity, max exit velocity, hard hit rate, and barrel rate. In addition to that, Vientos' overall discipline and pitch selection has a lot of room to improve, with a majority of his contact and chase rates all landing in the league's bottom 10% last season. On the other side of the ball, Vientos was giving extended looks at third base and first base last year. At third base, his known liable skill set was on full display, with a -4 defensive run saved and a -2 outs above average in just 153 innings logged at the position. With room to improve defensively, Vientos' main call to value will continue to be his bat. Going into a 24-year-old season, Vientos is expected to get a full consistent look at first base, third base, and DH this season, hoping to prove himself as a strong power source going forward for the New York Mets.
He's a guy we've been talking about for a long time, even before he got here, about what his role would be, because we knew about the defensive shortcomings. And I think with Mark, really, it's still all a matter of playing time. I mean, that's what we said all season long last year was, if you want to know what he is, let him play full time, especially at the DH position where you were getting no production. Obviously, there was some what do they want to call it, like political reasons or other reasons from up top why it was not allowed to happen. If Mark Vientos got the consistent playing time, we'd have a much better idea of how the Mets should have approached the DH position this offseason, because had they known the kind of player he was, they'd be like, all right, then we need to upgrade. But they're like, oh, maybe there's still something there. And, I just find it interesting that, like, when he got to play full time in the last month of the season, that's where you saw the consistent power. I mean, we know that he has power from watching him in the minor leagues. So it's just a matter of if he gets consistent playing time, then he could give you consistent production. So obviously, this is a massive year for him, no doubt about it. And I'm looking forward to it. I just want to see, what kind of player he is, because I've seen him every time they set him down. He plays awesome. So I just want to see at least most of that translate over to the big leagues. And, again, he has the power. It's just a matter of being consistent, not hitting the ball into the ground.
The guy with probably the most pressure on him going into the season in September, when that guy, the blubber walrus got sent to jail and he's got some time to play. You saw some power. But again, throughout his whole minor league career, Carson and I, we've said he wasn't a third baseman and he's a DH. And I do, I guess, appreciate that the Mets are still trying to let him play third base to have some value, even though it's kind of like the other guy just hurting you defensively. He has the power potential. That's what we've seen throughout the minor leagues. It's just, can he make enough contact to show that power potential? Because there's so much swing and miss. And yes, do we need some of that in the Mets lineup? Of course. We have a bunch of guys who have, who make contact with baseball and it goes about 69 miles an hour. And that's about it. But again, when he does make contact, it's great. And similar with Baty, they've passed on great options. Again, we were pounding the damn table for Jorge Soler. I've been pounding. He should have been traded a couple years ago. And, we were competing for World Series. He should have been shipped. But, again, that ship has sailed. He's got a lot of pressure on him because, again, even though there's still free agent market, there's still guys who would actually help the Mets in the DH position. But they're banking on this kid to take and at least produce equal the value of what some of the projections for those guys on the market are. Will it happen? I'm going to, of course, being me and knowing how the Mets usually always end up, then probably ain't going to be good. But again, if he makes enough contact, he's got enough pure power to be a productive DH. It's just a question of, can he make enough contact to show it?
Yeah, I mean, we still have to see a little bit more from Mark Vientos at the major league level. But, we saw it firsthand, mainly because of a man who now shall not be named. Every single time when he actually showed some actual production, he would get benched the next day, or he was slated to get benched the next day. We need to see Mark Vientos every single day if they actually are going to commit to him as a possible DH option before they address it at the trade deadline. Now, as for Vientos, as the batted ball data, the overall profile, it's solid. It's great. There's a lot of promise in it, but we need to see a little bit more consistency. Can see what he is at a certain profile, because there's a lot of potential as to where, maybe he doesn't need to pull the ball to give you incredible raw power because he hits the ball so freaking hard. But then also you have some of these consistencies where he's pounding the ball into the ground a little bit. So we need to see what type of hitting profile he does have so we can address it at the trade deadline later in the season. I do like the insurance that they lined up behind him, obviously bringing back DJ Stewart, Ji-Man Choi, Luke Voigt. Those are some pieces there that we talked about them with DJ Stewart as well. And that's what is really going to come down to with filling in a DH position that has been really tough to evaluate for the Mets, which has been very unproductive since the universal DH was implemented. As for Vientos projections, I want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with their 75th percentile outcome because even though typical player projections are from the 50th percentile, I wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent way to identify who I'm high on and who I am low on going into this season. Mark Vientos this year, I have getting 416 plate appearances, slashing 234, 304, 446, with 18 home runs, 57 runs batted in, a 106 weighted runs created plus, and a wins above replacement of 0.5.
If I'm getting a 106 WRC plus, 20 about around 20 homers, 60 RBIs, better than what we've seen at the DH position. Is it amazing? No. But again, it's serviceable, especially for the pile of monkey shit we've dealt with at the DH position. I mean, it's not bad. It's productive. Again, it's an above average player, which we've not had in that DH position since its inception. So, of course, would I love more, but it's a solid, especially for him, the strikeout rates. I could see it even higher, but again, it's about what it could be. The walking hasn't really showed much of the walk percentage yet, but again, about 20 homers, 60 RBIs. You can count that as a solid season. That would not be a season to be like, all right, he's our DH going forward. It'd be a win for him, especially all the pressure he does have on him.
I'm with Andrew. I would take that kind of season for him. I think the home runs, they could be a little higher. I'm not saying they should. I'm saying they could. I feel that he has that kind of power where he could outdo that. But I think also to take in mind is that this would be his first full season. So I think that if you're talking about an above average hitter with pretty good power at, like Andrew said, a position we've really, really struggled at in his first full season, I think that's really good, because then you're on an age 24 season. Meanwhile, as much as I'm clamoring for JD Martinez, because I love JD Martinez, was he 38 now? So, I mean, that age gap of, he's still yet to reach his full potential and he's constantly improving and then eventually becomes that true DH. That'd be a really good season to build upon and be okay, this guy can stay. He has a role for this team. We could figure something out because the bat is there. Whereas some of these other guys, like someone we've talked about before, we're still not sure if that bat is quite there. So I think that, just knowing that you have another guy that is major league caliber is really important to know when it comes to these prospects.
Projections are actually pretty weird for Mark Vientos throughout because you have one system in Steamer that really, really loves him at a 108 where I have him. Then you have the Bat X or Bat also putting him at an 87 bat, not even close to what you want power production at 397 slugging. The highest home run total is from Zips, which is 20 home runs for him. Every single projection system that you see from Mark Vientos is the fact that we just have not seen a consistent amount of playing time from him. So it's really hard to flip heads or tails of what he's actually going to sustain. So there is going to be a wide range of projections. Some projection systems are going to like him, some won't. For me, I think I was fairly friendly. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think that his power definitely translates very well to the major league level. I think he will succeed from, getting a full rookie year. Obviously, the question that I do want to ask here is Mark Vientos' playing time. Now, obviously, most likely, he's going to be at DH 6 times out of 7 every single week in this lineup at DH because they are seeming to give the leash to him. Now, my question is, do you see the need for another DH such as DJ Stewart, G-Man Choi?
For me, yeah, you don't need another DH. Again, if you're running out, especially in this type of season, Vientos is the DH, Baty's the third baseman. You're going to have Wendle and you're going to have take a bench spot. But at this point, and especially how David Stearns has preached versatility and, run prevention or whatever, I don't need to load the bench up with a bunch of cinnamon buns. I'd like, some versatility, some, speed guys, especially in this type of season. It should be Vientos a DH and having those guys in AAA. You sign them to split contracts and minor league deals. That's where they should be. Get value out of all 26 men on your roster, and that's the problem that we've seen in the Mets in the past of not using every single position and getting value out of every person on that 26-man roster. If he's the DH, he's the DH. The other fat guys can sit in Syracuse and wait for their opportunity if Vientos were to fall.
The way I look at it is that when you compare Vientos to a guy like DJ Stewart or G-Man Choi, Luke Voigt, whoever, even if Vientos is struggling, I still want to see him play full-time because I think that there's obviously way more potential in Mark Vientos than those other options. Now, if the Mets are somehow actually in the running, then I'll be under a lot more pressure. Okay, we're trying to win. So if Voigt is doing tremendous in Triple H, sure, he should take the job. But if the season isn't going well, I think the development of the young player should be the top priority.
We'll see what happens of how long the leash is going to be for Mark Vientos because David Stearns has made it pretty public. He talked about how he is going to allow there to be growing pains with some of the young players. He's going to let them go through that, and he's going to give them the leash. So we'll see how long that leash is going to be, how long those growing pains will be at the major league level for somebody like Mark Vientos in a position where the Mets have needed since it was implemented. So we'll see, but we all know that there is going to be a huge spotlight on Mark Vientos this year in the Mets lineup to see if he can be a productive MLB hitter consistently. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. It's time to sound the trumpet. It's the return of Edwin Diaz. Now, after signing a record-setting $102 million deal with the Mets last offseason, Edwin Diaz suffered a heartbreaking knee injury in a freak accident while celebrating on the mound in the World Baseball Classic for Team Puerto Rico. Sidelined for the entire 2023 season, the Mets bullpen took a massive gut punch. In 2022, Diaz had a historic year, posting a 1.31 earned run average, a 0.90 fielding independent pitching, striking out 50.2% of batters across 62 innings pitched. For those of you who have forgot, Diaz is one of, if not the best reliever in all of baseball, with elite profile stuff as a two-pitch reliever headlined by his explosive gyro-cutting slider, which is paired with his four-seam fastball that sits at 99 miles an hour and tops 102. Since his breakout year in 2018, Diaz is top 5% in nearly every projectable category among relievers. The 30-year-old star closer will be returning to the Mets bullpen, looking to regain his dominant form from years past.
The Mets made him a huge priority by as soon as the offseason started, they gave him the big extension. Losing him the entire season, it was tough, and you saw the Mets bullpen was miserable. I mean, we saw Ottavino in the ninth inning far too often. David Robertson got overworked in the half a season the Mets had him. So it was a tough year. I'm excited he's back.
And one of the best arms in baseball, no longer number one according to MLB.com or MLB Network. So, he's got to get back up and going. One of the best pitches in the game, one of the best relievers in the game, and having him back loads that bullpen, even makes it even look a little more sexy.
I mean, I've raved about this guy since the day one. I think that since we've known each other, I have been the biggest Edwin Diaz fan of all time. It's great to have this guy back. And just from seeing him practice in spring training, in camp before games even start, basically humiliating the entire roster with his disgusting razor blade slider once again. I mean, it really just feels right to have the guy back once again. I'm glad that he's here for a long time. He is just a dominant pitcher, and I mean, I think that there's even more greatness to. So now I do want to ask a follow-up question, of course, because going into spring, Edwin Diaz has talked about how he's only throwing at 80% to 90%. I would just say, what are your opinions on how the Mets can really ease him in from this injury? Because obviously it's a substantial injury, had nothing to do with his arm, but there is going to definitely be still some precautions throughout spring and towards the beginning of the season.
Having him go 80%, 90%, that's totally fine with me. And I think when it comes to usage, let's save the 6-out save thing for a while, the 5-out save thing for a while, because that could just wear down on you as the season goes on. I think that, again, we are of the hope that with all the relievers the Mets added this offseason, that you shouldn't need Edwin Diaz to do as much as he did a couple of years ago when he was literally doing everything for this team. So I hope that they could kind of use him more in a normal role that you would use usual closers, where it's okay, you have a lead, it's a close game, you use them, but you don't use them every single day. You just kind of find a good balance of, again, just a normal workload. And as the season progresses, you could slowly build them up more and more. And then obviously if there's a massive game against the Braves and you guys are bound for the division, then that would be the time, okay, you could go the multiple innings or whatever. But, other than that, they really should be, especially first year back. It's a big contract that they signed him for. They really got to, take it slow coming back from this injury.
Just like fellow one of the best relievers in baseball, Josh Hader. He's 3 outs this year. There's no 8th inning, none of that shit. There's no more of this, like Frank said, 5 outs, one, this team isn't good enough for needing that. And like we said, Stearns has done a better job adding depth. So if those guys like Jorge Lopez, like Brooks Raley, like Shintaro Fujinami, hell, maybe even Adam Ottavino or Pooh Smith, who knows? You never know. Have a breakout or have a very good year. You have more options and a deeper pen in a season that, again, you're not winning the World Series. You're not going to be elite competitive. There's no need to burn him out for a season that is a wait-and-see transition.
Of course, a concern the back end of our mind, but obviously the injury had nothing to do with his arm. So, I mean, I'm okay with him having multiple inning outings, obviously, even with the amount of workload that most likely will be taken off of him with a more deeper bullpen. A lot of upside, of course. He's 30 years old. He's in the prime of his career, so I don't see him really slowing down as compared to, actually just because of the injury. Of course, there's a little bit of concern of him pushing off that knee or whatever, but it seems like he's been able to be very fluent so far visually. We'll see how that escalates, of course, but we'll see what happens with Edwin Diaz, because obviously when he is on the mound, he is a dominant force that pretty much nobody can touch unless it's 2019, but we don't talk about that. I just want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, the player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also lets you know who I am high on and who I am low on going into the season. As for Edwin Diaz, going into 2024, I have him at 64 innings pitched, striking out 38.4% of batters, walking 9.1% of batters, a 2.25 earned run average, a 1.89 fielding independent pitching, a 0.4 home runs per 9, and a wins above replacement of 2.5.
When it comes to Diaz, you expect a good season, you know what I mean? Like, I don't expect him to be the guy that he was like a couple of years ago, because he was just so ridiculously good. Like, it was a miracle when he gave up a single run. I mean, the guy was just on a streak of being amazing. I don't expect that, because that's a little unrealistic. So, I expect a guy that's kind of in between of who he was in 21 and 22 for this season.
If he's 75% of the 2022 season, we'll gladly take that in a heartbeat. And hell, if he still would be top 5, even if he took a slight regression, he would still be one of the best relievers in baseball, because he still has one of the best pitch mixes in the game. Nobody's hitting that sleeping slider. But again, you also can respect, again, coming off the injury, you would expect some sort of, either slowed down or, again, just a little bit of regression, but he's still one of the best arms in baseball.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Edwin Diaz, is that, of course, he is so dominant, and he has been dominant for a while now. Just disgusting stuff, some of the best in all of baseball. I personally would not be surprised if he just tops the 2022 season. To be honest, he is in the prime of his career. He's 30 years old. Currently, I mean, he looks good so far in spring. There don't seem to be any setbacks or limitations. Obviously, I'm the highest on Edwin Diaz of anybody in the world, if you can't tell. Having him back is so big for this team. We all know that when you have your closer, whether it's old-fashioned or new-fashioned, a closer shortens the game, and it makes it a lot easier for everybody in front of him and everybody else in the bullpen. And for him, just expecting another fantastic year from Edwin Diaz, and I think that he is going to be superb once again. I don't see any signs of him slowing down whatsoever. Even with the injury, I think that he is going to have a fantastic year, and it is great to have him back in Queens once again, to hear the trumpets blasting over the speakers at Citi Field. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets, as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets' 40-man roster. Today's video is about Jeff McNeil. Finishing with the National League batting title in 2022, the Mets extended McNeil to a 4-year, $50 million contract last offseason. But in 2023, McNeil struggled a lot at the plate, slashing .270, .333, .378 with 10 home runs and a even 100 weighted runs created plus in 648 plate appearances. As one of Major League Baseball's anomaly hitters, McNeil was far from himself in 2023, specifically with his pitch selection, with his chase rate landing in the 39th percentile at a career worst 30% clip. Although he always overperforms expected metrics, for the first time in his career, McNeil's quality of contact registered worse results than the actual results in a down year. Also recording a career low in pulled line drive rate and pulled fly ball rate, McNeil recorded career worse with a 612 OPS versus fastballs and a 694 OPS versus breaking balls. As a utility player, McNeil's defense at second base and outfield remained a plus 1.7 defensive run value overall. Towards the end of the season, McNeil underwent an MRI that showed a partial UCL tear in his left elbow. In result, McNeil received a PRP injection in his elbow and did not undergo surgery over the offseason. The effect the injury had to his performance is still unknown, but McNeil is expected to be fully healthy for spring training. McNeil will be entering a 32-year-old season, lined up to be the Mets' starting second baseman on opening day.
You know what Jeff McNeil is? If he's not hitting for batting average, he's a useless player in today's game. That's just a fact of life. Yeah. Last year you saw, 270. Again, that's still a solid for most players, but Jeff McNeil, especially in this lineup, if he's playing in a different lineup, it's not that big a deal if you got a bunch of power hitters around the Atlanta Braves. He'd be fine in those type of lineups, but in this type of lineup where there is absolutely no power besides two, maybe three guys, and you got a bunch of these table setters or one outcome, however the hell you want to call them, he's just another guy. He just does the batting average better than every one of those so-called one outcome guys. What I have prayed is, I miss the days, and I'll tell my kids about 2019 Jeff McNeil, where somehow that man hit 23 home runs. Juice ball or not, ending up with this gerbil hitting 23 balls over the fence. God, get me back to those days. He's another year older. Unlike past years, he's got some competition again coming internally of, hey, if he struggles again, you're going to hear some calls for certain prospects. And yes, are those guys the same thing? Yeah, they're just younger. The downside of Jeff, again, he's age 32. Yes, he signed that contract. How much more are we going to get this elite bat to ball, pure generational Luis Ariz BS? The clock's going to strike midnight. You just hope it's coming a couple years from now. But again, in this lineup, he's not as valuable as other people. And again, if he's a fine player. Again, if this lineup was built better, we would have a lot less problems with him. But it's just the fact of this team and how light this power hitting team is, he's kind of the main culprit.
There was, no excuse for why he had the bad year this year, because when we look at, like you said, average 270, when you still have the OPS plus of under 100 and the OPS of like barely above 700, it's just the totality just wasn't very effective. On base percentage wasn't great. So he didn't do many things well at all offensively. Defensively, he was still the same guy playing second, playing the outfield. So this is a big year for him, especially like I said, those prospects coming up. If they're going to be more productive in any way, because, one of those, actually what both those guys give you in Jet and Acuna is the fact that they can steal bases, so at least, once they're getting on base, at least, if you're going to be a singles hitter or a one base player, whether you're drawing a walk, getting hit by pitch or single, if you're just staying at first, you're only doing so much. But in a guy like Jet Williams who draws a walk, then steals second, at least he's in scoring position. At least it counts more like a double than it does a single. So, for McNeil, I think there's a scenario where, let's just say that even if he is struggling and a Jet or Acuna comes up, I could still see him becoming an outfielder if Marte or Bader or both get hurt. So I think that no matter what, you're going to see Jeff McNeil on this team. If he's healthy, he's going to be playing quite a lot. And it's just a matter of being the player that he's been in the past, whether it's 2019 McNeil, whether it's 2022 McNeil. If you want the power from him, he did it as a leadoff hitter. He did it leading off games. Like we were talking about in the Brand Nimmo episode, first pitch of games, home run. If he's batting, what's he going to bat this year? We've talked about it constantly. Is he going to bat third? Is he going to bat fifth, seventh, ninth? Like, who knows what his role is going to be on this team? And I think that, he's going to have to try to find a role and, decide where, like, okay, this is how I'm going to impact the team, depending on where he's hitting in the order. So I think, there's going to be a lot of different factors that go into it. I think health is going to be a big part of it, because if Marte's healthy, he's at the top of the lineup probably. So I think that there's like a lot of different pieces that are going to decide what his role is and just how he kind of fits with the team overall.
It's very weird for Jeff McNeil because the left UCL tear, it's hard to know whether it affected his hitting or not. But overall, I think he just did not comfortable at all in 2023. Like, it just was not a great year for him offensively. He just was not the same hitter. And I think the main problem with McNeil is that he is at his best when he is pulling line drives, when he is on top of the baseball, when he is lifting the baseball. And he just wasn't doing that he's usually doing at his usual career. And that's the problem, what you were seeing last year. And the last 3 years, it's just, although it has a batting title sewed up on it, you really haven't seen that the past 3 years in totality with Jeff McNeil. You've just really seen just a very weird hitter who is just kind of like screwed up the identity of what he is. And I don't know if it's getting to his head or whatever, but it's just, the problem is that what he is as a player, it's just not something that fits into this lineup. And we've talked about this all the time. And, we are going to go into this year with him as the starting second baseman once again. Regarding any injury, regarding any discomfort that he has, we are going to see Jeff McNeil as the starting second base. Now, what are we going to get? I'm really not sure. To be honest, I don't know how much, with his hitting profile and how unadaptable it has been to the last few years of baseball, it's hard to figure out what he's actually going to do next season and what his contributing is going to be, because like we have said before, if he ain't batting 300, he's not doing anything for this lineup offensively, consistently, and helping this team win. So unless he contends for another batting title, you might have to talk about an uncomfortable thing for a lot of Mets fans about his future with this team. Of course, him being a homegrown player, it might be a little bit hard, but you might have to consider a change going forward from Jeff McNeil going into his 30s, where we all talk about he is probably not going to be getting any better in his career. I want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. A majority of projections are usually from the 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. You also get a decent look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into the next season. As for McNeil, 559 plate appearances, slashing 275, 333, 392, with 6 home runs, 52 runs batted in, a 104 weighted runs created plus, and a wins above replacement of 2.4.
Pretty spot on. He had 275 batting average, 725 OPS. That's kind of what he is. The 52 RBIs. I mean, he's going to be in RBI situations and hitting probably in that 5 or 6 spot. So 52 RBIs isn't a great number, but again, when you're kind of that, he's not driving ball over the fence, like he's got 6 homers as his projection. So again, that's kind of, again, at age 32 for him, you need the batting average higher, but that just seems kind of what we saw from last year and maybe going to this year. Kind of a spot on one.
It's really hard with Jeff McNeil, just as a hitter in general, because sometimes he outperforms things, sometimes he underperforms things, not to mention what he's sustained throughout his career. It's really hard to project that with the batted ball data that he has. He's just a very, very hard hitter to evaluate overall projecting into the next year, because it's not the fact that you know what you're going to get. It's just identifying his strengths and weaknesses and how that's going to sustain. It's really hard to look at Jeff McNeil. That's just how he's been his entire career.
He's another one where there's quite a dip in plate appearances. So again, like we talked about, that could be due to injury. That could be due to young players maybe taking some of the playing time.
Joey Wendle's also nipping at his heels. Let's not.
Oh, of course. I mean, yeah, you got former All-Star Joey Wendle in the mix now too. So Joey Wendle is going to be our starting third baseman and starting second baseman with the way you feel about Baty and McNeil. So that's going to be very interesting for him to pull double duty in that aspect. Might as well just have him and Lindor in the infield, and that's basically it. They'll just kind of play all the positions. So, with Jeff, the numbers are very similar to this past season. I think the home runs, they could be a little higher, honestly. 6 is pretty low because even in like 2021 where he missed some time, he still had 7. And you've seen like slowly a bit of an increase, ever since, well, after 19, but there's been like a slow increase, steady increase. So we'll see what kind of hitter it becomes. I think that overall, it's like if he's barely above average, like that's a big drop off compared to what he's capable of. When you're looking at 2019 McNeil, when you're looking at 2018 McNeil, even though 2018, 2020, even though they were shortened seasons, he was always like that 130 or above bat. So, to go all the way down to 104, even though it's an improvement from last year, it's still just not the Jeff McNeil that's effective, So I think that if that's the case, you're looking at a guy who really becomes more of a full-time utility man or traded if he has a season like that.
Yeah, that brings me into my follow-up question with Jeff McNeil. If you were to give you this exact stat line that I just presented to you, is this where you start considering to move on from him? Now, I know we have talked about this before, obviously, but from a technical term, if you're David Stearns and you see this type of production, is this where you have a few prospects in your system, whether you like it or not, you're high on them or not, they have a lot of upside? Is this where you take a look at this type production, whether, he's a sub 2-win player or not? Is this where you start to cut the cord and this is where you're like, okay, maybe it's time to move on from Jeff McNeil?
What you're getting out of McNeil is at least a league average bat. So I would have to have seen some sort of ABs out of Acuna or Jet to make that decision. Again, it should have been fucking shipped out of here a long time. But also, you do get Ronnie Mauricio back next year. So, I mean, if he does suck, you start at third baseman, you shift him to second, and boom, there you go. You got a bada boom, boom, bang power, and you have your problem solved. But, again, I would have to have seen at least a sample of the kids to be like, all right, they've either shown in a small sample, okay, I can trust that, and I got 2 of them. Or, again, you get the Baty situation, like, oh, you're banking on the prospect, and they all suck, and at least you traded a league average bat away. So there's that, you have to kind of play that both sides.
The other thing that's going against Jeff too is that he'd be going into an age 33 season at that point, and it's like if the value just continues to decrease, it gets those points where we talk about things like asset management. You can't let the value continually decrease. You do run that risk. So like I understand, like if you get anything from the prospects, it definitely is a lot more likely because we've always talked about you want to trade McNeil, but you also need to replace McNeil. So if you have that internally. And again, if the value is just not there and you could get something that fits your team better, whether that's pitching, whether that's a young outfielder with like some raw athleticism that has like power upside, maybe something like that. Like Andrew's talking about like trade him for like 3 prospects, a couple that have some high ceilings or things like that. Like you could try to look at some of those kind of deals because just make more sense. Like if there was a team that kind of like Andrew was saying could benefit more from this kind of player than the Mets could, since they already have a lot of this type of player already, then you can kind of make a move that's beneficial for both sides.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today's episode will be focused around Sean Manaea. In a highly reinventive 2023, Manaea was a tale of 2 halves, circling in and out of the Giants' bullpen. Manaea ended the season posting a 4.44 earned run average, a 3.90 fielding independent pitching, striking out 25.7% of batters across 117.2 innings pitched. In the middle of the season, Manaea worked with driveline baseball to reinvent his pitch arsenal while also adding velocity with more torso rotation, adding to a mid-90s fastball that touches 97, and his brand new sweeping action slider. Manaea also specified this offseason that he is looking to add a cutter while retooling his changeup to simulate more of a kitchen sink arsenal. As a very rare strikeout-heavy southpaw, Manaea's adjustments to a subpar mix that relied on movement to a more velocity and spin-enhanced mix can really benefit his ability to go deeper into games. Entering a 32-year-old season, Manaea is expected to be a more frontline piece to the Mets rotation after signing a 2-year, $28 million deal that also includes a player option for 2025.
He's reached the part of his career where, you started to see him fall off, and he does what every pitcher who's been falling off, they goes to drive line. So, when you need a career resurgence or last gasp of a career, he goes to drive line.
Not sponsored.
Sponsor us, though. Good seasons in the past, kind of like Luis Severino, where he showed all-star form in the past. Flashback to when before the Mets were good in 2022. He was a guy on the trade bait that we've talked about on the show. We did videos about it, deadlines before. Manaea, Bassett, and Frankie Montas. So he's been a part of a very good rotation before. He's been a very good middle rotation arm. Has that ability and have shows that upside in the past that now you're getting him on a cheap deal where there were times where you thought we would have to give up some decent prospects. Side left-handed arm, which is never a bad thing. His velocity seems to be kicking up. He had a good second half at the end of the season, which is good to go into the next year with a little bit more positivity. But again, is he an ace? No. But now, can he be a 3? I think that's very possible, especially in this rotation.
He really did spend a lot of time in the bullpen for San Fran this past season. He was a guy that before that, past couple of years, he was making those 30 starts that I like to see. So he was a guy that was able to give you 30 starts, but, San Fran, they had the good rotation. Manaea wasn't himself, so, they messed around with him in the bullpen a little bit. But now, with the way this Mets team is constructed, he's going to have to be a starter again. We'll see how much, being in drive line is able to help him. Obviously, the uptake in velo, having more movement on his pitches, having a better arsenal to work with, all those things. Stearns' ability to kind of identify talent. I feel like Manaea got a pretty good payday, all things considered. When you look at what a lot of the other pitchers got, as the time we're recording this, still a lot of pitchers unsigned. So for David Stearns to prioritize him, give him what can be a multi-year contract, there must be, what Manaea has is stuff that Stearns really liked in order to do this deal. And again, you have to trust him with how he evaluates pitching. So I do like that, he's left-handed and what have you. Age 32, not great, but not bad either. So like Andrew said, in the ideal world, he's, number 3, number 4 for this team to start the year. He's going to be more than that. But he's just one of those guys that he'll make starts for you. And like we say, he's better than Carlos Carrasco and plenty of other pitchers that we've seen. He's just a solid rotation piece with the upside of being a good pitcher. You know what I mean? Like, at a worst days, he's maybe average, maybe a little below average. But if everything breaks right, he could be a good pitcher for you. So it was a low risk, potentially pretty good reward move for the Mets. And I'm interested to see how he does.
Now, I think that it's pretty much been established from David Stearns that he does like his lefties, and he likes his different types of lefties with different types of looks. You have your soft-tossing lefty in the bullpen in Brooks Raley, you have your hard-tossing lefty with Jake Diekman, and then you have the same thing in the rotation with Jose Quintana, and now you have Sean Manaea, who is a huge strikeout lefty, which is very rare to come by from a starting rotation. Manaea has been one of my favorite pitchers in the game for a long time, and I'm glad that they picked him up with the upside that he has. One of the most intriguing signings that they've had this entire offseason. Now, as for my projections on Manaea, I just want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's current 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are usually from the 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also helps you identify which players I am high on and which players I am low on. As for Sean Manaea going into 2024, 156.1 innings pitched, a 26.7 strikeout rate, an even 7 walk rate, 3.91 earned run average, a 3.36 fielding independent pitching with a 1.1 home runs per 9, and an even 2 wins above replacement.
That's pretty generous. I wasn't expecting it to be that good. That number that's spit out is the exact ERA he had in 2021, where he had a really nice season making the 32 starts, and that was with Oakland. He had 2 shutouts as well. And I think that when you look at this past season, working, kind of bullpen, also kind of starting, he wasn't pitching deep into games. So, for him to be closer to 2021 form would be nice. I'm curious to hear what the other places projecting him at, because again, that's pretty generous. I wasn't expecting that high. I think he will be better than. I mean, it's not too far off from where I would have him, but it was maybe a little more than I was expecting, compared to at least a lot of the other projections that we've heard so far.
In terms of the workloads, kind of a range of 138 to 170. So, I mean, you got a lot of workloads. So
170 would be a big number for him.
You're going to be able to get a bigger workload from Manaea with a 6-man rotation, because out of whether you want to talk about Luis Severino or not, just the injury aspect, Manaea is like the perfect pitcher for a 6-man rotation. Like it doesn't get any more perfect than that. As a lefty who has had, an ability to give you 30 starts in the past before, and you also have Manaea who gets you strikeouts, and you can also get him throwing at max effort every 6 days instead of every 5 days, and he can give you a bigger workload.
Yeah, I mean, now especially 160 innings, I mean, just that would be, for him at least, that would be what he would be brought in, kind of the Bassett role, I guess you want to call it, and using past regimes.
60 in 2022, so again, it's not unheard of.
The guy you could pencil in 5-6 innings every start, and like I said, in the 6-man rotation, kind of durable, always been durable. Again, rubber arm, again, with the new improved stuff. 4 ERA, 160 innings. I think desperately now in this rotation, I think we would sign that shit up in a heartbeat. Consistency, and to find a guy who could find, with maybe him and Quintana, pairing up to maybe get 300 innings out of 2 pitchers. Hell, that would be amazing. Even it might be not elite stuff, but just to have 300 innings to pencil and say, hey, all right, that works. We need to fill in the rest.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets, as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we have one of the most exciting young players on the Mets roster, Francisco Alvarez. As the Mets' highly anticipated and number 1 ranked prospect, Francisco Alvarez took the starting catcher job by the horns last season. With 25 home runs in his rookie year, Alvarez slashed .209, .284, .337 with a 97 weighted runs created plus in 423 plate appearances. Although the overall numbers were not great for Alvarez, the 21-year-old star gave the Mets a glimpse of what's to come, patching up a franchise graveyard that's been in flux for almost 20 years. Even though the contact rates can get better, Alvarez really showed solid plate discipline with above average chase rates and walking at an 8% clip. But the most impressive part of Alvarez's season was his defense, ranking top 10 in nearly every catcher defensive metric, also landing in the 95th percentile in framing and the 67th percentile in pop time to second base. The future is very bright for the 22-year-old Alvarez, who is set to be the Mets' starting catcher on opening day.
But we were told all throughout, his defense isn't great. He's at best a marginal defender, and he was, like you said, graded out to be one of the best defensive catchers in all of Major League Baseball at age 21. As well, we knew the power was there. We saw the power of over 25 homers, almost tying Johnny Bench's record, most rookies homer catchers. We said the graveyard has been so good that we had, we went through Anthony Recker and Omar Narvaez and all these bum catchers to have Francisco Alvarez here. And him being that catcher at 22 years old and being probably the power of protection for Pete Alonso, like it or not, which, shouldn't having to put that pressure on Francisco. But again, most likely going to be hitting higher in the lineup, no longer hitting ninth in an everyday lineup. And seeing more ABs, the book's at him. We'll see if he makes some adjustments, bringing more an all-around offensive game, not just the power. But at age 22, I mean, some guys don't get to the big leagues at 24, 25, and this guy's already legitimized himself as a fringe top 10 catcher in the game, and by the end of the year could solidify himself as a top 5 catcher in this game.
He did take the job, by the horns, whatever you want to call it, hitting those home runs, one away from Johnny Bench. And I think with Alvarez, we saw a lot of, hot stretches and cold stretches where when he hit a home run, a lot of times there were a lot of home runs in the days to come following it. I mean, he had just like those big hot stretches. There was some hot and cold. He doesn't get cheated on any swings. You know what I mean? So that's why his season was very much all or nothing, where it was a lot of those outcomes where it's like a home run or strikeout kind of thing. But I feel that, as he does, get older, get more experience, the game kind of slows down for him, because I felt that when the season first started, he was really just all over the place, swinging at everything, not working counts, looked lost at the plate. But
looked like a 21-year-old kid.
Yeah, exactly. But, he slowly was, kind of, ABs were getting a little better, and then the guy took off. I mean, he was also getting hits in big moments, late in games. Like, he was just kind of doing much more than any of us could have projected. And doing all of that as a rookie, and especially the defense too, that being better than we all could have expected. So again, I expect maybe not more home runs necessarily, but I do expect a more complete player where it's like, okay, you see WRC plus come up, you see on base percentage come up, all those other things come up. Maybe not so much home runs, because he just gets more like, he takes his walks a little more frequently, things like that, not chasing as much. I expect those things to improve, and then the defense to also take another improvement as well.
The hitting profile is very prestigious, I'd say, compared to a typical 22-year-old. And the thing about Alvarez is that he was able to go through those stretches of maybe there's a few strikeouts, a few whiffs, crazy swings or whatever, losing the bat or whatever. He was able to go through that because he does not chase as much. He does have a decent amount of pitch selection. The pitch recognition can be a little bit better, but it got better throughout the season. And that's the thing that I like about it, is that he is still giving you a quality AB. He's not there to just swing out of his shoes with his eyes closed. There was signs of this guy is a rookie. And then there was signs of this guy looks like a freaking veteran, just carrying the team on his back in high leverage situations offensively and looking fantastic defensive. There's still things he needs to work on, which is great. I'm glad there's stuff to work on, because that's how I know there's way more to come. And that's the good thing about Francisco Alvarez. He is so young. He's still learning. At this rate, he is going to be a great player in the major leagues for many, many years to come. So I want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use the 75th percentile outcome as compared to the usual player projection that are constructed at the 50th percentile. I personally just wanted to find a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a nice look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into the 2024 season. As for Francisco Alvarez, 590 plate appearances, slashing 239, 310, 445, 21 home runs, 71 runs batted in, a 108 weighted runs created plus, with a 2.8 wins above replacement.
That's kind of what I was saying. I would take that. There's a little bit of a decrease in the home runs, but everything else goes up. It just becomes a more overall complete player, gets to play more. So, I think all those things make sense to me. The one thing that I do find interesting is he's a guy with RBIs batting 9. For him to still put up the 63, I feel like with him getting more opportunities higher in the lineup, like Andrew said, potentially even behind Alonso, directly behind Pete Alonso, I think you could see a pretty big RBI season from him. But other than that, everything else seems pretty good.
If you're getting a more well-rounded version of Francisco Alvarez, yeah, you'd love the power numbers to pop over 30. We'd all love that. We would prefer, 35 homers. But if you're getting a well-rounded hitter, again, WRC plus 108, still hitting 20 homers, I think you could push that to 25 and you're still getting more production. So if you're getting an all-around better version of what you saw last year, continuing to progress, then what happens next year? What kind of generational talent could be coming in the future if he continues to progress at the way that we hope he can be at age 24, 25, being one of the best catchers in baseball.
There is one obvious story that you do have to bring up with Francisco Alvarez, and that obviously being locking down a young player. And I think that we all have established that we are all for Francisco Alvarez. Let's just say from the mind of David Stearns here. If he were to put up this exact stat line right here, would that be worthy of a long-term extension? 8 years, 9 years, whatever it is, to lock him down, be your franchise catcher for possibly the next decade?
Yes and no to an extent. An extension that, if it's a right, I'm not saying a team-friendly deal, but I'm not overpaying, going nuts with it. Like the project you said, 8 years, 80 million, like a $10 to $11 million extension if he puts up that type of year. I think that's a fair value for it. Not much more than AAV wise term we can care less about. If you want to do 8, 10, he's 22 years old. You pay him a 10-year deal, you still pay him till age 32. He can get another deal after that. But AAV wise, if it's in the relative 10 to 13 at most, I think that can be worth it. And then again, you're banking on the trend that he's going to get better every year. So you would see the progression. That would be like, okay, he took another step this year. Let's get him, locked up now. You've seen 2 full years of, or at least a year and a half more of service time. Okay, now let's get him locked up to a relatively, fair value.
As soon as the season was over, I felt that the extension should have happened. I think that you've seen a lot of teams do this with their young players. Before the Mets had called him up, Alvarez was right there as the best prospect in all of baseball. I mean, he's one of those guys that, once he came up, he didn't really surprise that he was this good because we kind of already knew this was going to happen. I think that, the earlier you could do the contract, the better, because like Andrew was saying, like team friendly and what have you, whatever it is, the amount you're going to get him for is cheaper now than it would be if you let him go to free agency. So I think that, trying to be proactive and not having another Pete Alonso situation, I think this would be a great opportunity for the Mets to just do the extension. Again, it's not going to have to be anything crazy because with the younger players, you tend to get better AAV regardless. And, with his age, you could also use that to your advantage. Like Carson said, the fact that this guy came up as a 21-year-old, or I think Andrew said, and not 25, that gives you a few extra years to play with contract-wise where you can kind of spread it out to help the AAV. And, by the time the contract's over, then all of a sudden, we talk about catchers once they get past 30, that's when they go downhill. You've already had 10 good years of him by the time that happens. So I think that you can kind of use both of those things to your advantage to still keep this guy, but also keep him at a reasonable cost by, getting it done early and using his age to your advantage of going bigger on years than you would on money.
Listen, I think it's still a wait and see, and that's kind of how it is with the entire roster, this entire organization as of going forward with 2024. But I think that, out of all of the young players we have out here, Alvarez is definitely the most possibility of a sure thing for the Mets. And I think that they do have to kind of look at it because if he is a productive piece, if he does exceed these projections, which there's a strong possibility that he does, there could be a call to order for him to be extended before he gets to arbitration. And I think that that is something that they need to look at. Of course, they need to, evaluate that with Stearns having his first year in this organization. I think that we all feel the most confident about Francisco Alvarez out of all the prospects as of right now going into 2024. I think we're all expecting a big year, and we're all expecting him to be even better and continue to be even better as he continues to be the Mets starting catcher, only at 22 years old, with the potential to be a star in this game for years and years to come. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we are talking about Luis Severino. In Severino's return to the Bronx from multiple injuries last season, he really struggled to regain form, posting a 6.65 earned run average, a 6.14 fielding independent pitching, striking out 18.9% of batters across 89.1 innings pitched. Since his All-Star selection back in 2018, Severino has just pitched 209.1 innings in the last 5 seasons, undergoing Tommy John surgery along with multiple upper and lower body injuries in that span. As for his recent showing, the speculation of Severino tipping pitches for an extended period time was deemed obvious, with the 29-year-old right-hander landing in the bottom 25% in nearly every projectable batted ball metric in 2023. Aside from a small velocity dip, Severino is a hard-throwing righty with explosive depth, a high 90s fastball sinker combo, a high spin slider with RPMs over 2,600, hybrid cutter with some late run, and a gyro-style changeup. Severino is expected to be a key contributor to the Mets rotation this season after signing a 1-year, $13 million prove-it deal before re-hitting the opening market after 2024.
When the signing was made, was it loving that this was the first addition? This is his first priority for David Stearns to be. This is the guy, the first I'm going to assert my New York Mets tenure, and this is the type of guy he goes out and gets, especially with his injury history, and especially with the New York Mets rotation of a bunch of question marks. Let's go add another one. Yes, you could say he was tipping pitches. Yes, he's 29. Yes, his fastball velocity has not regressed a lot. But again, a lot of ifs, and you know my thing, good teams don't have ifs. And Luis Severino is a very big if. If he can figure out the tipping pitches, if he can get back to any type of form of that 2017. But can it happen? Sure. We've seen guys, reclamation projects work and hit every year. Am I banking on that? No. But again, David Stearns, this is one of his top priorities, so he sees something in the Jeremy Hafner pitching lab. God, maybe he is an all-star in it, like a positive note, and I'm hoping for it, because if this team is bad, to flip him at the deadline for more assets for the future is always what the plan should be. So you hope that you can get the bounce back and then get a couple of at least C to maybe B level prospects and move on.
I've been on the record, wasn't high on it, and my reason is just the health, honestly. I mean, we're talking about going on 6 years since the guy was fully healthy. That's a long time, you know what I mean? Like, you could say, oh, he's only 30, oh, he tipped pitches, this and that, but 6 years worth of injuries could do a lot to a guy. Whether you're 30 or you're 40, that's a lot of injuries that he's had lately. And like you said, it's upper body, it's lower body, it's this, it's that, it's always something. And even though he's been good, other than this past season, to me, Andrew's old quote, the best ability is availability. For me, I just want to see the guy healthy. I mean, whether he's an ace again, obviously we would love that, but I just want to see the guy on the mound at close to every 5 days, or if they go 6 more days, every 6 days, just be out there consistently, because if he is better, but he gets hurt again, it defeats the purpose, So for me, I'm just kind of curious about what is it that they're going to do. Is it as simple as a 6-man rotation just to get this guy to stay healthy? Because, it's a lot of starts to go with tipping pitches that, like, they couldn't fix that. Like, they didn't realize that was going on. Like, it's, now that's a year later. Now we realize that was the problem. So for me, it's like, I hope it's a simple fix like that. I wouldn't count on it. He's not going to be as bad as he was this past season, but I just don't think this is the same guy that was the all-star, top 10 Cy Young. I just don't think he's that guy anymore. So he's just someone that he wasn't on top of my list because he just had too much going against him. I think the fact of the injuries plus coming off of the bad year, I just didn't like that he had just both of those things going against him, especially on a team that already had plenty of question marks in the rotation. For them to add another guy like that, I just didn't. He just wasn't at the top of my board as far as guys that I wanted for the Mets.
Listen, I think that the concern is very, very fair for Luis Severino. I think we have seen, for at least the past 5 seasons, 6 seasons, we have seen a lot of concern, whether it is injury or production. I mean, just basically just being an actual contributor ever since like actually having the all-star caliber season that he had many years ago. And I think that the problem with Severino is mainly just the health. And I think that even though last year he was horrendous, possibly the worst starter in all of baseball, I don't really have any concern that he is going to be just as bad or maybe a little bit less bad. I think that you're going to get a quality number 3 at best. Like, I think you're going to get a good pitcher. It all just depends on if he's actually on the field to do it. And that's the only main factor that is very worrisome with him, because for a decent amount of sample, both of you just said, he just has not been healthy. And hopefully a 6-man rotation, saving some bullets or whatever, having him dial back the velocity a little bit with the good stuff that he has, great breaking stuff, great off-speed stuff. Hopefully, maybe that can help him out a little bit. I'm not worried about the production. I think that the main worry is obviously his health. I do want to remind everybody that projections are not prediction. They are benchmarks of a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are from a 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on and who I am low on. As for Severino, I have 128.2 innings pitched, 23% K percentage, 7.1% walk rate, 3.92 earned run average, a 3.77 fielding independent pitching, a 1.1 home runs per 9, and a 1.7 wins above replacement.
They're pretty spot on. I mean, obviously that's not his best year, but obviously it's also not his worst year. So, I think that's kind of the happy medium you expect from Severino. The innings, it's good. It's better than what we've seen in a while, but it's still not great as far as what you want, because, the hope is, with the way this team is currently constructed, if anyone's going to be the number 2, they're hoping it's him, honestly. I mean, because, Manaea, been a while since he's been good. Quintana's not going to be an ace. Houser's not going to be an ace. You know what I mean? The other guys in the back end, obviously not. Severino's the one guy I feel like they're hoping could bounce back to actually be like all-star caliber. So for him to only give that amount of innings, I don't think that's going to quite get it done, especially with the Senga injury. I don't know. Like, it makes sense to me, but I think that if that's what we get, it's not a great year, and I think for Severino, it's just as big a year, if not bigger for him than it is for the Mets. I mean, this is a guy that if he went into free agency after those good years with the Yankees, he's getting an insane contract. Now, look what he got from the Mets. If he follows up with another bad year or another injury-plagued year or both, he's just going to keep getting these one-year, just low AAV deals. And so for him, I mean, he wants to show, like, listen, I could be an ace guy. I want to still be able to be eligible to get that kind of big payday that he's yet to get. So he's going to be very motivated for sure. I mean, so, that helps out the Mets. But for him, that's just not going to get it done, in my opinion. So the projections make sense. I just think that, it's still not great all in all for what they need from him. That's not enough.
I think that you have to take into account, of course, like the loss of Kodai Senga, and that's definitely going to be put on Luis Severino a lot. Near 130 innings, I mean, it may be a lot in a 6-man rotation, but there is also a reality where maybe that's a little too much for him, to be honest, from what we've seen.
Like you said, you put all the factors of 6-man rotation, most likely. His injury, that is, like you said, the best possible outcome. I don't even think he gets 100. Especially now with the increased pressure on him, he has to hit now, especially, which is not likely. He's got to get pushing that 140 number, which, again, his body has historically not allowed him to do that. Plus, now if you're doing a 6-man rotation, like, he would have to go back to that form of just dominating, which we haven't seen in a long time. So I'm not banking on him. But now, like Frank said, you don't believe Jose Quintana is your ace. Well, this is the only guy who has the upside as an ace. So he has to show it at this point. He has the upside. He can be a number 2. But again, it's been so damn long since we've seen that guy. And he can be a solid pitcher. He's seen it in his career. I'm just not banking up on it, especially with a guy who's injury prone putting on a blue and orange jersey. We've seen this story written and read a lot.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we are talking about Jake Diekman. After a horrendous 11.1 innings with the White Sox in 2023, the Rays claimed Diekman on waivers and worked their trademark magic. Since then, across 45.1 innings pitched, Diekman posted a 2.18 earned run average, a 3.21 fielding independent pitching, striking out 28.6% of batters. Diekman made it public about changing his windup to improve his patented walk issue and manage to get more chases and whiffs while in Tampa. Diekman is a hard-throwing, side-slinging lefty with a high 90s running four-seam sinker combo that tops 98, a sweeping action slider with RPMs over 2,800, a gyro action cutter, and a side-spinning changeup. As one of the most persistent left-handed relievers in baseball over the last decade, Diekman will be entering a 37-year-old season in Queens after signing a one-year, $4 million contract, which includes a $4 million vesting option for 2025.
Ever since I think Franklin was about 29 years old in life, I've wanted him on the Mets. I've been screaming, hollering, charging, rhinoing for Jake Diekman to be a New York Met, and it finally happened at age 37. A little older than I wanted, but could be a similar situation. I said it last year about Brooks Raley. He will have a better year than Aaron Loop's good year because he's, again, another guy coming from the Tampa Bay Rays and being fixed and altered his delivery. He brought the velocity back. Again, the walks are going to be a problem. He will not be having to be in high leverage. He could be a low leverage to medium leverage guy and be perfectly fine throwing that funky 98-mile-an-hour sink piece.
When it comes to Diekman, like I say, someone we've wanted on the Mets for a long time because we've been wanting that second lefty because we thought it'd be a very nice addition to the team. And he was awesome once he got to Tampa Bay. And really, the big thing was cutting down the walks. I mean, in Chicago, he had a ridiculous 10.3 walks per nine. Like, that should be almost impossible. Like, can you imagine pitching 9 innings and seeing a guy walk 10 guys? That's just, I mean, that would be actual torture to Carson if he had to sit there tied up and watch that. I mean, that is just insane. He comes to Tampa Bay. They do their typical Tampa Bay thing, work the magic, and he turns out to be a really good reliever again. So I love that the Mets are picking him up. Really reasonable contract, 1 year, not a lot of money. Coming off of some awesome work they did in Tampa Bay, just following up that success. You got David Stearns up top looking over. So it's just an all-around solid move. And again, like we've been talking about all the relievers, doesn't have a big role on this team. So since he's going to be utilized in such a kind of medium leverage role, I mean, you do expect pretty good things out of him because, they're not asking a lot out of him this season.
I think me and Andrew have been talking about getting Jake Diekman, I'd say, for quite a few years now, mainly just because the Mets, one, they've needed a lefty reliever for a long time, and also they have needed velocity. They have needed strikeouts from the left side as well. Right now, you have him paired up with Brooks Raley, where Raley can give you some soft contact. He can give you some soft tossing from the left side from a different arm slot. And then you also have Jake Diekman, who just throws absolute gas from the left side as well. So you have a lot of different situations where first-year manager, such as Carlos Mendoza, has a lot of options to pick just from the left side and out of this entire bullpen, which is, again, very deep as compared to what they've had in the past. I like this signing a lot. Obviously, he's a little bit older for my preference of what I want in the bullpen, but he's not going to have as much of a workload, just like pretty much anybody else in this bullpen with how deep it is. So I'm excited to see what Jake Diekman can do. I just want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks for a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are constructed at a player's 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look at who I am high on and who I am low on going into the season. As for Jake Diekman, 55 innings for the Mets this year, striking out 27.3% of batters, walking 13.3%, a 3.76 earned run average, a 4.18 fielding independent pitching, 1.1 home runs per nine, a 0.3 wins above replacement.
As long as he's not walking the ballpark, like we said, we know he has the stuff to be really effective. So I think, again, with the role he's going to be used, I expect him to have a pretty good year. Not quite as good as he was with Tampa, but definitely not as bad as he was in Chicago. I think you're looking at something like more in between there. So, I mean, for me, I expect pretty good things out of him, but, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing ridiculous. He shouldn't have to, for the kind of role that they're asking him to do.
If you're getting what his totality of his 2023 stat line, with under 3.5 ERA, that's 60 inning mark, getting over strikeout at least every inning. The walks are always going to be a problem. Just, keep them to a substantial amount. Don't go nuts. We know he can be productive, and he's going to be in a smaller role. So you would expect the results to be better. It's in smaller sample sizes.
It's just all going to be what the situation he is going to be put in, because obviously if you do put him in a situation where there's a lot of runners on, maybe he does fold at one point because of the walk issue, of course. We do have a lot of high leverage experience, and a lot of that starts with a pitcher like Jake Diekman, and it's just a different look, of course, like we've talked about, velocity from the left side, which the Mets really have not had ever. It's a breath of fresh air. I think that is definitely going to work well, and I think that he's going to be plugged into a decent role, and he's going to contribute fairly well to this bullpen, giving you a solid campaign all around. You may have a little bit of concern with the age, of course, and the velocity and whatever, but it does not seem like he is slowing down at any time soon. Just another piece to this bullpen that we expect to deliver on the upside and the stuff that he has to help us get over the edge and hopefully out of some tight situations in high leverage. It's a really good addition for 1 year, $4 million. Very solid ad by David Stearns and company. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today, we talk about the big bopper in the lineup, Pete Alonso. As one of baseball's most prolific sluggers, Alonso put up another monstrous power campaign in 2023, slashing .217, .318, .504 with 46 home runs and a 121 weighted runs created plus in 658 plate appearances. Although the production wasn't completely at his career level, Alonso's ability to carry a massive portion of the Mets offense has yet to slow down. As a perennial top 10% in average exit velocity, max exit velocity, hard hit rate, barrel rate, and many StatCast expected metrics, Alonso isn't just the Mets' top offensive weapon, he is the Mets' offense. With contact rates dipping as to his usual numbers last year, the home run or bust level did raise in 2023, but Alonso was still able to maintain discipline, surprisingly landing in a career best percentiles in walk rate and chase rate, while also maintaining power production and driving in 118 runs. Alonso posted a batting average of balls in play of just .205, one of the worst in all of baseball. Whether he's poised for a monstrous year in 2024, the spotlight is even brighter than ever for Alonso this year. Set to become a free agent after the 2024 season, Alonso's future with the Mets remains a wait and see, with both sides having interest to keep Alonso long-term in Queens. Represented by the high roller himself, Scott Boras, Alonso will be entering a 29-year-old season, almost certain to hit the open market this winter.
Everyone's losing their shit. Will he sign? Will he sign? We'll keep it on the field. One of the best power hitters in all of Major League Baseball. He's carried the Mets offense with no absolute protection any time in his Mets tenure, and still ending up consistently hitting at least 30 homers every single season. Again, all the pressure on the world because, again, pending UFA, and will he have an Aaron Judge type season to say, hey, hit 60, 70, does he top his 53 home run year? We'd love that, but again, it's just going to count more in his bank account after the season. He is the Mets offense. Again, they were not interested in adding any supplementary power in the offseason, saying, you know what, we'd rather have defense and run prevention guys instead of adding protection for Pete Alonso or any just extra power bet any other position. So again, the offense banks around him. He's been able to carry it so far. Can he hit another level? It's all wait and see. And in a walk year, he's going to be even more motivated to break even more records, trying to get that payday.
It was another season of a bunch of home runs, and there was just kind of same old for Pete as far as what he does year in, year out. Played a ton of games yet again, so just a normal Pete Alonso season. And the thing I'm curious about is, like Andrew said, does he have a crazy year because it's a walk year, and then that just makes the free agency thing all the more interesting. But I expect a bunch of home runs from him again, just kind of being the normal Pete that we see every year.
He is the offense. He goes where we all go. I mean, if he doesn't hit, nobody else is going to be hitting in this lineup at any sort of production that he has for the last 5 years. As for my projections with him, I'm going to tell you right now, I would not be surprised if he blows these completely out of the water. We just know how important he is to this lineup. And again, for his long-term future with the team, I'm not worried about it as of right now. I'm worried about this coming season, what is going to be going on with this team, and seeing, how that fits in and everything. I'm not worried about Pete Alonso offensively. I'm not worried about anything because he's never given me a reason to worry whatsoever. Now, could it have been a little bit better last year? Maybe. He had the little wrist injury that kind of screwed him up a little bit. If he did not get hurt and he played all 162, there's a strong possibility where you saw 55 home runs last year. Now, obviously, the batting average in balls in play, like I said, 205, very, very low as compared to what he has done for his career. So obviously, I'm expecting that to even out, giving you still 46 home runs out of that total with such a horrible batting average with balls in play. You hope that evens out and maybe he surpasses the 50 total, of course, and, maybe he goes even beyond in a free agent year, which he is poised to have a career year. And that's what we hope. I really hope, again, like Steve Cohen has said, he hopes that he makes it very difficult for him, because if he's hitting, most of the guys in this lineup are hitting, and the Mets are doing well. So I want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, the current 75th percentile outcome. Although usual player projections are from the 50th percentile outcome for a player, I personally wanted to have kind of a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look as to who I'm high on and who I am low on going into the 2024 season. As for Pete Alonso, 668 plate appearances, slashing 247, 343, 522 with 44 home runs, 106 runs batted in, and 133 weighted runs created plus, and a 3.2 wins above replacement.
And you hit his normal total of 140 and 100, but a low 100, only 106 after back-to-back seasons of at least 120, 106.
675 percentile outcome. That means that his 100th percentile outcome on this scale would probably be 125 if you want comfort.
Even with that being said, you could see that number because, again, teams should just wake the hell up. Same thing with Aaron Judge, now lesser in Aaron Judge's case now. Walk him. Make anyone else in this lineup beat you. If teams would ever wake the hell up, I could see those numbers taking a dip, but, teams seem to don't want to do that, and Pete's made them pay throughout his career, and I could see, again, 44 homers. That's kind of the minimum to an extent. But again, I could see the RBI numbers coming down if teams realize, and let's say he starts off hot. If he starts raging hot, teams realizing, okay, there's nobody behind him. Make them beat me instead of the polar bear. 40 and 100, that's kind of what we all kind of pencil in. First on the team in WRC+. Again, he is the whole offense. It makes sense. Batting average higher than, 250. That's kind of what good Pete Alonso was, around that 240, 250 area. So, again, 40, 100, and a 130 WRC+. That's the bare minimum you're getting out of him. It's a pretty good bare minimum.
Believe it or not, projection systems, you got the lowest at 37 from Zips, and the highest is 42 from Debat. So I was pretty generous in terms of that. But again, that's 50 percentile outcomes. This is 75.
Again, I am curious to see how the Mets construct this lineup under Carlos Mendoza, because I do think that will kind of determine also what Pete's numbers are, whether he's batting second or batting third, or if they're going to be batting fourth again or something like that. And also who's batting behind Pete Alonso, like we've said. Will there be actual protection? Because, if Vientos actually pulls it together, or Alvarez is batting behind, whatever, instead of the guys that we saw last year, I don't know. I just find that there are a couple of factors that are for Pete this year to make him have a better year than last year. Again, I think he's going to be really motivated. I don't know if these projection things take like the personal thing into consideration when it comes to, because you can't put a number on that. So it probably kind of breaks the analytics a little bit, kind of makes the nerds and robots malfunction a little bit. When you have those like other factors kind of going, because we've seen it time and time again in all sports. The guy in the walk year, they just put up these insane numbers, trying to cash in, trying to prove people wrong, things like that. So I think a very motivated Pete Alonso is a scary hitter to face. So that's why I do hope the Mets kind of can construct this lineup in a way that he is protected, so that teams aren't avoiding him.
I will tell you one thing: if you were to put Pete Alonso in the 2 spot, easily he's breaking 700 plate appearances this year. Let's just say he makes it very difficult for Steve Cohen. He outlasts all of these projections. He gives you 50 homers. He gives you 130 runs batted in. What would you think his price tag is going to be in free agency?
Boris Land's probably going to be, 300 million. What he really is worth is 225, 240. What's Boris going to be aiming for? 300, 350. Again, judging type deal. What his true value is not that, but it also takes one stupid team to throw a stupid offer and it ruins everything. But I think Boris definitely going to this year is going to be looking for judge type money or face of the franchise type money is what Boris is looking for. Is he worth that? That's a different discussion.
If you were to go on the scale of Fangraph, you're currently looking at Pete Alonso of an AAV of about $23.3 million a year. So if you're looking at AAV, he's probably going to get a lot more than that. But that's kind of what you're looking at before this supposed career year he would have.
He's getting quite a bit more than what Matt Olson got, which I don't totally agree with. Like the number I had him like 8,175 because Olson was 8,168. So I know that guy's always trying to like top the previous guy. So for him to be a few million over, he would be getting like a pretty big contract, because that's the tough thing is that like you can talk about what Boris tries to get for his big clients and things like that, big power hitters, but first basemen just don't get paid like the way outfielders and middle infielders do. So I think that's the other tough part is that, there's only been so many first basemen we've seen get the big contracts recently that it's kind of like, are you comparing first base or are you comparing just overall like great hitters?
So that would be between Olson and Goldschmidt. That'd be at 4. For ranking first baseman, obviously Harper is now technically first baseman, but
Harper was paid as an outfielder.
But again, so take Bryce, even though he's the best first base. Throw him away. Freddie's at 27, Goldie right now is at 26, and then Olson at 22.
But also, Goldschmidt's deal was only 5 years.
I'm just, again, you know what Boris is looking at. Boris is going to want to top that Freeman number. That's what he's going to want.
Mm-hmm. Either way, it's a huge year for Alonso. I don't like the sight of challenging him and seeing if he can do it in his walk year, but you know what? At this current point, hired Scott Boras. He's got the high roller. He's going to go to free agency, and we're going to see what's going to happen. I'm not worried about his future with the Mets. As of right now, Pete Alonso, always counting on him to have a big year. We're going to need another one from him. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue a month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today's subject is Adam Ottavino. Now, after re-signing with the Mets on a 2-year, $15.5 million contract, Ottavino's 2023 campaign was odd to say the least. Following a career-best 2022, the 37-year-old right-hander posted a 3.21 earned run average, a 4.52 fielding independent pitching, striking out 23.8% of batters across 61.2 innings out of the bullpen. Aside from a vacuum quality year, Ottavino really struggled to pitch in his plugged-in role, surrendering 19 of a total 22 earned runs and 6 of a total 7 home runs in high leverage situations, including a career low strikeout rate, a career worst in hard hit rate, and a second to worst in called strike whiff percentage. When at his best, Ottavino has a premier arsenal, headlined by his big, sweeping action slider, paired with his mid-90s sinker four-seam mix, heavy spinning cutter, and a screwball-style changeup. Throughout his career, Ottavino has continued to have control issues with average command, an elite contact manager with a barrel rate in the top 25% every single season of his career. As one of the longtime established right-handed relievers in the game, Ottavino will be entering a 38-year-old season after re-signing with the Mets this offseason on a one-year, $4.5 million.
A year older, you saw it was a weird season where stretches he was great, stretches were god-awful, and the walks went up where we thought, oh, Hefner did a good job the year before limiting the walks, and they came right back to bite. And now you add him a year older, and yes, I appreciate he's back on a cheaper deal, and also I will give the benefit to David Stearns. The one thing he has done is improve the depth in the bullpen, meaning he should have a lesser role instead of last year coming into being one of the high leverage guys, and his role can kind of diminish into those middle innings role instead of the 8th and the 7th. And I like that they've brought him in knowing, hey, he's no longer needed to be the guy. He can just be one of the guys.
I think when the Mets first signed Adam Ottavino for 2022, I wasn't a big fan of it. He had just been coming off a bad year in Boston, above age 35. I didn't like the move at the time, but he surprised us, putting together an awesome season. Him and Edwin Diaz as a good tag team. And, when you get a good season like that from a reliever on a one-year deal, you always say, you know what, you take the good year and you don't bring him back. So the Mets decided to bring him back. And I wasn't a fan of that. He had a worse year. And once that happened, I was like, okay, I thought he was going to opt into the contract because he had that player option for about $7 million. Ended up declining, and I was like, wow, the Mets dodged a bullet. They don't have to bring him back another year older. But they decided to bring him back again. So all 3 times the Mets have brought him back, I've never liked it, never was a fan of it. But the one thing that Andrew said is the only hope for me is this is a different role on paper. Assuming health, which again is a big assume, he should not have to have the workload that he's had before. He should not have to do these multi-inning outings. He shouldn't have to be in the 9th inning as frequently. And just overall, if all these guys are actually pitching well, and you see Lopez getting the job done along with Diekman and all the guys the Mets have brought in, obviously having Edwin Diaz back in the fold, I would hope that Adam Ottavino is not used as much to hope that you could just get more effectiveness out of him. And I think one of the big things Adam Ottavino this year compared to when the Mets first got him a few years ago, the new stolen base rule. I mean, the guy is an absolute liability with anyone with decent speed on base. I mean, he is just for free. I mean, you got a free pass, take a base, whatever you want, take 2 bases, doesn't matter. So that's one of the things that, going forward, Adam Ottavino, it's just he doesn't have the same value that he did a few years ago when the Mets first had him. And it's just interesting to me that they continued to bring him back. And I think, the fact that he's been relatively healthy these few years with the Mets, now going to an age 38 season. Again, I do find that this is a high risk move, in my opinion. I don't expect great things out of him. But I think, like Andrew said, in a middle relief role, you definitely could do worse. So I think, if the intention is that he's mostly a middle reliever, then there is something to be there. But, overall, I just don't think this was the best choice. A lot of the other options that we talked about, younger guys who are better fits. But overall, that's just how I feel about him for this year. And obviously the years before, too.
I think the main conclusion that I got from Adam Ottavino from the Mets bringing him back once again for the 3rd time, I'd say that it seemed like he was one of few relievers that was willing to take a 1-year deal. And that's kind of what I got from it, because you do have a few relievers still out there that possibly, maybe they are seeking a multi-year deal and they're still available. Camp has already started. So it's very weird because they were in a different place with Adam Ottavino when he kind of left the organization from declining his player option and trying to restructure his deal. But the fact that they did bring him back for less money, you kind of see that maybe Adam Ottavino kind of screwed himself a little bit out of, maybe about $3 million, which is a lot on the reliever market. So it was kind of weird. But again, I think that this is a role that I think will be fine in ounces, but I don't want to see the Mets relying on him and basically putting him out there for, 60 plus innings like they have done these last 2 years. And mainly because they have more depth in that bullpen. And also, I just think that there's many arms in there that have the upside to be a lot better than he is at this current moment. Now, here's my follow-up question, talking about his role, because we've all kind of been displeased with his role recently. In the best case scenario, what is the role that you would want Adam Ottavino to have in this bullpen?
On a days like where everyone in the bullpen is fully available, unless you're just coming up an off day or something like that, I think having him like in the 6th inning or like 7th inning, that would be nice. But one things that we talk about sometimes is like that B squad. So the times like when Diaz isn't available, and let's say in that same day Lopez is also not available and Ottavino's been on a roll lately, then okay, there are some times where you could pitch a little later in the game, 7th inning, 8th inning. Again, hopefully not 9th inning, but I think, all things considered, I would like him kind of like we talked about in that middle relief role instead of just relying on him to be the setup man or closer. Like it felt like these past couple of years, he was either in the 8th inning or the 9th inning, and that was it because he was one of the Mets' 2 best relievers. So I think that, this year, that does not necessarily guarantee, like there are other guys who can hopefully take that spot as far as being the second best reliever. Obviously you also have a guy like Raley too. And it just gives you a lot more versatility in general, just with all the arms that you've added. It's like you can now use Ottavino even in the 5th inning, I feel like, because if the matchups call for it, it's like, okay, well, I still have Diekman, I still have Raley, like I still have all these other options. That it's just that I think if they could kind of use Ottavino in like situations where he's most effective, like guys who do chase the slider frequently, go up against a lot of right-handed hitters in certain parts of the lineup. Like they now have the ability to kind of just use them in certain spots instead of strictly 8th or 9th. So I think that would kind of be the best use out of him, just trying to take advantage of those high movement pitches that he does have.
That's what I really liked about them constructing this bullpen. I'm sure I will probably say this tons of times throughout this series. They have basically a situation where anybody can mop up anybody. And that's what I really like about the Mets bullpen depth currently going into opening day.
The easiest way to say it is he's the 6th most important guy, hopefully, on that same level of kind of the Drew Smith level. Like they're both, pain in the ass to watch. But again, those kind of hopefully mop-up role, the kind of what Tommy Hunter and those, the lower-end guys were last year. Hopefully that is, the Adam Ottavino and the Drew Smith role where, okay, 6th inning, a big lead or the occasional maybe 9th inning, again, blowout, he can get the 9th inning or whatever. But in most respects, 6th inning, low leverage situations, and I'm not putting him in with, like Frank said, if coming in with runners on base, he's getting clean innings, starting innings. Do not have him come in for any situation with any type of base runner on. So again, in that kind of 6th inning mop up role, maybe if he's on a roll, maybe pop him occasionally into high leverage, but not every single game.
I just want to note a few things. Projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks that of a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. Now, for my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are constructed from a player's 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to use kind of a median between sustainability and ups. It also helps everyone identify how high or low I am on a player. So as for Adam Ottavino, 48.1 innings pitched, striking out 20% of batters, walking 11.8% with a earned run average of 4.10, a fielding independent pitching of 5.08, a 1.3 home runs per 9 with a 0.2 wins above replacement.
I could definitely understand him not being a very, projections being very friendly to him. 20% K rate, the walk rate over 10%. We knew that was pretty much going to happen. ERA spiking up. Depends what kind of role. Maybe you could see it lower again if it's in that kind of lower leverage situation. Maybe maybe it's a lower, but if you're saying he's more in a high, if the projection maybe seeing him more in a high leverage role, I definitely can see that. Not the highest of upside. Obviously, his best days are behind him. Again, those projections aren't that crazy of. If that's what I'm getting out of $4 million reliever or 4.5, whatever he is, I think it's 4.5, whatever, that's about right, especially for the stuff that we expect Adam Ottavino to have. Not crazy shocked that projections don't love him. If that's what I'm getting out of my, seventh, sixth man in the bullpen, it's not great, but I guess I could live with it.
The ERA is quite a big jump, especially if he's going to be in hopefully, again, he's not in a high leverage role. So I think for him to be in lower leverage, but still be that much worse the year following is concerning. The innings pitch is something I'm looking at because he's a guy that's been at least 60 innings the past 3 seasons. So for him to not hit 50, I mean, maybe that means good things that the Mets don't have to use him much, which again, I feel like if they're not using him as much, it would be pretty alarming for his ERA to go up an entire run, which again, with relievers, ERA is kind of, not the, it could change a lot. And it's not always the most telling. But I think that for me, I think again, I hope it's not that high, as far as the amount of runs he's giving up if he's going to be pitching less. So that's just kind of the way I see it.
Samples will always fluctuate, of course, when you have a little bit lower of a sample, but I am expecting quite a few relievers to kind of jump him in the pecking order, with a lot of pitchers being a little bit younger than as to compare to Adam Ottavino, who at this point is like towards the end of his career, which we don't know if this will be his last year or one of his last years, but I think that this is probably going to be the year where the home runs kind of skyrocket again, as to where you're starting to see the command start to let loose a little bit. Now, obviously, he has add some bridge pitches to his arsenal, and that's something that I think has kind of helped him out to command the zone a little bit better. But I think that at this point, he is going to eventually be very low in the pecking order. I just don't really see him getting as much work as to compare to what he was getting the last 2 years with the Mets. At this point of his career, I think we know what Adam Ottavino is capable of, what he's been able to do for so many, many years. He's had a fantastic career, but I think that you're at this point on a downswing, and hopefully you can get the best out of him in a little bit smaller of a workload out of the bullpen. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we are going to the hot corner to talk about Brett Baty. As the Mets' first-round pick back in 2019, Brett Baty got an extended look at third base last season and struggled mightily, slashing .212, .275, .323 with 9 home runs and a 69 weighted runs created plus across 389 plate appearances. Offensively, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for Baty last year. His pitch selection and pitch recognition were below average, his swing timing and bat speed were horrendous, and his inability to consistently lift the ball has continued to be a concern. Although he showed promising quality of contact at times, with the expectation around Baty, it was nothing short of a letdown last season. In addition to his offensive struggles, it carried into the field. Baty was statistically one of the worst defensive third basemen in baseball, accumulating a -5 defensive runs saved, a -4 outs above average, and a -2.2 defensive run value in 808.2 innings logged at the position. For the foreseeable future, the third base position is continuing to be a question mark for the Mets. Going into a 24-year-old sophomore season, Baty has a lot to prove as he is slated to be the Mets' starting third baseman on opening day.
It's been very tough with Brett because obviously, he was the guy that's supposed to take over after David Wright retired. I mean, once Wright retired, we've talked about, the graveyards that we've seen on the Mets. Third base has been a big one. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys come and go since Wright's been gone. And we had this guy coming up through the farm system at one point, top 50 prospect in all baseball. He said, okay, this is going to be the future third baseman for the Mets. You got Escobar as a guy who's just going to kind of placeholder because we're not going to make any long-term moves for a third baseman. Brett Baty's going to be that guy. And then obviously the first returns, they weren't great. Then it looked like the Mets had Carlos Correa to a done deal. It's like, okay, he's going to be our third baseman. Don't have to worry about Brett Baty. Maybe he can get traded for a pitcher from whether it's the Marlins or somewhere else. Deal falls through. Brett Baty is the starting third baseman. And, he was even worse. And the Mets have doubled down and said, okay, he's still our guy. And it's like, for me, this is make or break at this point, because I can't. Third base is too important a position for me to just keep ignoring and just leaving a guy out there who clearly just doesn't have it. And he doesn't have. I mean, I'm just going to go all out. He doesn't really have redeeming qualities, because it's one thing to struggle at the plate, but like you said, when you're one of the worst defensive third basemen in all of baseball, you can't say, oh, well, you know what? At least his glove is good. He's a glove first player or whatever. That's not the case. He's not doing anything on the base paths. I mean, so right now, he's just giving you nothing. I mean, all of the tools are looking lackluster so far, and he's one of these guys that he struggles. They send him down to the minor leagues. He does really well. They call him back up, and he goes back to being bad. So it's like this calling up and sending down, calling and sending down. When you have, your guy and he's your third baseman, you don't do all this calling up and sending down garbage. It's like you put him there and you leave him there and you say, okay, what are you? And just find out, what kind of player he is. And it's been very frustrating when you see those same problems kind of rear their ugly head, particularly the ground ball stuff. I mean, we've talked about it for years. Even before he got here, they say he can't get called up until he fixes that ground ball problem. Seemed like he had fixed it in the minors, and then once he got here, went right back to just punching it right into the ground. So there's still a lot of work to be done. And there's pressure on him, too. I mean, it's really interesting to me that the Mets didn't even, as we talked about, get a veteran to push this guy. They didn't even bring in an Urshela, who got a really reasonable contract, to at least push Brett Baty, give him some kind of competition, because it's like, if he plays bad, what are the Mets going to do? Start Joey Wendle at third base? I mean, like, come on. Like, there's no serious competition where it's like the job is his for the taking. It's just a matter of, showing what you were drafted for, what you were regarded as when you were a top prospect. Like, there were things that we liked about Brett Baty that we saw in the minors that we thought could translate to the big leagues. Had an advanced eye, good approach, all these things. We just haven't seen it yet. And, he's still young, but I'll tell you what, you could only go so many off seasons saying, you know what, we're going to pass on all these guys who we know are good because we have Brett Baty and we think he's going to finally break out. Like, we could only do this so many times before it really becomes a problem. So for me, this is a massive, massive year for Brett Baty.
And like you said, it's it. Like, I get it. He's got 4 years of team control. If it's not taking this job and run with it, there's guys who are proven. And if next year is the winner take all, get back to being a competitive team, if he doesn't prove anything, he's not going to be on that team. So, and if David Stern says, you know what, I got to see the guy play and doesn't want to go out and address the need, he wants to see him with his own 2 eyes, even though there's 426 plate appearances or whatever, that's a decent sample. There's all the pressure on him with no internal pressure on him to push him. So again, it's make or break. You want to be on his team and when they're competitive, put up some sort of pulse this year. I'm not saying got to hit 50 homers. Show some sort of capable MLB player.
We're not even asking for all-star. Like, we're asking to be slightly above average offensively, because we know he's not going to do it defensively. If you could be slightly above average offensively, we would feel better. I mean, the guy hasn't even been close to that. That's the problem. Like, we're not being like, oh, we need you to be a savior, we need you to be this perennial all-star. We're not looking for any of that. Just because third base has been so bad, we're looking to see, can you be competent? Can you be starting caliber as a third baseman? And just, because we have your star in Lindor and then, Alonso, Nimmo, like that's your core. It's like, if Baty could just be like a nice contributor, like a complimentary player in the lineup to kind of depth it and, just give it, make a deeper lineup, that's all we're really looking for here. It's not like we have these crazy expectations where we need this, that, and the other. We don't need that much from him. That's the other frustrating part.
Listen, we talk about first-round picks all the time, and for me, I need them to be an actual capable, rosterable player in the first year. He was not. He was one of the worst players in all of the MLB, and there is a lot to prove. The spotlight is going to be on him, especially with the competition of Ronnie Mauricio going down this season. There's Mark Vientos out there. There's Joey Wendle. There's nobody out there that can really push him. It's all him. He's really got to put up or shut up. There has to be some expectation set for a first-round pick that was so high regarded when he was drafted. We did see a little bit going into spring training that he made some adjustments to his swing, his top hand, a lot different. He's trying to go through the ball, try to lift a little bit more. I think that at this point, we have seen a good, decent amount of sample in his minor league career and his major league career as to where this has been a big problem for him his entire career, and we're going to need to see it at some kind of consistency in order to actually be okay with Brett Baty being the starting third baseman for this team, even though he was a rookie last year. That was his extended piece of sample. He's going to be pushed out of here if he does not perform. And that's something that really needs to go for a lot of these young players. Do you have it or you don't? Because they have a lot of young players right behind him, as compared to what Baty actually gives you, who was expected to be that guy. If he is to start to in AAA, he starts in AAA. But if he's dominating in AAA, is he going to do it in the majors? Because we've seen this process before. He's been called up 3 times already from the minor leagues and has not shown anything. The expectation for Baty, the bare minimum of what you want to see this year.
The minimum 720 OPS, at minimum 17 homers. That's got to be the minimum of all right, give me at least a league average hitter with some sort of power production. Again, 720 to 17, love 20 homers, but a league average bat at minimum.
OPS plus of at least 100, you know what I mean? Show me that you're just, however you get it, just be average offensively. That's all we're asking, whether it's through high on base percentage, whether it's through high power, batting average, just be effective offensively. Just bring some kind of production, because I don't expect this guy to ever become a 30 home run bat or anything like that. We kind of know that's not his game. The on base percentage being below 30%, is just unacceptable. You know what I mean? There's just nothing there. Because if you're a guy that's saying, oh, he wasn't getting hits, but at least he's still getting on base, that wasn't the case. He was literally doing nothing at the plate. And then, my other expectations defensively, how about don't be one of the worst in baseball? Could we at least be passable? Again, I'm not looking for Gold Glove, but just be passable on both sides. That's all I'm looking for here. So I'm looking for average production offensively and just not absolutely terrible defensively. Even if he's slightly below average defensively, just don't be one of the worst, because, third base is a very important defensive position. And if you're going to be one of the worst, it's just not a good look.
So as for Baty's projections, I just want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. Although majority of player projections are usually constructed from the 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into this season. As for Baty, 553 plate appearances, slashing .227, 324, 394 with 11 home runs, 39 runs batted in, 93 weighted runs created plus, and a 0.3 wins above replacement.
It's a fair projection of what we've seen. Again, that's not what obviously any of us want. OPS 718 higher than I thought you would put him at. But again, 11 homers probably what he'll end up getting. Obviously, you hope for more. But again, it's a pretty spot-on projection of what we've seen in the major leagues, and not counting any of the AAA ABs. If you're getting them all in the MLB, this is pretty much what we've seen out of him. Not good enough for what he is and what he was supposed to be. But again, he'll be in that bottom death lineup. Again, there's not going to be many RBI situations. Again, RBI situations, again, RBI projections are low. The OPS and the slugging, I'm just surprised. Again, you got him at 700. I'm shocked at that point. But again, the WAR. Again, not accumulating the WAR, not a shock there.
Where I came from with whether it's OPS or whatever the level you're talking about, I kind of went with the fact that, he can't be worse, right? He can't be worse than he was last year. Is it possible? I don't know. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here.
Well, if he is, it's can he even play on the big leagues? And just in general, you know what I mean?
Big league player if he's worse.
It's exactly. I said, if you're not. If you're not bringing defense, you're not bringing power, you're not bringing speed, what do? You don't bring positional versatility. If you want to just forget being a starter there, but if you just want to be in the big leagues, you got to do something well. Yeah, I mean, 700 OPS, it's an increase, but still, it's they need more. But again, to get more, it would be a huge jump. You know what I mean? So that's the other question you have to yourself, is that he was so bad this past season, is that can you see a massive leap or like a major improvement for him to actually be productive, because that's what's going to take to go from where he was to being actually productive. So it's hard to project saying, oh, I'm projecting he's going to have a massive year. Like, he hasn't shown you anything to believe that yet. You know what I mean? So I don't know how he's going to do it, but he needs to figure it out.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets man roster. Today's player is Adrian Houser. Over the offseason, the Mets acquired Houser in a trade with Milwaukee, along with outfielder Tyrone Taylor in exchange for pitching prospect Coleman Crowe. Over his entire career, Houser has been a very solid back-end rotation piece in Milwaukee, turning in another quality campaign in 2023, posting a 4.12 earned run average, a 3.99 fielding independent pitching, striking out 20% of batters across 111.1 innings pitched. With plus pitch shape and contact management stuff, Houser did have a down year in terms of it, with career worst in average exit velocity, hard hit rate, and barrel rate, but a career low in walk rate and running into some hard luck with a 320 batting average with balls in play. Houser isn't explosive by any means, but his 5-pitch mix can be very effective from a high swiping arm slot. A low 90s running sinker, mid 90s fastball that can top 96, cutting action slider, a high dropping curveball, and a side spinning style changeup. With plus control and average command, Houser remains in the top 10% for ground ball rate and the top 25% in barrel rate for a large majority of his career. Houser will be entering a 31-year-old season, set to become a free agent after 2024.
When it comes to Houser, I mean, he gives you what you want from a back-end rotation piece. I mean, here's a guy that, you know what, he's going to make starts for you. He's not going to be amazing. He's not going to give you 8 innings of shutout ball, but he's also not going to give you, 2 innings of 7-run ball. He's a guy that's going to take the mound every 5, maybe 6 days, depending on if the Mets do a 6-man rotation this season, and he's just going to give you quality innings. I mean, again, he's not going to shut you down, but it's something to be said of like just having a guy in your rotation that could just make the start every 5 days and keep you in the game when he is in the back end of your rotation. So Houser fills that role. I think this definitely was a good acquisition. The Mets to get him via trade, not have to give up anything crazy because they didn't need more arms for this rotation, after, what happened this past season. So I think all in all, having the David Stearns connection, bringing him in a Milwaukee guy, right at age 30, age 31, I think this definitely was a solid move that I was on board with, again, just because of what it cost and, what he's going to give you. I mean, I don't have crazy expectations for him, but because, again, he doesn't have a huge role. It's just like, make the start, keep us in the game. Don't have to give us 6 innings or anything like that. We don't need 1-run ball, but just keep us in the game. Make the start every 5 days. Like, it's literally like just do your job, and we're not asking you to be an ace or top of the rotation piece. Like, that's just kind of what he is, in my opinion.
It's hot when he's on the mound. He's just kind of a dude, and if he can give, he's a ground ball pitcher. David Stearns has prioritized the defense. So, you put a ground ball pitcher with great defense, he should be the greatest pitcher alive. Again, he's back-end stuff, guy, and now especially with the scare of Kodai Senga, now he's going to be elevated a little bit more and needed to, maybe early on the season fill a bigger role. Hopefully by the end of the, midway through the season or whenever Kodai's back, he could settle back into that backhand role. But again, he's a 5-6 starter. There's nothing crazy about him. 3 to 4 runs, 5-6 innings. There's really nothing more. That's what he is. And if you can get a bunch of those type of guys to not every time he goes out, not kill the bullpen, that's kind of what all I ask for. I don't need to have a call a bullpen in the 3rd inning. Stay in games, give me at least 5 and not kill my bullpen every 5th or 6th day. For what he is and for what the price you got him for, there's nothing much. The expectations aren't, crazy high. You just fill that back end spot and pop off occasion.
I think that this is one of your value arms where you can get the best out of somebody who's not making much. He's not going to have that big of a workload, especially with the quantity that the Mets are kind of pushing into their rotation, especially with their number 1 guy down for the first few months. But one thing that I think Mets fans are really satisfied in with it, and and this is kind of how I look at it, and I'm sure that is going to come to a realization with a lot of Mets fans going with Adrian Houser. I think the main statement that you have to make with this type of addition that they've made this offseason with him is that's better than Carlos Carrasco, built up a little bit more into the back end of their rotation where they push a lot of guys down the depth chart, and they have quite a few options. They have Adrian Houser, who is still young relatively. He's in the prime of his career. He's not too old. He's not too young. So he's been around, and he can give you quality innings. I just want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. Now, as for my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to give a median between sustainability and upside. It also helps everyone identify whether I'm high or low on a player a lot easier. Now, as for Adrian Houser, 118 innings pitched, 17% strikeout rate, a 7.7 walk rate, a 4.12 earned run average, a 4.23 fielding independent pitching, 1.1 home runs per nine, and a 1.1 wins above replacement.
You know, as an old man, when I look at ERA, that's an interesting projection because that's the exact same ERA he had from last season. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's like, listen, if you could kind of just be what you were before, that's why we got you. So I'm fine with that, because what you don't want to see is, like we talk about all the time, here's a guy who's a decent player, comes to the Mets, doesn't happen. So if he could just be what he's been in Milwaukee his whole career as a back end, we got him to be a back end piece. That's a back end piece kind of performance and, you know, stats. That's fine by me.
The innings projection would be his third highest of his career. So, I mean, I think that's, again, you get 120 quality innings out of any starting pitchers when you sign up for, you get them for literally nothing. A flyer prospect, you take that any day of the week. Again, the innings look good. The ERA, we love good ERA. 4 is a 6 starter. You take it every day of the week. As long as he's not walking guys, you can give me 120 innings. Keep the ball in the ballpark. Like, that's kind of what he is. And if that's, again, like Frank said, if you just duplicate what you did last year, I think we all kind of say, you know what, that's perfectly fine. He's, we brought him in for nothing. We're getting some quality value out of him. That's all kind of we can ask for.
I mean, I also want to put out on notice, season has not started, but of course, Adrian Houser is going to be a pending free agent. That is, if he does put out some quality and the team's not in the race, he could be one of the trade pieces that you send over, replenish the farm system even more. Now, I think that when you look at Adrian Houser, you just need for him to do his role, nothing more, nothing less. There's no any pressure that you actually have to put on him. I think that even if you do have some injuries in this rotation, you don't need to really rely on Adrian Houser as much, because there's obviously some pieces in the wings that you expect to take on a little bit more of a workload. As for Adrian Houser, for somebody who, at his best, he's giving you a solid sub-4 earned run average, managing contact, he's getting you outs. That's basically what you need to see from Adrian Houser. Basically, just being a simple foundation to the bottom of this starting rotation. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today, we go to the Mets backup catcher, Omar Narvaez. While signing a 2-year, $15 million contract last offseason, Narvaez was brought in by the Mets to mentor the young catching prospect and fellow countryman Francisco Alvarez. Given his defensive success at the position, the need for insurance was evident with a 21-year-old catcher. But as for his offense, Narvaez has really struggled to regain his all-star form since 2019. In an injury-riddled 2023, Narvaez slashed .211, .283, .297 with 2 homers and a 64 weighted runs created plus in just 100 146 plate appearances. At his very best offensive prowess, Narvaez is the ideal 9-hole production, with the league average player posting a sub-700 OPS over the last decade from that position. But the projectable data was still there, plus contact rates, solid pitch selection and recognition, and pulling fly balls. Over the last few years, Narvaez has been one of the best defensive catchers in all of baseball, with a career plus 25.2 defensive run value at this position, and landing in the top 25% in nearly every catcher defensive metric in the last 5 years. After exercising his $7 million player option earlier this offseason, Narvaez is now 32 years old and is expected to be the Mets' backup catcher on opening day, set to become a free agent after the 2024 season.
He's a backup catcher. Is he overpaid a little bit? Sure. But he's a backup catcher. We didn't think Francisco Alvarez, age 21, would be this generational defender. We knew the power would be there. Omar was supposed to be, split time. Whoop-de-doo. We got a break. Alvarez is a god, and Narvaez can just sit here, be the backup. Austin Barnes makes $4 million to be the backup catcher for the Dodgers, and they got Will Smith. So, again, you hope to get more value than you did last year, but, again, last year you got literally nothing. So anything is an improvement from what he did last year.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely was some injuries too for Narvaez, especially early in the season. So that kind of, he got up to a late start, and by that time, Alvarez had the job. So again, if he's a backup catcher, at least the defense will be there. That's good. Hopefully his offense is like a little better, so you're getting something more just sustainable on the days when Alvarez is out. But like Andrew said, he's very overpaid for a backup catcher, but at least it's the last year of the. And the ideal scenario is that somehow another team's catcher goes out and he becomes a trade piece, and then we actually get something back for him. Like, that's best case scenario.
It's not a long-term fix to him. Again, this guy was brought in to give you some insurance, to back up and mentor a young catcher in Francisco Alvarez, who is 22 years old. He still has a lot to learn. Catcher, it's a position in development that you do not want to mess with. This is a rare case in Francisco Alvarez where at this current age, he is playing at the level that he is. It was brought in for precaution, for protection. We are in need of him as a backup catcher as of right now. And that's what I think you're going to get from Omar Narvaez. I think that he's got some decent batted ball data where he can provide you some value as compared to what he gave you last year. I think that he'll be a little bit better, and it'll show in the projections. But as for Narvaez, he needs to be better than Tomas Nido offensively. That is really easy to do, in my opinion. All you need to do is open your eyes. I want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, the current 75th percentile outcome. A majority of player projections are usually at the 50th percentile outcome, but I personally wanted to leave a median between sustainability and upside. It also helps you get a good idea of who I am high on and who I am low on going into the 2024 season. As for Narvaez, 278 plate appearances, slashing 229, 316, 376 with 3 home runs, 22 runs batted in, an 88 weighted runs created plus, and a wins above replacement of 0.8.
Well, like you said, to be more productive than Tomas Nido, I mean, shit, if you cover the name up, that's kind of what you expect Tomas Nido to even do. So just take the name away.
An 88 weighted runs created plus from Tomas Nido, good luck.
If he opened his eyes, he had that, he's had his stretches where if he opened his eyes, he was pretty good.
No.
It's a backup catcher. Again, like 3 homers, you'd hope. I'd rather have a little more power of a backup catcher. But again, you saw in April when he started off, he's pretty hot. So again, before he got injured, he was he was a producer in the Miami series. And you look at that first couple weeks. But again, to be any type of production, to get any production out of your backup catcher is more than Tomas Nido. And he can be that. So again, you really can't yell about it unless you're an old man.
Way too many plate appearances. That's all I'll say.
You got to give your catcher rest, whether he's 22 years old or not.
No, but if he didn't get that many play appearances this past season, why would he get more next year? That's like almost double what he had last year.
He was hurt all year. You don't remember Tomas Nido getting so many play appearances?
No.
Obviously, you still have Tomas Nido in this organization, and he might factor into the playing time of Omar Narvaez too if Omar Narvaez gets hurt again. We'll see what happens with him. We're not expecting much. Hopefully, he is in the lineup once every 10 days. That's what we want at the current position. And to be honest, I'm really hoping that if he is at the catcher position, Francisco Alvarez is at the DH, because I don't think anybody is really blocking him at this current point, where if you are going to give Francisco Alvarez's legs a rest, you give him some ABs at DH during that time. As for Omar Narvaez, it's a backup catcher. We want backup catcher things, nothing crazy, and he is a free agent at the end of the year. Maybe he is a trade chip. We'll see what happens, but we're not really expecting much from a 32-year-old Omar Narvaez. And I think most Mets fans can agree on that. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today, we are talking about my guy, Tylor Megill. In a very odd 2023 campaign, Tylor Megill displayed his very best and very worst at the same time. In a career-high workload, Megill posted a 4.70 earned run average, a 4.96 fielding independent pitching, striking out 18.5% of batters across 126.1 innings pitched. From a converted two-pitch reliever, Megill was a late-blooming right-hander developing a four-weapon mix, a mid-90s fastball that can touch 99, a late-breaking slider, side-spinning changeup, and a heavy-dropping curveball. Towards the end of the season, Megill also showcased his brand-new splitter, which is based off the characters of his teammate Kodai Senga's hybrid forkball, expected to be featured in significant usage this season. In 2023, Megill really struggled to display consistency, not just results-wise, but also a very erratic pitch arsenal, with a career worst in strikeout rate, walk rate, hard hit rate, whiff rate, and chase rate. Megill will look to find his footing again as a potential piece to the Mets rotation entering a 28-year-old season.
We've seen a lot of the same for Tylor Megill. Like, obviously, we've seen good moments. He has great starts. You're like, oh, here he comes. And then he gets injured or just has bad starts or both. From year to year, when it's all said and done, you're looking at a pretty similar results. I mean, the way he gets them may be slightly different from year to year, but until he puts it all together and just kind of figure out what pitcher he is, as a guy that he wanted to hit 100 after that great opening day start, hasn't been able to quite do it. Until he really finds out, like you say, he's adding new pitches and things like that. So, I mean, he's still young, but eventually it does come to a point where it's like, are you in the rotation or are you out of the rotation? And for him, I mean, this is a good a chance you can get. If Mets can do a 6-man rotation and they already got somebody injured, this is the year for him. If he doesn't get done this year, then I just don't see it happening as a
slash shot. Like, this is make or break. Because how many more years are we going to give he's the depth option, he's the emergency? Made him a priority of he's the major young piece, and he had the great debut. He had the great opening day start. He has great moments just like David Peterson, and he has his shitty moments just like him. He might look different, he might throw harder, but if you put David Peterson and Tylor Megill in the same room, they're the same pitcher, just one's left-handed, one throws hard. Do I like Megill? Sure. I think he's better than David Peterson, but that's not saying much. So, again, with Tylor, all the hype, all these fan accounts of Jacob deGrom and all that, we don't need Jacob deGrom this year because we ain't got nobody. If it's a year to ever emulate Jacob deGrom and win the Cy Young, it's this year.
Really just need the identity crisis to be figured out with him. Whether he is going to be throwing hard as a reliever or two-pitch mix or something, if he is going to be adding something to his arsenal. Is he going to be a starter? Is he going to be able to give you deep workloads where, maybe he can get past 5 innings? He did talk a lot about it this year where, going into spring training, where he made quite a few adjustments to where he can consistently have that velocity going for multiple innings, which has been a problem with him. He's had the hot starts, and then he's kind of fallen off. There's been a lot of consistency. But at his best, I do think that he can really be a really good pitcher. I'm still a huge believer in Tylor Megill. And as we are recording this, he is going to be getting the first start of spring training. So we'll definitely find out real soon of what we're getting from Tylor Megill. A little preview of it going into this season. I just want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are at a 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. Also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into this season. As for Tylor Megill, 103.2 innings pitched, 21.3 strikeout rate, a 8.3 walk rate, a 4.08 earned run average, a 4.35 fielding independent pitching, a 1.4 home runs per 9, and a 0.4 wins above replacement.
If that happened, that would be the best year of his career. So that is interesting, but also that's less innings than he did this past season. So I'm kind of curious to see what his overall role would be if that was the case. Is that due to 6-man rotation? Is that due to spending some time in the minors, injury, all three? So if he is pitching decent, he is going to be in the rotation. I mean that he's really not fighting too much stiff competition right now, especially with the Senga injury. So for me, do I expect the best year of his career? Not really. I expect it to be more along the lines of what we've seen before. The other numbers seemed pretty similar to what we've seen in the past. So again, I don't see the best year of his career coming, but again, it's not like it's a massive improvement from what we've seen before. But again, I think the innings total is pretty low. If for him to be trying to establish himself as a main starting rotation piece, like Andrew was talking about, we have these other young guys who are kind of coming at his heels. They're behind you. You know what I mean? Like, you have the advantage right now because of experience, but these other young guys, if they perform really well, they're gonna overtake you, and then you're not the first option depth wise. So it's a big year for him. So I think he's probably gonna need a little more than that if he wants to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, I think taking all of the stuff that Frank said into consideration, and even adding his last point, the innings are low. I could even see him lower. Like, it just, again, he's never been the most healthiest pitcher. Add that into consideration. Yes, the 6-man rotation. Hopefully, we could sit in a world, let's say, Christian Scott, just pick a name. Let's say another Quintana, Severino goes down. Christian Scott comes up and has like 3 to 4 really good starts, and then Severino or Quintana comes back. There's a world where Christian Scott takes Tylor Megill's spot, because if he ends up, or insert whatever prospect or young pitcher you want to pitch, Basil, Dom, whatever, take your pick. There's a world where that takes innings away from Tylor Megill if one of those young guys or multiple of those young guys can take that step and be contributors to this team and show more in 3-week stretch than Tylor Megill showed in his whole MLB career. Again, I think the innings are going to be an indifference, especially now you add 6-man rotation and his injury history. But again, the best year of his career, I highly doubt that. I think the best of his career was that opening day start, and I don't think they're going to get much better.
Yeah, I mean, other projection systems, typically you got him at like 129. Some are going as low as 84 innings pitched. I think I kind of found a median with that. Like, you'll get a decent amount of starts from Tylor Megill. You'll get 15, maybe even 20. But is there a guarantee where this guy can go farther than 3 or 4 innings in those starts? Which is the main question, and I think that that's where you kind of can benchmark it. I'm a big reliever in Tylor Megill. I have been for a long time. I think I've established that. I still like him a lot. He's 28 years old. It's someone that I would definitely buy stock on to do well if he can develop that type of consistency, and we will see it firsthand. He will be one of the pitchers that will have a big spotlight on him during spring training this year. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today, we are talking about one of the new additions this offseason, Harrison Bader. While prioritizing elite run prevention this offseason, the Mets help address this with an elite defensive outfielder in Harrison Bader. Across split time with the Yankees and Reds, Bader struggled offensively last year, slashing .232, .274, .348 with 7 home runs and a 70 weighted runs created plus in 344 plate appearances. But on the plus offensively, Bader has been a great hitter versus left-handed pitching, slashing a career 823 OPS and a 936 OPS versus Southpaws in 2023. But as said, Bader's main specialty is his defense, with a career plus 61 outs above average in center field with an elite outfield arm, as well as his other plus tools, such as his 86th percentile sprint speed and his 79th percentile base running value, with a career 6.7 BSR over 650 plate appearances. Come opening day, Bader is expected to be the Mets' starting center fielder, moving long-tenured Met Brandon Nimmo to left field to preserve his health. Hoping for a bounce-back year offensively, the Mets added Bader this offseason on a one-year, $10.5 million deal as he heads into a 30-year-old season, also reuniting with his old college teammate Pete Alonso from the University of Florida.
As a Cardinal, he had his stretches where he looked fine. But again, over 162 games, he wasn't that good. It wasn't, again, they sent him out of there because they had so many outfielders and said he's the expendable one. Goes to the Yankees, has a great little playoff run where everyone's like, oh, he's great. He's an average player. If he's going to give you elite defense, which is fine. If he gives you anything offensively, it's kind of just a bonus of, hey, he's been brought in to be this Juan Lagares, Jake Marisnick, these same type of defensive first. Can hit left-handed pitching, guys, who always turn to shit when they put a Mets jersey on. So I'm not having the highest of expectations for another one of these noodle defensive first center field.
I've made my stance clear on him. Injury prone, below average offensively. I would have prioritized $10 million differently. I think it's quite a bit of money just to be glove only and injury prone, in my opinion, because like Andrew said, we've had a lot of these other defensive first outfielders before. Not getting this amount of money, especially on a team that had other needs. Like, if again, I would use this money more towards offense, more towards maybe pitching. But, he's here. Nothing really could do about it now. Again, I'm still not high on it, but they wanted defense, so he's defense.
Listen, I'm not really the biggest fan of this edition. I think that, it wasn't the main guy I would have turned to. But there is value here, and I will give the benefit of the doubt here. As for his offensive season last year, I think there's a little bit better than that in the tank, but obviously he's not the greatest offensive player. He's here for his defense. He's here for his overall tools. To be honest, I'm okay if he is batting ninth in this lineup, and that's really just it. But there's some decent batted ball data that you can look at. Pulls fly balls decently, especially against left-handed pitching. He does swing a lot more than as compared to other people that just stare at pitches in the zone, lifts the ball fairly well. The raw power for him, I think, is a little bit underestimated. I think that, you could get a 10 home run to 15 home run bat if he's at his best, but he's here for his defense, and that's how he's going to provide the value. It might be tough to be behind this deal because of, Brandon Nimmo playing center field. That was something that the Mets did not really need to mess with. I understand them wanting to preserve Brandon Nimmo's health. Would I have done it with Harrison Bader? Probably not. As for him, I think that he can provide you some value as an offensive player, and then defense, obviously, and just overall tools as a player. He definitely could help you win ball games. As for his projections, I want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on their predictive data and results. As for my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are constructed at the player's 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on going into the 2024 season. As for Harrison Bader, 388 plate appearances, slashing .242, .301, .388, 10 home runs, 36 runs batted in, a 91 weighted runs created plus, and a wins above replacement of 1.6.
The plate appearances seems about right. I think if he's full time, then that's a little low unless he got hurt again. But his projections can be affected by, if someone like Drew Gilbert comes up early and takes the job, or even somehow Jett Williams. But again, unless somebody takes his job, those are kind of the numbers you're going to see. At least it's some improvement overall from this past season. Still not average offensively, but at least it's some kind of improvement. But again, as long as he's providing defense and some kind of value, then that's what you really expect from him.
I just took a little bit deep dive into his numbers. I think I like this acquisition a lot more now. He got some good numbers at Citi Field, so I'm just besides the point. But of the projections fine. The power is a little high. I doubt he, again, like Frank said, maybe outside players, indications, injuries. I just don't think the power number's that high. But again, the below average OPS plus and WRC plus, what he is. There's too many other outside things, injuries, other players who take playing time away from him. So, again, it's Harrison Bader. The dude's mid.
I mean, one of the highest expected home run numbers for Harrison Bader is Citi Field. So, I mean, it's pretty much on the same level of plateau that I kind of projected him at. 10 home runs, I feel like he's just one of those who gets on a tear and then just cools off. Now, the thing about Bader is obviously going to be his health. You have some health concerns, obviously. This outfield, and they're giving the opening to somebody like Drew Gilbert. Maybe they're keeping that as an opening for the trade deadline. Short-term fix, 1 year, $10 million. I'm not really that upset about it. It's hard to get mad about a 1-year deal, and we'll see what he provides for us because he has had the hot stretches before, and he can provide a lot of things around the diamond. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today's video is about our ace of the starting rotation, Kodai Senga. After coming over to the U.S. as an international pitcher from Japan and signing a 5-year, $75 million contract with the Mets, Kodai Senga had a phenomenal rookie year, posting a 2.98 earned run average, a 3.63 fielding independent pitching, striking out 29.1% of batters across 166.1 innings pitched, which landed him in the top 5 for National League Rookie of the Year and top 10 for National League Cy Young. As a season winner in Japan, Senga's premier strikeout stuff was on full display all of 2023, headlined by his signature fading ghost fork pitch, which dominated opposing batters, complemented by a high 90s rising fastball that tops 98 to 99, a high spin rate cutter, a gyro-style slider, and a dropping action curveball. Although the adjustment to the MLB was visible, Senga handled it with flying colors. Going into a 31-year-old season, the expectations are high to see if Senga can build on his phenomenal rookie year with the potential to be the ace of the Mets staff for years. Now, obviously, Kodai Senga will be starting this season on the IL with a shoulder injury, which will kind of cut into the Cy Young campaign if you do have that expectation, which kind of sucks. It's a huge hit to this rotation. Obviously, he is the pitcher we have the highest hopes for. It definitely is a big gut punch to the Mets rotation, which seemed to be relying on Kodai Senga a lot being the frontline piece.
He was supposed to be the ace. He was supposed to be the guy that we trusted to eat all the innings and be the great ace. And he's already fell, and now this rotation season is over. Hopefully, it's just maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 times through the rotation, and we get him back on the mound because, again, like we've said, he is the most important starting pitcher, and if he falls, so does our season.
He's a guy that we didn't know what to expect. Coming over from Japan, our expectations were, let's wait and see. He was penciled in to be the number 3 with the contracts that Scherzer and Verlander were getting. Ended up being better than both of them. Turned out to be an ace, like Anderson, finishing top 10 in the Cy Young. And he's a guy that, we're really excited to see this year. You see how he could follow up in a rookie season, even though he was 30 years old. Try to see if he could follow that up. Off to a rough start. We'll find out the severity of it, how long he's going to be out. But he's a guy that, you really do want to see him healthy, because once the Mets season really went down the tubes, he was the only thing you're really looking forward to every 5 days, just to see, the Cy Young chase, the Rookie of the Year chase, just seeing him pitch, every 5 days was really what you were looking forward to. So to have him down already is really tough with the way the Mets have approached this offseason from the pitching standpoint because, again, last year they approached him as the number 3 pitcher. This offseason, they approached it with him as the ace. So for him to go down, that really kind of changes the way you feel about this Mets team already, and the season hasn't even started yet.
With how dominant he was coming out from a different country, gaining the consistency the way that he is, I mean, we just know that this guy's a professional, and he has been for a long time, whether it is over in Japan or, displayed on the mound during his rookie season. It really sucks to lose him, obviously, because there is quite the drop-off from how you feel in this rotation. It stinks to have him out, of course. I am praying that it is the best case scenario and he is back on the mound, in June, maybe May. I don't know, but it's going to take a while for him to come back, of course. It's a moderate strain in his shoulder, but of course, this is a big piece that we are already missing without spring training games even starting, which really, really sucks. But as for his projections, I want to remind everybody that projections are not prediction. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are constructed from a 50th percentile outcome. I personally just wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. Also gives you a decent look as to who I'm high on and who I am low on. Now, these projections are a little bit fluctuated as we don't know what we're going to get from Kodai Senga this year because of the injury, but this is where I kind of have it at median. I have 103 innings pitched, 26.1 strikeout rate, 11.6 walk rate, 3.23 earned run average, a 3.92 fielding independent pitching, an even 1 home run per 9, and a 2.8 wins above replacement. Now, these are subject to change, obviously, with the injury derailing his season, but that's where I'm currently standing at for the 75th percentile outcome.
Yeah, I think they're pretty on the mark this time because I don't expect him to be better than what he was this season just because it was such a surprise. Having ERA under 3 is very tough to do nowadays, again, especially on the rookie campaign. Now you factor in the injury, so I can't predict or project that he's going to be even better this season. He could be, not having another year, but there is also that possibility that there could be a slight regression and, he kind of had just an awesome first year. So I think that, where you have him at is a pretty safe bet as far as it's nothing too crazy. A lot of the other numbers are pretty similar to what he had last year. So it's not like there's a drastic change, which again, the fact that he already is, that's the weird thing is he already is 30, but it's only his second season in the big leagues, so it really is kind of hard you can't really evaluate him like you would evaluate a different 31-year-old. So he's just kind of hard to project, honestly, because again, I still feel like there's still some unknown aspects of him when it comes to, performance on the field.
We never know if he's going to repeat a rookie year, or maybe if he's the one-year wonder. He's been able to do that in Japan consistently. But just, I think, the main concern for me, obviously, is just putting the guy on the field now because of the injury.
You accounted for some regression. You were not biased. I respect it. But yeah, if you're getting, again, imagine saying this 2 weeks ago, oh, you're only going to get 103 innings out of Kodai Senga. Oh, we're screwed. But again, as the projections, again, you would, we don't know if he would have said built off last year and became even better.
Listen, I originally had him at 180 innings pitched before the injury. So, I mean, it's a lot different.
Like you said, you could have seen, the second year regression. They made the books around, okay, now you've seen the Ghost Fork's going to come in on 2 strikes. You got a full year of data for MLB coaches and hitters to see. So you would have probably seen a little bit of regression. But hell, there was a world, maybe he gets even better. But now the injury is going to take that away. And now we got to hope and pray to, get at least 106 innings or 103, whatever you ended up having. Again, we'll see the shoulders. Again, this isn't like the elbow or okay, Tommy John, whatever. It's pretty straightforward. Shoulders are very, very finicky and weird. And you see that with Brandon Woodruff. You've seen it in the past. Shoulders are not a joint I'm messing with. I'd rather have an elbow. I'd rather have, any other arm injury. So there is maybe some concern how he recovers from this and how long it takes. If it's, hopefully it's just a couple weeks. it could be a couple of months. Again, the shoulder is the one joint you really don't want to mess with.
What would you say is the safest bet that he returns this season?
And, the neutralist way, hopefully mid-May, the end of May, because you would think, one, he's starting on the IL for the season. Plus, then you have to have him ramp up, so it's going to take a month to get him ramped up with extended spring training. So, best case scenario, maybe 24th of May. I don't think it's going to be better, but I think that kind of is the closest you might see him is like the tail end of May, if everything breaks right.
Yeah, I think it's late May too because he missed the entire spring training. So you need to do a spring training in order to get back, So he didn't even get a chance to really build up his arm. So for him to go down before he even had the chance to do that, and especially the fact that they called it fatigue, I was like, we just started. What do you mean you're fatigued already? So again, I think like that late May, early June is the realistic window because, again, it is going to take a while before, even after recovery, building up to be ready to kind of go into the rotation and make starts of 5 innings or more. It's not like he's going to come back to pitch 3 innings. You know what I mean? So it's like they really need to make sure he's fully built up because, again, he has ace expectations. So, they expect when he comes back to the mound, they got to treat him like an ace. So he needs to be going more than 5 innings when he is fully ready to go and he's back on the major league level.
Listen, as Mets fans, we have seen this case way too many times with so many pitchers. All I can say is that they do need to be cautious with this as much as they do need him to be in a winning mode 5 days. They do need to be cautious, of course. He is not fairly young. He is not fairly old, but again, they do need to be cautious, really hoping that he has a speedy recovery. Get well soon, Kodai, because we are going to need you back here healthy on the mound this year in 2024. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today, we are talking about a young starting pitcher depth piece in Jose Butto. After the Mets trade deadline sale, the Mets were able to get an extended look at Jose Butto towards the end of the season, and he was able to hold his own pretty well, posting a 3.64 earned run average, a 4.02 fielding independent pitching, striking out 21.2% of batters across 42 innings pitched. As one of the Mets' young, controllable depth options, Butto has a very sturdy and repeatable motion that allows him to apply himself to a bigger workload. While able to eat innings, Butto's 5-pitch mix is headlined by a mid-90s fastball sinker mix that tops 96, his signature gyro-spinning changeup, a hard-cutting slider with RPMs over 2,500, and a slow curveball with extra spin. Butto is expected to be in the mix for the Mets' 6th starter job, entering a 26-year-old season for 2024.
Just more young depth, probably lower than past guys like Megill and Peterson we've discussed. Could have, a good spring and open some more eyes, especially now with more younger and potentially higher upside guys breathing down his neck. He will definitely get the first call before those younger guys. So, again, has plenty of opportunities. You've seen some good. You've seen a lot, some good, some bad, some mediocre. Better than Carlos Carrasco. So I guess that's an upgrade.
I really look at Butto as, the spot starter role. I think when you have like those unexpected doubleheaders or just someone's unexpected scratch, things like that, that's kind of where he comes in. He makes a start. He gives you 5 innings, gives up a few runs. Nothing amazing, really. But I think just having a guy who could give you, not quite the level of Adrian Houser that we talked about in that episode, but just a guy of like, give me 5 and don't just totally ruin the game and make us have to use our entire bullpen because you can't get out the 2nd inning or 3rd inning. That's all they're asking for him. And again, like, he's a guy that I don't anticipate making the opening day roster. So that's why I'm saying you're going to see him as a spot starter role. And, in that role, he'll be okay. Won't be great, but he'll be just fine enough to at least make the start. And that's pretty much it.
just see him as a rubber arm. Like, he's going to go out there. He is going to give you innings. He's not going to be perfect. He is just going to rely on the location, get the outs, do what Trevor Williams was able to do. I'd say maybe he is coming out of the bullpen at one point if they're shorthanded. Maybe he is giving you a spot start. But overall, he is just one of those sturdy pieces that can pretty much just put as much innings on his arm as possible and provide value that way. Nothing special, nothing crazy. Sometimes he hits that high velocity or something at max effort. You know, the changeup is okay. Sometimes the location can be a little bit off, but overall, he can be a solid pitcher in a little bit of a pinch, but again, not going to be one of the frontline pieces that the Mets are going to be focusing on this year, but he definitely will get his chance. Now, as for the projections, just want to remind everybody, projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are constructed from a player's 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also helps you identify who I am high on and who I am low on going into the season. So as for Jose Butto, 42 innings pitched, striking out 23.1% of batters, walking 8.3%. A 4.93 earned run average, a 4.87 fielding independent pitching, a 1.7 home runs per 9, with a 0.3 wins above replacement.
The innings is really close to what he had last year. Quite a big bump in ERA, and even the long ball compared to last season. I mean, that's one of the things that he did do pretty good with this year compared to the year before of keeping the ball in the ballpark. You know, his first start, he only really made the one start in 2022, but that start was ugly. You know what I mean? Giving up, you know, the 7 runs and, you know, a couple of long balls, things like that. So I think for him, it is important to keep the ball in the ballpark because he doesn't have that strikeout stuff to be a guy that like could kind of get away with that. If he's going to be like that contact manager, he is got to be, you know, obviously like low, like not hard contact, because if he's going to be giving up home runs, he doesn't really have many other things going for him to kind of get away, like bail him out, so to speak. So he's a guy that, you know, that is a pretty big jump for him from this year to next year. You're hoping that a guy at his age, you know, going into the 26-year-old season, he'd be getting better, not getting worse. I think that that's going to be tough for him if he wants to be a guy who's actually ever going to be in this rotation full time or be a full-time starter anywhere. You got to see improvement. You know, if he regresses a little bit, you know, that just makes it really hard for him personally. And, you know, for the Mets as a team, it kind of prioritizes you more of, okay, we need more quality starting pitching if we're going to be counting on Butto this much and he's not going to be as effective.
Yeah, for Butto, I'd say that the home run numbers, from what I'm projecting from, of course, is just like straight up batted ball data. But I mean, the thing about Butto is that he's such a fly ball pitcher, that he's so heavy relying on that one mistake and that thing's flying out of the ballpark. So that's kind of how I've always looked at Jose Butto. He's had that home run problem throughout the minor leagues. I mean, I kind of just see that sustaining 42 innings. I think it just stays at that same kind of workload of what the Mets are going to need from him compared to what they had last year, the depth, and of course with the distance that they were getting from starting pitching last year.
Again, the 42 innings, I think, again, could be more, like you said, rubber arm. And again, injuries are always going to determine it. This best case scenario, he's like the 7th to 8th man on the depth chart. So it would take a couple injuries to see him. Hope for less, obviously, because again, you're hoping for help. But we live in fantasy land. So again, 5 ERA, you know, he doesn't have great pitches. His best pitches is changeup, which isn't great in today's games. And like I said earlier, he would be passed up by those young guys with higher upside coming soon, but obviously he'll get those first cracks.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets, as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets' 40-man roster. Today we are talking about Tyrone Taylor. Over the offseason, the Mets acquired Taylor along with right-handed pitcher Adrian Houser from Milwaukee in exchange for pitching prospect Coleman Crowe. As a primary fourth outfielder, Taylor had a very solid year offensively in 2023, slashing .234, .267, .446 with 10 home runs and an 88 weighted runs created plus in 243 plate appearances. One thing that's very obvious about Taylor offensively is that he loves to swing, consistently landing in the league's top 10% in swing rate and walking at just a 5% clip for his entire career, with his main struggle always being against the breaking ball, clipping a 30% whiff rate and a sub 700 OPS every single year of his career against breaking pitches. But his solid power tool allows him to be a 10 to 15 home run bat off the bench, with his tendency to pull fly balls and register plus quality of contact. But in the Mets' offseason pursuit of run prevention, Taylor's biggest strength is his defense, a plus defender at all three outfield positions, as well as a very strong and accurate arm in the top 10% of the league. As an ideal fourth outfielder, Taylor is also a fantastic base runner with a plus 6.7 BSR over 650 plate appearances to go with an 86th percentile sprint speed. Taylor will be entering a 30-year-old season and is under team control with the Mets through 2026.
He does a lot for the amount that he's getting paid. I like that. He gives you the defense, but he actually gives you an around average bat who every now and then could hit a home run, which I think is perfect for a fourth outfielder, whereas a guy that he's not going to hurt you defensively, and every now and then he's going to provide you at least something offensively. That's exactly what you want. He's a guy that with his speed, you can use him as a late game replacement, whether it's in the field or on the bases. Again, he could just provide you a lot of value for such a low cost that all around was a really solid move, especially considering the Mets got a starting pitcher out of it too. Albeit not a great one, still at least someone to put in their rotation.
TT has showed, some power potential, being able to play all three outfield positions, just again, more versatility, good defender at every single one of them, run prevention, it's all of the check marks. And like Frank said, a guy that can go bridge occasionally. He's a fine fourth outfielder, like him more than Harrison Bader, but, he should be fine in that role, solidifying, moving around, coming in late games, hitting against left-handed pitching. Fastball hitter, as most guys are, but again, as a fourth outfielder, you really can't. Again, we've had worse.
We've had worse as starting outfielders.
Albert Almoraz, the Kevin Pillar. So I think Taylor, again, in his prime, 30 years old, still plenty of solid ball, and having him for 2 years team control. Not bad.
I want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome, although a majority of player projections are usually constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome. I personally wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on going into the 2024 season. As for Tyrone Taylor, 254 plate appearances, slashing .232, .291, .414 with 10 homers, 37 runs batted in, a 92 weighted runs created plus, and a 1.3 wins above replacement. Another fun fact that I want to put out about Tyrone Taylor, he has played over 2,100 innings in the outfield in his career. He has not had a single error once. Do you think he'll do it with the Mets?
I mean, that would be pretty Met-like. They love to kill good streaks. Once they come to Met, all of a sudden they forget what they're doing. I mean, listen, I hope not, you know what I mean? Because I feel like if it's going to have to come at a big moment too, which would be really annoying. But listen, back in the old days when we didn't have DRS and OAA and all this other stuff, we used fielding percentage. So, in my day, Tyrone Taylor would be Gold Glove caliber to me.
Tyrone Taylor is the fourth outfield. Again, to have a guy, 10 homers pop off the bench, kind of like we said with the DJ Stewart video. Both guys can be, off the bench, can provide you a pop in a situation. Tyrone versus lefties, DJ Stewart versus righties. I mean, you take that, again, especially for some past benches for the Mets, to have a couple of guys who can take you bridge occasionally. It's not a bad thing. And again, giving that versatility to play all three outfield spots, because, again, with Bader and Marte's injury history and then the previous Brandon Nimmo history, knowing now our luck, he's probably going to get a lot of playing time. So I can even see the ABs going up just because of that fact, even with a guy like Drew Gilbert and other guys coming, him probably still getting that first deal to fill in for those guys.
This is probably one of my favorite fourth outfielders that we've probably had in a while. I like this guy's approach a lot. He likes to swing, put the ball in play a lot. He may be a little bit of a free swinger. Chases do have to obviously go down. I will say one thing is that it definitely deepens the Mets depth chart, addressing things that Stearns wanted to address in run prevention. Tyrone Taylor is one of those things, and I think that it's definitely going to show that he is going to provide you a lot of value, whether it is defensively, and he also can provide you an offensive game as well. It definitely makes the outfield deep, and I really think that he could be a decent contributor to this roster as a fourth outfielder. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today, we go to the southpaw side. Let's talk about Brooks Raley. Now, last offseason, the Mets acquired Raley in a trade with Tampa in exchange for pitching prospect Keyshawn Askew. Giving the Mets a very rare taste of southpaw stability out of the bullpen, Raley posted a 2.80 earned run average, a 3.68 fielding independent pitching, striking out 25.8% of batters across 54.2 innings. As a side-slinging lefty who can basically do it all, Raley has reinvented himself in the past few years with a very repeatable motion, harboring explosive stuff with low velocity. Headlined by his super level sweeping action slider with RPMs over 2,900, a low 90s sinker with plus run, a high spin cutter in the high 80s, as well as a screwball style changeup. Although there was an elevation in walks last season, Raley still managed contact at an elite level, landing in the top 5% in average exit velocity and hard hit rate, and top 10% in barrel rate. Raley will be entering a 36-year-old season after the Mets exercised his $6.5 million team option over the offseason, including another potential year of control for 2025.
He was what we hyped him up all offseason when we got him, made the trade, and he was, again, one of the best left-handed pitchers in baseball. Yes, he doesn't bring you the velocity, but he does everything else at an elite rate. You saw at the beginning of last year, struggled at the gate, but then once he got healthy and you start in that second half, you saw him in that high-leverage role, and especially now, he is probably the eighth inning guy, at least the seventh inning in high leverage. He's one of the two, obviously setting up, the greatest reliever of all time in that back end of the bullpen, and especially with other additions, he's more valuable and even can be used in separate ways that you can utilize him early in the game, late in the game, however you want to use him. Unlike Adam Ottavino, you can bring him in. You need a double play, he can get you the ground ball and bring in with runners in scoring position. He has no problem doing it. Love how Brooks translated from Tampa to New York. Again, a year older, which, again, unlike other pitchers aging, he doesn't use his velocity. So aging, I shouldn't be that big of a drop-off. But again, with pitchers, you never know, especially in today's game. But I'm expecting another great season out of Brooks. And hell, keep the trend going. Duplicate what you did the last 2 years, and you're still going to be one of the best left-handed relievers in baseball.
When the Mets first acquired him, both of you guys were extremely high on him. I remember you guys going as far as to say one of the best left-handed relievers in all of baseball.
Is it true? What do you think?
He's very good. I'll give him that. I mean, he got off to a slow start when he first got here, a little bit rocky. But then once he got into the groove, I mean, like Andrew said, this was basically the Brooks Raley from Tampa when you look at the overall results when the season was over. Yes, the walks were up almost double, so that's not ideal. We don't want to double that again. But other than that, the results for the most part stayed the same. Pitched actually more games, but only one more inning. But with the kind of pitcher that he is, he doesn't necessarily have to be a guy who's strictly eighth inning because he is left-handed. I think because of that, he's someone that now that you also have Diekman, you could kind of use it, interchange them, and you kind of use Brooks Raley whenever you need him to get that big out against a left-handed hitter, or like Andrew said, he's one of your better guys with runners on base compared to someone like Ottavino. His age doesn't really concern me because, again, this is a pitcher who is not relying on velocity. So he's a guy that, as long as he still has that movement, that's all you're really asking for. So it's like we said, he had a good season last year when it was all said and done. And I wondered that now having Edwin Diaz, kind of similar to what we said about Ottavino in that episode, now having Edwin Diaz, having some more guys, he's not used in high leverage as much. I wonder if he becomes even better. I mean, that's kind of the hope, is that like now, the Mets the Mets aren't forced to use these guys in high leverage, that they now, if everything goes right, have the ability to use these guys in spots that kind of suit them the best. So I kind of hope that leads to just even better results, which is hard to believe with how good he's been the past couple of seasons. But I think that, if they can utilize these guys more to their strengths, it technically is possible.
What I've liked about Brooks Raley for, not to mention so long, but ever since he came back from KBO and basically reinvented his entire game, one, he's a huge stat nerd, which I freaking love, but also the fact that you basically can put this man in any single situation and he can dominate from any different part of his game. He can get you a strikeout. He can get you a ground ball. He can contact manage. He can even give you 2 innings, which the Mets didn't really do much, but he also can do that. And also the fact that he can give you multiple innings, considering he doesn't throw as hard. Maybe if you are taxed in the bullpen, maybe if you are taxed in the rotation, maybe you could see this guy as an opener at one point, because he did start at the beginning of his career as well and can give you multiple innings. Just love the guy's slider. It's so explosive. Not many people can figure it out. The velocity, I'd say, dipped a little bit, but obviously that's not something that really matters with him because he's got a ridiculous amount of movement. He throws from an incredible arm slot that is really hard for batters to pick up. We had a little bit of a fall off with some specific things last year, but I think that they're going to probably even out this year. Depth in this bullpen, you're going to have a little bit more pressure taken off of a lot of arms in here as to compared to what the workload that they were having last season, where the bullpen was completely taxed by May. I just want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's current 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives everybody a very easy way to identify who I am high on and who I am low on going into the season. So as for Brooks Raley, even 62 innings pitched, striking out 25.6% of batters, a 7.1% walk rate, a 3.77 earned run average, a 3.40 fielding independent pitching, and even 1 home run per 9, and a wins above replacement of 0.5.
You look at the projections, again, they don't favor older pitchers. So in a steady, 3 ERA would be an outlier the last couple of years for Mr. Brooks Raley. But again, if I'm getting close to, and you can even see that's probably about it, because they've brought in other relievers that maybe he's not used as much. Again, I still expect him to be the high leverage guy, but the depth that, Stearns has brought in, that maybe the innings, go with some of these younger guys, step up, maybe they can drop really a little bit, again, can play hot and cold, but again, Brooks is one of those guys who's been consistent. So the ERA has been going up 2.10, so he'd be at a 3 ERA. So I think we both, the projections might hate him, but I think we all kind of think around that 3 low high 2s. He's never hit 60 innings in the big league, so that's kind of a interesting part of the projection. But again, if I'm getting over 50 to 55 innings out of Brooks Raley, it's going to be productive ball. So the projection is a little bit harder on Raley, but I still expect him to be better than, I think, to beat that projection this year.
The funny thing is that a lot of the projection system thinks he's going to be even worse. Zip's putting him at like a 4.4. Fangraphs putting him at like a 4.15. Deemer has actually been the most friendly, which is 3.9. As for me, I'm a little bit more friendly as compared to all the projection systems, but I'm going to guess that has a little something to do with the workload that he's probably projected to get, considering he's Brooks Raley and he's probably going to be in the back end of this bullpen. And, there's a lot of wait and see in this bullpen, so you never know which arms are actually.
These projections are very interesting to me because the increased workload is interesting, considering that, to me, I think going into the season, the Mets have a better bullpen on paper than they did last season. And they have Edwin Diaz this year when they did not have him last year. So I think that having Diaz with these other pieces they've added, I would find it interesting to see Brooks Raley's usage go up. I really wouldn't have expected that. But also for his walks to go down, but still his overall production to go down as well, I think that didn't necessarily correlate. So I am very kind of interested that kind of came out based off all his projections that they have him on the down year. Again, I can see him being a little worse than he was this past season, but not as much as a lot of these other places are projecting. I don't think he'll see as many innings if everyone is healthy. At least he shouldn't, especially considering that he is going to be going into an age 36 season. So you don't want to overwork him, and then all of a sudden he's not as effective because you're using him so much. So again, I think that having the two lefties, if you wanted, like if you bring him in, you could bring him in for like a batter or two. Like you don't have to necessarily have this guy be your eighth inning guy, pitch a whole inning. Like I don't know, you might be able to get more games out of him with less innings overall or something like that. So these projections are interesting to me. I kind of disagree with them, honestly. But again, I mean, the results out on the field will that'll be the overall thing that matters the most.
No, I mean, I understand like the correlation between kind of bringing the walks down and then the results get a little bit worse, but I would say that he's probably going to pound the strike zone a little bit more. I think that considering how he was kind of just pulling off a little bit and walking way too many batters, you're going to see, him kind of force the strike zone a little bit more. That's what I think is going to happen. Obviously, it's going to work out for him. He's going to get his results, but, you're going to get a technicality where, maybe he's given up a little bit more hard contact than you think, but overall, it's better for the contact management with the stuff that he actually has. But as for Brooks Raley, I think that he's just been a breath of fresh air recently, considering the fact that the Mets have kind of gone through lefty relievers and they just really have not really had good production from them, or maybe they kill them, they don't bring them back. I mean, there has been a lot of instances where the Mets have not really seen much consistency, especially from this caliber that you have seen from Brooks Raley. Obviously, these projections are coming from his 75th percentile outcome. So if I were to say his 100th percentile outcome, you're probably looking at, what you got last year where it's like 2.9, sub 3, something like that. I think he's going to have a really good year, but at the current benchmark, that's where I would probably put him at. Obviously, Brooks Raley, we're expecting him to be as productive as he's been the last 2 years. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets' 40-man roster. Today, we are going to the franchise shortstop, Francisco Lindor. In 2023, the Mets star shortstop added another career year under his belt last season, slashing .254, .336, .470 with 31 home runs, and a .121 weighted runs created plus in 687 plate appearances. Lindor also entered the Mets record books, posting the fourth ever 30 home run, 30 stolen base, 30 double season in franchise history. Lindor showed a fantastic balance of production from both sides of the plate and some of the best in his career, as well as career highs in average exit velocity, hard hit rate, pulled fly ball rate, pulled line drive rate, and barrel rate. Included in his perennial 6-win season was his established elite defense with a +7 defensive runs saved and a +6 outs above average in over 1,300 innings logged at the position. With 2023 being another fantastic year for Lindor, it's scary to think that this could have been even better. After the regular season ended, Lindor underwent surgery to remove a bone spur in his right elbow. This injury was reportedly sustained in spring training last year, which Lindor chose to play through and keep quiet, with signs of this injury being fairly visible, with his overall throwing arm strength dipping to a career low average 80 miles an hour in the 20th percentile. Lindor will be entering a 30-year-old season, which will be the third year of his 10-year, $341 million contract that he signed back in 2021.
Was another very good season by Francisco Lindor, and I think the one stat you didn't mention that has been very important these past couple of years, 160 games played. Even
Iron
despite
Man.
having that elbow issue, to still go 160 and still have an overall very productive season, and like you said, perennial 6 wins, because he does it so many different areas. He does it in the field, he does it at the plate. This past season he did on the bases. So Francisco Lindor, he finds so many different ways to help out your team. We're glad that we have him because, again, he's just been an all-around solid player doing a lot of things well. And you know what? Hopefully he he again plays the high amount of games, but with no discomfort, because if he could be even better, I mean, oh my goodness, like there's an actual MVP candidate if that happens.
He's the face of the franchise, or normally he's back to being better than his Cleveland days, or times, the exit velocity, if the nerds care about it. But up to those Cleveland days, and this is the guy we went and traded for.
I mean, out of anybody in the Mets lineup last year, I loved what I saw from Francisco Lindor. And whether you saw a little bit of an uptick in the strikeouts, you needed that kind of a secondary power source compared to Pete Alonso, who was carrying so much of the load on the offense. He still is. And the thing is that, we have just seen Lindor obviously go from that first year to staying at what he has been throughout his entire career, of what we actually traded for, of production from every single aspect on the field. That was just great to see last year from Lindor. Obviously, the team didn't win, but what really wasn't on him. He carried his load. He held up his end of the bargain. Going into the 30-year-old season, I don't think that you're going to see any real slowdown from him. I think he's in the prime of his career right now, and I think he's going to be, once again, he's all around our best player, and it's obviously going to show in these projections. I want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of a player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with their current, in my opinion, 75th percentile outcome. Even though a majority of player projections are constructed from the 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into the next season. 680 plate appearances, slashing 267, 338, 463 with 26 home runs, 93 runs batted in, a 117 weighted runs created plus, and a wins above replacement of 4.8.
Pretty much what we expect out of Lindor. Around 30, 100, played elite defensive. So again, it's a pretty solid season. If that's the baseline, you take that. 270, 26, 93. Again, that's what you get at. That's what you expect out of Lindor. Of course, you hope for more, but if that's the bare minimum, it's a pretty solid season.
A lot of the numbers are pretty on track with what he's been at the past couple of years. Going from a 6 WAR to a 4.8, that's a little bit of a dip. So I wonder, how the defense is kind of looking next year, and as far as that projected into it as well. Durable, so you got those 680 plus plate appearances. That's very important. So he's got that in there. Just give you all-around production from every aspect. So again, I mean, that is a typical Lindor season, which is again what we paid for, because like we said, if he's giving you 5 WAR, he's overall elite player all around. That's what they paid for. So again, that'd be another solid year.
267 batting average. Would that be satisfying for the old people?
It's not, but
damn it,
he does all those other things. It's much easier to overlook because of the games played. Again, if he's good in high leverage again, the defense, if he's still in bases again, it's like I talk about, or like in the Baty episode, but Lindor has like so many redeeming qualities where it's like, even if he has like a bit of a cold stretch, he's still affecting you win games in other ways. So, again, he finds ways to make up for it, because if he's a guy that, let's say, was batting 300, but the glove wasn't good, and there was no power, and he wasn't coming through in the big spot, and wasn't making things happen on the bases, those mound visits. So I mean, like things like that, it's kind of just like it's a waste. So I think you'd rather just have this more overall complete player.
Are you sure he's not just defense and smiles?
Not these past couple of years.
Follow-up question here, I gotta ask. Getting 30-30 with a screwed up elbow. He repairs the elbow. Is 40-40 on the horizon?
I think we discussed this on a former pod. I just don't see him hitting 40 homers. I think 40 steals, especially with the new rules, I just don't see him hitting 40. 30 I can see. I just don't see him hitting that 40 mark unless they bring the juice balls back. Then, I think there's a possibility if that were to happen. But again, low 30s is kind of what is going to be what his ceiling is. But the 40 steals, I can totally see.
At some points last season, we did talk about a little bit of a different approach from Francisco, trying to pull more instead of, trying to go opposite field, whatever. With the different approach, depending on just how significant the elbow injury is, like Andrew said, I don't see it, but I think that another 30-30 is not impossible. Like, talk about like a 35-35. That'd be kind of interesting, because what I'm looking at more so is like the 38 he hit with Cleveland. And then other than that, it's always been like low 30s, high 20s. So that would be a pretty big jump for him, compared to a lot of his career numbers. Again, if there's a different approach, like maybe, but I think I would rather just take the guy that we've gotten who's been like steady all around and, just be good with that.
If you look at his year from last year, you had a shitty month of May. You can take that out and replace it with a above average. Maybe you do see a little bit more of a pace towards 40-40. But I feel like with Lindor has like this weird thing where he's productive throughout the entire year, but then there's just that 1 month where he just sags off for some reason and it's just not going well for him. But, obviously overall, last year was a fantastic year. You could definitely expect 30-30. 40-40 would probably be a little bit of a stretch, but if he goes for it on the pace for it, he could possibly go for it because the batted ball data was fantastic last year. It was the best of his entire career, in my opinion. So if he builds on that, you could see 40-40 for Francisco Lindor. But overall, I mean, he is one of the most important players on this team. We need a lot from Francisco Lindor in order for this team to win and be successful. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today's episode will be about definitely the most intriguing arm on the Mets roster, Shintaro Fujinami. Fujinami came over from Japan last year after signing a one-year deal with Oakland. As a starter, Fujinami was abysmal, posting a 14.26 earned run average in 17.2 innings pitched. But after being traded to Baltimore and moved to the bullpen, Fujinami was a lot better, finishing the year on a 7.18 earned run average, a 4.61 fielding independent pitching, striking out 23.2% of batters across 79 innings pitched. This coming season, the Mets are expected to use Fujinami as a full-time reliever with a tremendous amount of upside. Fujinami is a hard-throwing righty with an explosive kitchen sink of weapons, a high 90s fastball that touches 102 to 103, a low 90s gyro-style splitter, a hard late-action cutter, and a sweeping action slider. One of the biggest bases of Fujinami's struggles last season was a massive amount of empty velocity and inconsistent pitch shape and sequence, which caused him to surrender a lot of base runners as well as a lot of hard contact, landing him in the bottom 10% in average exit velocity, hard hit rate, and fly ball rate. Going into a 30-year-old season, the Mets have taken a flyer on the struggling Fujinami after he signed a one-year, $3.35 million deal this offseason.
The Mets definitely have been looking and building on these, reclamation projects or, bounce back candidate. For a one-year, $3 million bet, I don't think there's much better value and upside you could have potentially got on the market. Saw him as a starter in Oakland, which, again, a pitcher's ballpark, and he was still getting slammed around and just wasn't connecting as a starter. If he goes to Baltimore, wasn't amazing, but definitely a lot better than what we saw in Oakland. So to have him come in, again, adding more velocity, as we've seen, has been the major key with the Mets. They did not have anybody, seems throwing 99 in that pen, giving Jeremy Hefner to work his beautiful magic. If you can get a guy 45 productive innings, and again, he's not coming in here as a high leverage guy. As of now, he's a low leverage guy who can work up and to be a guy who can be in a high leverage spot if everything goes well. And like I said on a past stream, have a back end of a bullpen of everybody throwing 102 and nobody's hitting anything. Am I banking on that? No, but again, it's upside for $3 million. Jordan Hicks got like 17 million, so and that's has that crazy velocity. To pay $3 million for a guy who can throw 103, you take that risk every day of the week.
The stuff is kind of what you're banking on here. Again, this goes to the whole mindset of they've started trying to identify talent that's maybe undervalued and trying to make the most out of them. Obviously, like we said, big time struggles as a starting pitcher, was better as reliever, but at least he has something to build on. You can't coach 103, you can't teach 103. So the fact that he has it, that's a great starting point. Now it's a matter of building on it. And again, with the bullpen the Mets have built in low leverage usage, he can be effective, and like there's a role for him on this team for sure. So I definitely am curious to see kind of what his season looks like, because there is some intrigue, by the kind of stuff that he had.
Now, let me ask you this. Obviously, he was a starter. I think that there is a somewhat possibility that maybe you slide in Shintaro Fujinami for a start or two, maybe as a possible opener, something like that. Of course, he did not succeed as a starter whatsoever, but I think that if there were to be confidence gain, were to be pitching well, would you give him the reins to possibly start?
As a starter just went so bad, why would we revisit that? I think that, if you got something going good in the bullpen, leave it that way. I think the only way I would do something similar is maybe as an opener. That's about it.
Yeah, of course.
I feel like that's like a happy medium there where it's not quite starting, but it's not quite relieving. Have him as an opener with that gas. I think, on a cold day, it's hard to just hit 103. You know what I mean? So as an opener, and then you could throw in maybe your Sean Manaea, give like a different look or something. It's a possibility, but I think you really want to keep him in the bullpen.
No, because you started this, like Frank said, like you've been there, done that, and he just started to build some confidence as a reliever in Baltimore. Like I want to build on that, not blow that potentially away, because we need starting pitcher. We have some depth internally, and again, if I'm going, I'd rather see a Vassal, a Dom, or Scott before I see a Shintaro Fujinami start a resurgent bandwagon. I don't need to see that. He started to build some confidence as a reliever in Baltimore. Let's continue to build on that than risking tearing down what potentially could have been building a really good reliever.
I do agree. I'm just, talking about the certain flexibility of what we've seen him do and what he could possibly do, the upside. If you can ride the hot hand, you could ride the hot hand. Maybe you do see him as an opener, maybe once or twice during the season. I just want to let everybody know that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, players' current 75th percentile outcome. Although original projections are usually from the 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to find a median between sustainability and upside. You also get a quick look as to who I am really high on and who I am really low on going into 2024. As for Shintaro Fujinami, I have him at 52 innings pitched, 28.1 strikeout rate, 11.9 walk rate, a 4.15 earned run average, a 3.88 fielding independent pitching, and even 1 home run per 9, and a 0.4 wins above replacement.
52 innings of about a 4 ERA. Again, it's better than his Baltimore tenure. So again, you're building off of seeing a productive reliever, and then if he is a reliever, use him an opener, whatever. But again, 1 to 2 innings at max spurts for him. Again, it's improvement, and I think you can continue to base off that, and him building off that good second half of Baltimore, moving in, again, the right direction if, your projections were to come out correct.
I agree. It's just continued improvement, which is good, because he's not one of those guys that, even though he's about to be 30, only his second year in the league. So again, it's hard to really kind of gauge what kind of player he is. So to make that continued improvement of, okay, I'm a reliever now, and just keep building on that, I definitely checks out.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we are discussing the leadoff spot, Brandon Nimmo. After re-signing with the Mets last offseason on an 8-year, $162 million deal, Nimmo was his normal, productive self and then some in 2023, slashing .274, .363, .466 with a career-high 24 homers and a .130 WRC plus in 682 plate appearances. Brandon's power surge was a long time coming, finally finding the perfect combination to pull and lift the ball at a career-best rate, while maintaining his career contact rates. Career highs in average exit velocity, max exit velocity, hard hit rate, and barrel rate, Nimmo has blossomed into one of the best leadoff hitters in all of baseball. Defensively, Brandon has also come a long way as an outfielder, where his range and reaction time have improved from playing farther back in center field. Although he's become a plus defender at the position, the Mets have decided to move Nimmo to left field going into 2024. Despite staying healthy for the past few years, going into his 30s with a wide injury history, the Mets have a higher desire to preserve their 8-year investment going forward. Nimmo will be entering a 30-year-old season, looking to continue his fantastic career as a lifelong Met.
You got your constant Nimmo, again, the on-base king that he is. He improved defensive. That was in center field. Everyone was complaining, oh, he's not good enough to play center. Was one of the best defensive center fielders in baseball. Legitimized himself as a top 5 center fielder in the game. And now he's being shifted to left, which, for good or not, if it's better for his health to keep him in left, sure. And you saw last year, and hopefully the trend, the power numbers at 24 homers, hopefully going forward moves to those, maybe pushing that 30 homer. But if you're telling me Nim's going to consistently hit 24, 25 homers a year, I think you'll take that, especially now in a corner where the power is more valuable than the on-base percentage. You see that little power continue to spike. It's always a good thing. And, we all know defensively he's great. Does it really matter if he's playing center or left? No, this year, again, he'll play there. Is there a world where probably he'll get a lot of time in center? There's a shot, especially, with injuries, history, and the rest of the outfield. There's a good chance he starts in left. But by midseason, you can probably see him back in center field every day. So, again, with your investment, you obviously have to protect it. And last year, you saw the power. If, you continue to see that, plus the good defense, just continuing to be one of the best outfielders in baseball.
Frank, I know that one of your biggest gripes with Nimmo throughout his entire career has been his non-desire to steal bases from the leadoff spot. The fact that they are going to move him over to left field, maybe preserve his health a little bit more. What do you think? Does this maybe open up the possibility of him stealing more bases?
It's really tough to say, because I think there was a little bit of a combination of things that even when Nimmo was trying to steal bases, before the rule changes, his percentage still wasn't great. He was one of those guys where it's like they have speed, but if they're not an actual good base stealer, it kind of doesn't really matter. But I feel that with the change in the rules, he has a really good opportunity to become a better base stealer. But I think that overall, when you look at this Mets lineup as a whole, and maybe we'll get to it, it's a topic that we talked about before, he's become a very interesting player in this lineup with this particular team, because we did see that big power increase, which we were not expecting. So I think that, ultimately, depending on where he is hitting in the lineup, I do hope that maybe he'll be a little more opportunistic about when he steals the bases. He does have to go every time, but I think, trying to really find those spots that are those good times to go, taking that base is important. But I think that just his overall impact to the team, maintaining health, is also a big part of that. So whether it's playing in left field, not stealing as many bases, or both, I'm okay with that because of the importance that he does have, and they want to keep him healthy. And that was another big gripe on him. Besides the defense prior to, him making the improvements, the other big thing was he can never stay healthy. How can you get him 8 years? The guy does stay healthy. Past couple of seasons, he's been very healthy. So, I would like, for whatever he's doing, keep doing that so that he is staying on the field year in, year out. Because when he's on the field, this guy is a great player offensively. I mean, whether it's with on-base percentage, whether it's with power, at the end of the season, he's always going to give you, that good OPS. Obviously, the on-base percentage is still going to be anywhere from good to elite. He's always going to be in that threshold as well. So for me, it's like if the Mets are out of it, there's no reason to be stealing bases all the time, because they're just going to hurt yourself in the long season. So I think that, finding those moments, those pitchers, like if you're facing a pitcher that's like a freebie, might as well, you know what I mean? Like, even
though the Mets pretty much have all the pitchers that are just slow to the plate.
Exactly. Yeah. Like if maybe someone else could have signed Ottavino instead of the Mets, that would have been a good time to run. Or, if Dylan Betances was still around, like, we have, Montes de Oca, we have all those guys. But, I think ultimately health is more important than the stolen bases. So I'm okay with him just kind of making sure he's on the field more times than not.
I think what was really impressive with Nimmo last year was obviously the fact that, yes, he hit for a lot more power, but he kept the slash line production at the the exact same level, just adding more power to it, which was just incredible, especially when you saw him take this big contract, 8 years. You know, you expect a player to, you know, like maybe sag off a bit, maybe just dip a little bit, but hey, he has completely played to it so far. 2022, 2023, both at 274 if you're looking at batting average, on base percentage, both in the 360s, and then 433 in the slugging, and then 466 in slugging the next year. So, I mean, he's just kept the exact same production. I like that he's willing to strike out a little bit more to sacrifice for that contact. I like that, especially from the leadoff spot. Again, we're going to need that if he isn't going to be stealing bases. You're almost guaranteed 50 to 60 extra base hits from Nimmo from the leadoff spot every single year if he stays healthy.
Like year like 2021 where he hits 292, 401 on base percentage, but he only has the 8 home runs. So when you look at the grand scheme of things, you know, in 21 with those increased numbers, 838 OPS, but because of the home runs this past, he's 829 OPS. So it's like there's, you know, like we talk about, there's multiple ways of being an effective player. So it's just a matter of him kind of using the best of both, like trying to balance the contact and the power. And again, it could be situational. Like if the Mets just need him to get on base, he can take more of that contact approach. If the Mets could, if he has runners on base with this ball in the lineup, I don't know if he will have many opportunities this year with the current ball in the lineup that they are projected for, but then he could try to take those power opportunities as well. So, and it's like we've talked about before, the leadoff hitter has changed. I mean, there's a lot more times where you do see more power leadoff hitters. So, you know, Nimmo kind of adapting with the way baseball is evolving, I think is also something that is very encouraging.
You know, 2021, you saw the highest batting average of his career, and all the old people were, yay, that's my leadoff hitter, my 1990s leadoff hitter. But his best year was last year when the power numbers jumped. If Brandon is going to be more opportunistic, not just on the base pass, but say, you know, some ABs against the guy who's maybe looking at that scouting report, first pitch fastball, hunt for that shit, and not just go up there looking for the walk, go up there to make, you know, the 1-0 type Kyle Schwarber-esque approach and say, hey, I'm hunting first pitch fastball, I get one middle, and I'm slamming this shit out of the ballpark. If you get more of that, and we all know he can get on base like the best of them. But again, I'm not saying every AB has to go up there looking first pitch fastball, hitting him out of the ballpark. I'd love that. If he could be a little more aggressive to that, you know, jump, Jeff McNeil-esque jumping a pitcher early, I think for power, because like we sure as hell know Brandon Nimmo's got a hell of a lot more power than Jeff McNeil. I'm preaching it's my narrative and agenda this year. He's going to hit 30 this year. So keep jumping those first pitch fastballs and be more, again, even in RBI spots. You see Nimmo get aggressive in RBI spots where he's like, all right, I'm not going up there to work. I'm getting a first pitch. If I can get a first pitch middle in, I'm trying to attack early.
Second highest first pitch swing rate last year in 2023, and the highest was in 2018, which I believe was one of his injury-riddled years.
And you know what's interesting? That was the other year with the most home runs of his career, which was 17 at the time. But there's something to be said for that. And also, that year and this year were also his 2 years of 140 strikeouts or more. So that's the other interesting thing. I mean, he went up 30 strikeouts this past season, but he also went up almost 10 home runs. So it's like, again, you're kind of weighing like those positives and minuses.
Sacrificing contact for power, and that's exactly what I like to see. I want to remind everyone that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. A majority of these projections are usually from the 50th. I personally wanted to find a median between sustainability and upside. Also helps everybody identify if I am high or low on a player going into this year. As for Brandon Nimmo this season, 593 plate appearances, slashing 266, 367, 444, 19 home runs, 69 runs batted in, a 127 weighted runs created plus, and a wins above replacement of 3.7.
You had 100 less plate appearances. Does it say like how many games he's projected to play?
I have more rest for Brandon Nimmo than actual.
Okay, more rest. Okay. Everything seems a little spot on. I would just maybe up on the home runs and lower on the RBIs. Again, I think the way this team is currently constructed, if Harrison Bader's batting in front of him and then like Brett Baty's right above him, there is no RBI opportunities, especially if his home runs down, he's not driving himself in. So there's no opportunities to be had with this current bottom half of the order right now. it is very top heavy as currently constructed, as we've talked about all offseason long. So unless they actually get creative, like Marte batting ninth, or they actually move some stuff around so that their good players are kind of spread out more compared to just all bunched up at the top, then it's possible. But for me, I don't see him going up in RBIs with the spot at the order. Because keep in mind, last year Francisco Alvarez was batting ninth, and he ultimately was one of the best players. Now, on the flip side, Alvarez will not be batting ninth, and you have one of your worst players right in front of him. So
I think you have some decent on-base guys going up ahead of Nimmo at the bottom of the lineup. It's just they don't have any power.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm more on the power surge of that. You have the trend going downwards trajectory over the last couple of years.
This is a 75th percentile. Are you listening?
No, not really.
So 100 percentile outcome, you're getting like 26 or 27.
Power numbers about 20 homers. So what the bare minimum at this point we're expecting. Second on the team in WRC plus. That seems about right. On base percentage, about right. Slugging goes up, which again, I'm all for 811 OPS. Again, second in everything offensive categories on the team. I think that fits what he is. Again, that's pretty much relatively what you expect out of Nimmo. About 20 homers, hit about 260. The WRC plus, again, anywhere from that 120 to 130 range.
And also, I find it harder to see him getting more RBIs while also getting 100 less plate appearances. That's the other part of the projection where I'm like, that's an interesting one.
The thing about Nimmo, in terms of the power, I think that it's very easy for him to exceed 19 homers. It would be pretty easy for him to do that. At this point, I think we've seen the power capacity. I don't know if he's getting to 30 this year, to be honest. I don't see him getting to 25. I think 24 is probably where he's going to max out. 25 maybe is a possibility. I think we've hit it. You're going to get a good mix from Brandon Nimmo at the top of the lineup. I mean, that's something that you're really going to guarantee every single year. I think he's already proven that he's going to give you that type of production. And also, selfishly, very selfishly, to end this off, can we finally get this man into the All-Star game already? Please. This is ridiculous.
I thought Brandon's had some good chances, especially this past couple of years because he was finally healthy. I thought that there were times that he was missing it because of the amount of games he was missing. But these past 2 years, he was healthy. And I don't know. I think that him hitting the only 2 home runs in like May or so, whatever it was, or April, 1 to 2 early months this year, had he got the homers, like, because again, it's a first half award. Had he gotten like the big home run month like earlier in the year compared to late in the year, maybe he makes it. But we'll see. I think also the Mets being bad also hurt his case. I feel like if the team can actually be decent, then he'll have more notoriety, more people are paying attention, and then he could make it. Because he has the talent to do it. There's no doubt about it. I think if he swipes some more bags, that might give him another edge. But, we'll see. I think ultimately, again, being on the field consistently, playing good defense, like that stuff should be important.
30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets 40-man roster. Today we are talking about a very explosive reliever, Jorge Lopez. Now, after a tremendous All-Star campaign in 2022, Lopez really struggled last season and combined samples with Minnesota, Miami, and Baltimore, posting a 5.95 earned run average, a 5.76 fielding independent pitching, striking out just 18.4% of batters across 59 innings pitched. Among inconsistent command issues and a small velocity dip, Lopez was snake-bitten by a lot of hard contact, with career worst in average exit velocity, hard hit rate, whiff rate, and chase rate. Lopez really couldn't contain the home run either, with a home run fly ball rate of 21.4%, which landed him in the league's bottom 10% last season among relievers. Although his brilliant 2022 seems like an outlier season, Lopez harbors a very high-profile kitchen sink arsenal. A high 90s running sinker, four-seam mix with his signature high-dropping action knuckle curve, a hard-cutting slider with late break, and a side-spinning changeup. With plus control and command of the strike zone, Lopez will look to bounce back in 2024 and will be entering a 31-year-old season after signing a 1-year, $2 million contract with the Mets this winter.
If you look at his career, I mean, besides that 2022 season, he's really not been the greatest. But again, velocity is the main key. And can he be a productive, again, has experience as a closer in high leverage? I would like to see how Mendoza puts him in right away. Is he the seventh inning guy? He has that ability and has some results as a high leverage guy, but again, there is some risk to it. Throughout his career, he's not been great. He gives up a lot of runs, but again, his pitch mix is still pretty solid.
Like I said, the results weren't there last season, but at least he has something to build on. At least there is that potential with the kind of stuff that he has. And it's interesting because, again, he was an all-star. We love that. But he also was good in the World Baseball Classic, which is, what the games do they count? It depends who you ask, but you can't deny that there's not a playoff atmosphere to them with how invested the crowd is, how invested the players are. They're big moments, and he performed well. So I hope that would translate, in the New York environment where there is a lot of pressure. If somehow Mets get to a playoffs, at least he's kind of handled like a couple of big moments. But I think just the fact that we're also going by, okay, yes, he does have good stuff, but the fact that, this is a guy compared to a lot of the other pieces we've talked about were carryovers. Jorge Lopez was a guy that David Stern sought out pretty early in the offseason. And what we've talked about with Stern, his ability to identify good pitching talent. For him to get Lopez as early in the offseason as he did, for that to be one of the guys he's targeted, despite for the majority of his career, he has not put up great results. He does still have potential with the pitches that he has. So I think that for something like this, you're kind of trusting in David Stearns as a bounce back candidate for the contract that they gave him, how cheap it ended up being. He provides a lot more than what so many other relievers the Mets have had in the past few years have been on this team. I mean, we've talked about so much. The Mets didn't have guys with velocity. And we know that a lot of the good bullpens around Major League Baseball, they have a lot of high velo guys. So, when you add someone like this, his age, he was still right in his prime. He still has some things going for him, even though he did come off a bad year. So, obviously, we all liked this move when it happened. For how much they paid, you really can't complain. And, he's a guy that we're really hoping could have a solid season for the Mets. And he's not, like we've talked about, all relievers, not going to be a closer, not going to be the setup man. So even just to start out, they could start him out in low leverage to medium leverage. And if he turns, not even to the guy he was the All-Star season, but if he becomes solid again, then they could work him back up into a high leverage role. It's something that could kind of, based off of ride the hot hand, so to speak, late in games. So I think, he's going to be with Edwin Diaz, so you can have a nice little Puerto Rican tag team in the back end of the bullpen. So who knows, maybe Diaz is able to motivate him or what have you. He'll have Francisco Lindor, the best assistant pitching coach in all of baseball, giving those mound visits. There's a connection there as well. So I can see a scenario where Jorge Lopez is a productive player for the Mets this year.
I want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to use, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are constructed from the player's 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to use a median between sustainability and upside. It also gives you a decent hint as to who I am high on and who I am low on. Jorge Lopez this season, 59 innings, 24.5% strikeout rate, a walk rate of 9.4%, a 3.97 earned run average, a 3.67 fielding independent pitching, a 0.9 home runs per 9, with a wins above replacement of 0.6.
If you're projecting him at a 4 ERA throughout his career, that would be third best of his career. I gladly take that as that kind of high leverage arm. I'm not gonna call him setup man, whatever. High leverage arm. That's our new terminology in today's baseball. To get 60 innings out of him, again, maybe you're you're kind of killing these relievers, which is the good ones you're already killing. If he's good, keep using him. Again, really had an injury history, if I don't remember. I would obviously love a lower ERA, but again, about 55 innings, being a productive high leverage arm, keep the walks down. We're kind of saying the same stuff for everybody. Again, he has that upside of to be a very good setup guy. I think he could show it. Let's see if he does it.
Out of all of the relievers here, From these projections, there's a real strong possibility that I think Jorge Lopez definitely overperforms as compared to these, of course. 75th percentile. At 100%, he could be very dominant, obviously, out of the pen.
He did have 59 innings with the multiple teams combined, so it's really kind of on the mark from where he was last season. And that's even with him having a bad year, he's still pitched that many innings. So if he is going to be in a high leverage role, I could see him getting a pretty high amount. But I think that if his ERA is in the fours, that's a little high to be Edwin Diaz as setup man, in my opinion. I think this bullpen has the potential to have guys that are better than that, to the point where he wouldn't beat the setup man because there are other guys on the team who are performing better. So for me, I would hope, and I think he'll be better than that. I mean, honestly, just because, again, all of the different things that we talked about. So I think the innings is pretty on point, but I do expect the results to be a little better, considering all the different factors. Just everything is different this year for him. There's a lot of factors that go into Jorge Lopez's season for 2024. So I do expect him to be a little better than those projections have him at.
You also have other projection systems right now actually being a little bit lower on Jorge Lopez. I'm just going to guess that has a lot to do with the home run totals last year, the home run totals for his entire career, which have not been very matching to his 2022 season, which was his breakout year, of course. I think that, there's a strong possibility where you see him as one of the back end pieces, whether it's the 7th inning or the 8th inning. I think that this was a great signing for the bullpen. It has a lot of upside to it. There's still tons of potential in a reliever season, him coming into a 31-year-old season. So I am interested to see what we get from Jorge Lopez, who at his best showed he can be a very dominant pitcher in this league. 30 projections in 30 days going into the 2024 regular season for the New York Mets, as we continue our month-long deep dive into the Mets' 40-man roster. Today we are talking about an outfielder known as Starling Marte. After an all-star caliber 2022, no one had a more miserable 2023 than Starling Marte. Battling through multiple injuries and recovering from double groin surgery, Marte slashed 248, 301, 324 with 5 home runs and a 76 weighted runs created plus and 341 plate appearances. Marte has always been a player who relies on his all-around plus tools to provide value. Last year, not many of them were on display, with career worsts in contact rates and career worsts in average exit velocity, max exit velocity, hard hit rate, pull fly ball rate, ground ball rate, and barrel rate. Although his pitch selection was never elite, Marte was a disaster against the breaking ball, posting a .597 OPS with just 3 extra base hits all year per splits, with a career worst in whiff rate and chase rates against breaking balls and overall. But with his offensive struggles came defensive struggle, where Marte handled a second-to-career worst negative 8.9 defensive run value and a negative 5 outs above average across 693.2 innings logged in right field last season, providing a negative run value to his right, left, and behind him in defensive opportunities. On the upside of things, Marte's base running was still a plus, a 7.8 BSR over 650, while stealing 24 bases in 28 attempts. His overall athletic ability still came into question, landing in a career low 42nd percentile in sprint speed, as opposed to his typical top 25% every year in that category. From tons of rehab in the offseason, Marte is expected to play in spring with little to no limitation, hoping to bounce back to give the Mets lineup a massive boost. Marte is going to be entering a 35-year-old season and will be owed $19.5 million for the next 2 years, completing a 4-year, $78 million fully guaranteed contract that he signed with the Mets 2 off-seasons ago.
Just an overall really rough year from Starling Marte. It was clear that something was up, whether you're watching him at the plate or in the field. He just wasn't himself. Even though the times when he was out there, like you said, there wasn't just much jolt coming off that bat, not much pop. So overall, it just turned out to be just a really disappointing season from, going through the surgeries and all those other things that, this is a year that we need something out of him because we didn't have high expectations year 4 of the contract. So for year 2 to go as bad as it did, I mean, if year 3 is just as bad or worse, now he's going to age 35 season, it's going to be really rough with the kind of contract that he's getting. So for me, it's just that I just want to see the guy healthy, because when healthy, he's probably the most exciting player on this team overall, just his play style. And he's just a guy that he was a big part of why the Mets had that great season in 2022. I mean, the difference with him on the team and not on the team was pretty big. So having him back in the fold and hopefully healthy would be a big improvement for this team.
Like we said when the deal was constructed, we said, all right, we can get 2 good years and then we pray on that back half. And it came early. I mean, can he be one of the biggest X factors? Yeah, if he's back to anything of that all-star form, yeah, he can be a valuable piece to the offense. Are we banking on that? No. And if I had to put $1 billion guess, do we get more 2023 than 2022? Of course, I bet that. If he's healthy, again, he had the groins, all these surgeries and all this, and even when he was in his prime, he was always injury prone. So we knew once that we signed that deal, we knew what we were getting into. And we got one really good season, and then year 2 bad. We don't know what the hell these next 2 years are going to look like. But if he's healthy and gives you 50%, it's better than what you had last year. Again, and if he can give you anything, you're banking. You're like, fine, you take whatever you can. There's a way you can pop out and be a productive player again, or we can be an X factor. There's no point of trusting a 36-year-old corner outfielder who's coming off groin surgery. He's looked fine in winter ball. He didn't look amazing. He just looked like, he looks like an MLB level player there. Like, he didn't tear the house down. He just looked okay. Are the wheels still there? We'll see if, he still could run and provide any other value on the bases, or if not. But also, we all know deep down, we're just waiting for that next, he popped a hamstring. He popped his groin again. Or, some kind of like lower muscle injury, because that's kind of what he's been throughout his whole career.
It's definitely the most concerning player going into this year, mainly because you have him tied down for the next 2 seasons no matter what. So, I mean, the thing is that there's just so much risk involved with Starling Marte, and seeing him as a factor in this lineup, I mean, I really hope that at best he's batting in the lower third. I hope that he is. It would make sense as to where the trajectory he's going in an age 35 season. We're just hoping to get, like we've said, 50% of the player he was in 2022, and then we would be satisfied with what we're getting. We're overpaying for his value the next 2 years, no matter what. That's a guarantee. I'm hoping that we do get a plus player. I hope that he's better, but I'm not going to obviously count on it. I've talked about him being a non-factor for a long time, and I still believe that, because I think that, but at this point, he's Starling Marte. He is going to be our starting right fielder on opening day, and that is that, and we'll see where it goes from there. Hopefully he can stay healthy, and that's what I'm really banking on. Hopefully we can see him in the lineup, and hopefully he feels good throughout the entire year, because there's a good chance that we can get a productive Starling Marte if he actually is healthy. I want to remind everybody that projections are not predictions. They are benchmarks of the player's current specific percentile outcome based on predictive data and results. For my projections, I decided to go with, in my opinion, each player's 75th percentile outcome. Although a majority of player projections are at the 50th percentile outcome, I personally wanted to have a median between sustainability and upside. Also gives you a decent look as to who I am high on and who I am low on going into 2024. As for Starling Marte, 419 plate appearances, slashing 243, 312, 388 with 8 home runs, 44 runs batted in, a 96 weighted runs created plus, and a wins above replacement of 0.7.
That's pretty much what you're kind of expecting out of a 35-year-old Starling Marte. 8 homers, 243 batting average, the OPS exactly at 700. I mean, it's a league average hitter. That's a league average player. And could there be an outlier season? Sure. If he stays healthy and, his groin's feeling fine, and, there's a world where it happens. We're just not going to bank it, especially when we're looking at computer projections. He's not going to have the benefit of the doubt of, hey, maybe he has a better season. It's a wait and see. And, if that, again, it's a solid baseline of what he is. He's a slightly average player. Maybe he pops off and it's a little bit above average. there's a chance where it's a slightly below average. So again, that's kind of just a perfect kind of middle ground of what he is at this age.
Most projection systems, the highest they got him at 100 bat. I mean, that's literally it. The best in full capacity, obviously, 50 percentile outcome. But there is some power numbers here. I mean, Steamer's got him at 15 home runs. Some have him at 9. For me, I'm just not seeing it. For you to homer at Citi Field consistently, you need to pull the ball. So for him, it's really hard with the lower half that he has currently in question.
It's better than last season, but it is quite a bit worse than 2022. And it's just that if that's his production, that's not what he's getting paid, So I think overall it is a disappointment. But I think the main thing is you just want to see the guy on the field, really. And then just kind of see where it goes from there to see which version of Marte you're going to get. Again, you're not going to get the 2022, but you're hoping that the guy you're getting is significantly better than 2023.
So as for Starling Marte, and I'm going to ask this, what would be your limit? If he is performing so bad and becomes a sunk cost type of Robinson Cano as to where you're like, okay, this guy needs to be benched. They might have to move on from this. They might have to send him down or something. At what point do you say enough is enough?
More so it becomes one of those things where we talk about if you're gone, who you're replacing him with. And it's like, let's say DJ Stewart gets a hot stretch and Marte is just absolutely brutal. Or let's say Drew Gilbert comes up and somehow Baty and Nimmo are healthy and productive. There's a few different ways that it's like this guy just isn't worth it. And I think that, you probably ride it out through this season because, again, that's just the kind of approach the Mets have had this offseason. But I'll tell you what, if the Mets actually do get back to spending next offseason, they get like some true big-time starting pitchers. They bring back Pete Alonso, get another big bat. Like, I don't want to say Juan Soto, but like they get another big bat. Then it becomes Cano stats where it's like, you know what? You just eat it. And if you have a better player, you play them. That's the way I look at it. So I'll probably give them this year, unless it was, like I said, in the Vientos video, unless the Mets are super competitive and there's an option that's significantly better on the roster, then fine, make the move. There's a lot of different ways it could happen. And that's the unfortunate part about it is that, whether it's from within or it's just him not being on the field, there's a few different ways it could happen.
It's just a bunch of extra variables. Again, I think he's going to get the leash. He's going to get a very long leash kick, just kind of like Cano. But if, let's say, Drew is raging in June, I think, and he's back to just swinging and everything, doesn't look like he seems to care like some of those ABs he took in 2022 or 2023, there's going to be a call, and there needs to be, if, again, how this season is of playing the kids, to get Drew the experience, I think that could be a call. I think, again, DJ Stewart would be the first guy. Obviously, he'd be on the bench. You can say, all right, bench him and then see where it is. But if Drew is what we think he is and he gets through a hot stretch and I'm not saying April, but again, mid-June, July, I think that's when you might see the actual pulling of the plug is if Drew goes on a hot streak and you say, all right, they start, again, the team's not going anywhere, which we expect the team to be going nowhere at times. Then, in the second half, let Drew play every day in right field. In our center field, depending on if Harrison Bader has gotten an injury of some sort. And then, again, you're running that second half post-deadline of just playing the kids and that big. But I think definitely he's going to get every opportunity just because of the number next to him. And I think once every other asset's been expended, then I think you'll see, the plug being pulled.